Woman who suffered injuries needing more than 200 stitches to see how she survived.
Word has spread very quickly that 2 identified suspects have been released to the public. There's a search on for these men. When you heard that the United States authorities here with the Oklahoma City authorities had come up with 2 suspects, what did you think? What were you feeling?
I was impressed. I think they've worked really hard to try to come up with the leads and follow up everything and just try to coordinate and figure out what exactly's happened.
How did you come to get more than 200 stitches?
Well, it's a combination. Our building was just across the street, and I was standing with my back to the window that happens to me in my office, and all of a sudden we just heard a boom, and our entire office just crashed around us. Not only did the windows blow out, but also the ceilings and the walls. Just plaster fell and caved in, and was thrown to the ground, and just was buried there for a moment.
Did you have any thoughts about whether you would survive what was happening to you at that instant?
No, my whole thought was just get up and get out. And I did. I was able to do that.
Were your coworkers as fortunate?
Yes, and in fact, of the people in my specific office, I'm actually the one that's hurt the worst.
When you came out of the building, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was just shocked because the ambulances and the fire trucks were already there. I mean, this is minutes after all of this had happened, and a lot of people were standing around on the street waiting, and there were people who were walking around, obviously, who were bleeding, and so I went over where the ambulances were because I knew I was bleeding and needed to get some help.
While you were trying to get help, what was going through your mind? I know that there was a rush of time. Seconds were just passing by.
I think I just couldn't believe it. I mean, for me, I just wanted to get out of the building and make sure I got out of the building. And so, quite frankly, at that point, I just wasn't feeling really much of anything except knowing that I needed to get some help and try to get to the medics and get going.
Susan Urback is scheduled to be released from the hospital on Friday and recuperate from her injuries at home. We wish her well.
We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the Oklahoma City bombing coverage.
For more than 36 hours now, we've all been inundated with images of destruction, grief, and heroism after the bombing in Oklahoma City.
The pictures we're about to show you are no less gripping. They were shot by photographers with the Associated Press. Thanks a lot for joining us. CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing will continue throughout the night.
Larry King is up next, but please stay with us for the latest on this developing story.
pitch to the final out. Nobody covers the game like baseball.
Station captured by photographers. And the terror and anguish of the photograph taken by a man who will be on this program tonight, in which a firefighter is handing over a small child, a 1 year old and 1 year and 1 day old baby, to a medical worker, trying to get him or her to safety. The child would later die, but this picture seared the memories of all who remembered yesterday as they picked up the papers all across this country this morning. And then during the day, there was the anguish and the anger on the talk radio stations here and all across the land, people fuming at the deed done by these people, you know, killing men, women, and children, demolishing the federal building, sending hundreds to the hospital. And you could hear people saying to talk radio show hosts, you know, that something has to be done. Maybe we have to close the borders. Maybe we have to stop selling dynamite. Maybe we have to stop selling munitions in this country. And yet nobody offering a suggestion of what really can be done to prevent this from happening again. And then, of course, all night last night and all day again today and into this morning, the desperate waiting game continues as crews of rescue workers go through this rubble and the rest of this building trying to find people who are still living, hoping against hope that there might be tens, perhaps more than tens of people who are still living in the rubble, who are silent now because they are nearing the point of exhaustion, having lived in confined quarters under terrible circumstances for more than 24 hours. And what really comes out during events like this, at least in my view, is the genuine goodness of people who live in these communities. I'm reminded of the time that the United Airlines DC-10 crash-landed at Wichita Falls some years ago, and how that entire community, its emergency services, its police department, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, everybody pitched together to try and ease the pain of those people who were severely injured in that plane crash landing. And we could see and hear the same thing happening all night last night and throughout the day in Oklahoma City. I talked to a fellow on radio after we finished here last night, and he told the story of hearing on a local radio station in Oklahoma City a call for 200 hard hats at the bomb scene, and within 10 minutes there were 400 hard hats at the bomb scene and not a bill for them. And the other thing that came through last night on radio was the fact that the president of the Radio and Television News Directors of America had offered his congratulations and support for all of the local news people who work at radio and television stations and at newspapers in Oklahoma City. You know, so often these days we hear the knock on local television news, that it's tawdry, that it's tacky, that it's seamy, that it's sleazy. And in some cases it is, and in some cases the criticism is deserved. When you look at the work done by the local news people on radio and television and in the newspapers in Oklahoma City, the coverage offered by local stations carried by CBS, NBC, CNN, and ABC all day yesterday proves that these people, when an occasion such as this presents itself, they rise to the occasion, and with cool heads and quiet nerves, they present essential information in a time of great doubt and great need. And finally, I was inspired today by my friend and colleague Dennis Prager, who labors on ABC Talk Radio here in Los Angeles every day from noon till 3. At the end of this program, this kind and gentle man urging all who could hear his voice to pray for strength for those who have survived and those who have survivors now in hospitals in great pain to have the strength to carry through in this terrible time. So tonight we'll give you once again an overview of the events of the past 24 hours and what is happening now in Oklahoma City. I invite you to stay tuned and watch America move forward after these messages.
In April.
Terrific.
We begin tonight with the story of a volunteer giving his time to help find his two friends who are trapped in the wreckage. His name is Mike Hepler. He joins us now from the scene in Oklahoma. Mike, when you are not volunteering to help friends in need, what do you do in Oklahoma City?
Tom, I'm a professor at a local university here, Oklahoma State University's Oklahoma City branch, about 5 miles away from the downtown area.
And how long have you been at work volunteering, trying to help find survivors in this building?
Well, Tom, I came down yesterday late afternoon because I had classes that I had to teach, and I actually felt that blast yesterday morning and came down because another friend was down here volunteering with the military and asked me to come down and help. And so I was down here till about 2:30 last night and then came back late this afternoon, and we just came out about 30 minutes ago.
What's it like inside that building? Tell me about this experience, Michael.
Well, Tom, going in last night, you know, living in Oklahoma, in Oklahoma City, is by choice, take a lot of pride in being a very close-knit community and not the fast pace of the big city. And as you walk down in there, I don't have a military background. I've never been in wartime scenes, but it's just really hard to even explain. As you can see in the some in the background, I've been down there about 18 hours, and it's still hard to look at that and realize that's in my hometown, and it's just so devastating. When I walked in, the two things that I noticed right away, the main thing was latex gloves that were just scattered all over the place because people that would help, and then they would help someone else, and then glass that was all over the place. It's just hard to believe that's my community.
Now, you're trying to help friends who you believe are trapped in the building, correct?
Well, I'm trying to help in any way that I can, and trying to help everyone. Yes, I do have some friends that are still unaccounted for, and there's a post office downtown that's been turned into a morgue, and I've gone by there a couple times trying to find out information, but they're being very, very tight with the information, and understandably so. So it's very frustrating, and I always want to hold out hope, but as the hours go by, I mean, realistically and realism, it just starts setting in, and you have to realize, you know, what is really going on and what the situation is.
Not being medically trained, I don't know how long people can survive in this close containment with possible injuries. Have you consulted with medical people on this as to how long we can keep hope going here?
Well, not specifically on length, but I can say, just coming from the scene, that and being within a matter of feet of the building, and yes, seeing some bodies that are the people are dead, but also getting some reports as they bring dogs back in there and find out where some bodies are, and with the other technology that there still is a possibility that there may be you know, people alive in there. I can't give up hope.
I think you're absolutely right. I was reading an account late this afternoon that after 24 hours or so of deprivation, people will nod off, or they'll fall asleep, or they will stop moaning or crying. And there's a very real possibility. Again, I don't want to offer something that's not true or not possible, but there's a very real possibility here. I mean, in the earthquake in San Francisco in 1989, people survived for several days. Right. Under the collapsed Nimitz Freeway, and they were brought out, and although they were in very tough shape, they were eventually brought back to good health and are alive and well today. So let's not, for heaven's sake, stop the rescue effort at this time. I would assume you plan to keep with this for some time.
Yes, and the difference between today and yesterday is yesterday, of course, was so chaotic, and then with the weather that we had to deal with, and I think one of the things I appreciated so much last night was so many volunteers and literally hundreds of people and from around the country, the goods that they would go on TV and say what they need in a matter of an hour sometimes, and even shorter. Those things would be delivered to a station that was set up, and even I know last night as I came down, not knowing exactly what I was going to be walking into, and in the rain, my feet and I just started getting so cold. And the thing I appreciated even more than the food, I think, was a gentleman that was walking around with a box of socks and handing them out to people and volunteers, and I tell you, it made all the difference in the world. And I sat down right there in the street and changed my socks to continue on.
There's nothing like dry socks at a time like this, huh?
Certainly, and you know, that's the thing I think that motivates all of us, is the hope that, you know, there still is someone in there that possibly is alive, but today is much more methodical. There's not near as many people within the immediate area. And
what about the building itself? Do you feel safe in there? I heard earlier today they tried to shore up some parts with railroad ties because they feared possible collapse. How stable is the building in your view?
Well, parts of it seem to be pretty stable, and then quite honestly, there's other parts that they are trying to stabilize, and you know, you trust in the professionals that are there, and the decisions that they are making, and I really believe that they are doing a good job. And today, what I see more than anything too is people doing things in teams as they plan things out. You see 4 or 5 firefighters go in. You see some of the rescue teams, some from Sacramento, some from even New York City, that are going in, and the equipment. And the thing that is getting done much more today is they're actually removing debris and actually taking that building apart.
Michael, I thank you for your time. I know you have work yet to do this evening and again tomorrow, and God bless you, sir, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Well, Tom, thank you, and also I'd like to thank all the people around the country, because we do feel all the support that we're getting, and we ask for that continued support and prayers, because it does matter to us and it does make a difference.
We have the wagon circle for you, my friend. Thanks again for your time tonight.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Mr. Mike Hepler, a teacher at Oklahoma State University, looking for survivors in the rubble at Oklahoma City tonight. We'll be right back with Charles Porter, who took a remarkable photograph on the front page of almost every paper in America today, and a reporter for radio station KTOK in Oklahoma City after these messages. Joining us now from Oklahoma City are Carrie Hosley, who is a reporter for radio station KTOK. She has been covering this scene since it began, and standing next to her on her left is the man who took this photo. It was on the front page of just about every newspaper in America, the photograph of a rescue worker handing over a badly injured baby, 1 year and 1 day old, to an emergency worker in Oklahoma City, and the gentleman's name is Charles Porter. Good evening, folks, and thanks for staying up with us tonight. Let me start, Carrie, with you and ask you about your day today and life in Oklahoma City. I was remarking here last night to somebody from CBS News that during the days of the earthquakes and the riots and the fires here in Los Angeles, although to the outside world it appeared as if nothing was happening, there was a certain normalcy to life in L.A. at the time. How about Oklahoma City?
Well, I wouldn't say we've gotten to the point where this is normalcy. I grew up in Oklahoma, and I'm telling you, it has been astounding to me, not only to be a reporter covering this, but to be an Oklahoman watching a lot of people that I know in law enforcement agencies working to try and get survivors out of this building. I was just south of the building when the explosion happened, and had just come out of the federal courthouse. Felt the boom in the car. My car actually moved off of the ground. All of a sudden, glass came out of a church just west of me. I looked up and I saw all the smoke come billowing out of the federal building. And then immediately, as a reporter would, got on the two-way in my car and said, "We've got to go on now. There's been an explosion." And was actually kind of trapped between emergency vehicles and couldn't get out. Lucky for a reporter, unlucky for a citizen in the area.
Let me ask you about the radio station and how you turn a talk radio station all of a sudden into a news conduit. How quickly can you make that turnaround?
Well, I went on the air about 30 seconds after the blast. They had me on the air live talking about that, talking about what was going on. We were getting ready to go into our local talk show, and at that point when they heard what was going on, we immediately started throwing things together, and our news director went on the air, and from that moment on we've been carrying the reports on the bombing ever since. So 48 hours, going on 48 hours of continuous coverage on the air. We've had call-in shows. People from all over the state have been calling us, talking about how they feel, how this has affected them. It has just been amazing listening to how this has really impacted their lives.
Let me ask you about you, a reporter for a radio station in Oklahoma City, all of a sudden being asked to cover a major story with international implications, and doing it, for what I'm told, splendidly. We watched all of you yesterday, both on radio and television in Oklahoma City, perform as seasoned journalists, you know, never stepping over the line of speculation into rumor and hearsay. How has it been for you and for your colleagues? Have you had a chance to compare notes with colleagues or competitors?
A little bit. They have been using KTOK as kind of a format. We were the first one. I was the first one reporting about the explosion in the Oklahoma City area. So that brought all the other media in this area in, and then immediately all of their affiliates began coming in. It's amazing to see the difference between last night and tonight as far as how many satellite trucks we have here. I mean, it's like we've got people from Tokyo here. I mean, everyone in the world wants to cover this story. And you feel lucky as a reporter to be knowing it's kind of your story. I mean, I feel like this is my story, even though everyone all over the world wants to be involved.
Let me talk to Charles here about his picture, which so gripped the nation this morning. Charles, by profession, you are in the banking business, and I guess when you heard this thing at your office yesterday, you thought for a time it was a sonic boom. Then what happened?
All I did was just try to figure out what was going on. We thought it was a building that might have been demolished in the downtown area by officials. I just went to get my camera out of my car and thought I might get some interesting photos for myself only. And I got down to the area and was completely shocked.
When you first saw it, first impressions? I know shock, but anything else?
Complete disbelief.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah.
Yeah, there was glass and debris everywhere, and it seemed like everywhere I looked there was somebody that was either injured or bleeding. I mean, everywhere. It seemed like thousands.
I know you had 2 rolls of film with you, and I just wonder, as you snapped them into the camera and were shooting away, did you have any idea of the images you were capturing on those 2 rolls of film, or was it all going so fast you really weren't thinking about it?
I was only down there about 45 minutes, and it seemed like forever, but as far as the film went, it seemed like it went really fast. I had no idea of what the images would look like, whether they'd be good, bad, or indifferent. They were not intended really for this kind of a purpose. They were just personal photos.
I understand that. Do you always have a camera with you, or are we one of those? There are a lot of people that always have a camera around just in case, you know.
Yeah, I usually keep it with me or in my car.
And when you saw the photos, what did you think? What did you think you had?
I was really moved. Whenever I had them developed at a Walmart here in Edmond, the first people that saw them were the employees at Walmart, and when they started crying, I didn't know exactly how to react.
And what'd you do next? What I'm asking is how they got on the front page of all the newspapers.
I called a friend of mine, Dan Smith, who's a professional photographer here in University in Edmond, and he suggested that I might think about selling them. And so the next place I went was the Associated Press office in Oklahoma City.
And?
They looked at them and they said, "We want these 2 photos." And I don't know. The rest is history, I guess. I don't know.
And the 2 that they took then would be the one of the child being passed from one emergency worker to the other. And what was the other photograph? What was
the other was a single photo of the fireman holding the child by himself, just staring at him.
Yeah. And what about the rest of the photographs? Where are they?
I've made a few arrangements with different people, and they're going to be distributed in different publications.
Everybody wants me to ask you how much you sold them for, but I'm not going to, okay?
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Anyway, Carrie, before we close this out, what are your plans now in terms of coverage through the night, and what's ahead for tomorrow on your schedule?
Well, at 6 a.m., they're going to be holding a news conference. The state medical examiner's office is going to be holding a news conference. Hopefully, we'll get names of those who have died and that they have pulled out of the rubbish. Right now, the total of those in the morgue is 41. We do know that there were 12 found in a huge hole area in the basement area. I just talked to Governor Frank Keating here in Oklahoma. He had just come back from the site, saying it was absolutely amazing looking at, finally looking in the basement where a lot of people have been trapped and only finding bodies. So right now the body count goes along with how many bodies they have in the morgue. Right now we have 41 in the morgue. 12 of those are children. 3 of those died at local hospitals. We were told earlier today, or I should say yesterday, that 435 people have been treated at local hospitals here in Oklahoma City. An amazing amount of people. I just have to say that the hospitals really jumped into gear in treating all of these injured people. And some of those 435 were people who were just around the building who got hit by debris and flying glass. So right now, 150 people still unaccounted for.
I thank you for your time tonight, Carrie, and I appreciate your being with us. And my personal commendations to you and all who toil in journalism in Oklahoma City on the fine work you've done in getting the story out to the rest of us these past couple of days. Thanks for that, and thanks for being with us as well, Charles Porter.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Good night, folks, and bless you.
Good night.
Marvin Zonas next up, one of the foremost, if not the foremost experts on Middle Eastern terrorism in this country, joins us from CBS TV in New York after a short time out. We'll be right back.
Tired of all
have been identified tentatively, and I say tentatively, only as white males. Many people suspected in the beginning a Middle Eastern connection to this bombing, but that has not been proved as yet. Joining us again, this time from New York, is Middle East specialist Marvin Zonas. Marvin, thank you for taking our call again today. Let me talk to you here about, first of all, the indication that Middle Eastern terrorists are not responsible. In fact, I believe one of the suspects has been tentatively identified or pictured as having a tattoo, which I understand would go against Middle Eastern tradition and behavior. What if this has not been done by fundamentalist Islamic terrorists or other Middle Eastern terrorist groups? What does that portend?
Seems to me that the only plausible alternative, if it's not Middle Eastern terrorists, is in fact some American domestic right-wing political action group, and that seems to me to portend something quite serious about the future of this country if we are starting to generate these kinds of terrorists at home.
And what would be especially dangerous about that? Because, well, obviously it would be that somebody else has adopted the techniques and tactics used by Middle Eastern terrorists and taken them to be their own tactics in this country.
I think that's exactly right. I think there's a possibility here that the bombing at the World Trade Center had a demonstration effect, and it's entirely plausible that there were groups in the United States who said, we could probably do this ourselves, no big deal. Simple chemicals, a little detonation device, and we can make our own havoc. And it may very well be that some right-wing group has gone about and done that.
Simple chemicals? How simple?
Seems to me, from what I've been able to tell and from the briefing that was given by the FBI agent in charge of the investigations in Oklahoma City, that these really are chemicals that are around in any farm community, and that may have something to do with Oklahoma as well, but principally various kinds of fertilizers that went into this bomb.
Let me ask you here about Islamic fundamentalists. Don't most people of that persuasion harbor a certain credo of nonviolence?
I think that there are many different kinds of Islamic fundamentalists. It's very hard to argue, or to generalize, rather, about the kinds of Islamic fundamentalists there are. The ones that we have seen, however, in places like Iran, Algeria, and Afghanistan have been very quick to use violence to achieve their ends. Most recently, of course, the Islamic Jihad or the Hamas people in the Gaza Strip have been very quick to use violence, in Tel Aviv in particular, to try to achieve their political ends, which is to say to end the peace process.
And what about the Muslim community here in the United States? I had a letter today from a viewer who saw this program last night. He was very, very complimentary. And he is a Muslim living in America. He said, you know, it's not easy being a Muslim in America. You're shaking your head no. Why is it not easy for these folks?
It's real hard.
Why?
First place, let's be honest, most Americans have quite negative stereotypes of Muslims and Arabs. We do not view these people as quite legitimate in the same way that people who follow Christianity, let's say, or Judaism are seen as legitimate. Islam is still foreign. The second thing is, I think the great majority of Americans sympathize with the plight of the Israelis, the state of Israel, and therefore these people really look at Arabs as part of the problem and not part of the solution. So in many different ways, I think the American Arab community has really been depreciated and disadvantaged. And here, the leaping to the assumption that these are Middle Eastern terrorists who are Arabs and that these are somehow come out of Islam makes their situation all the more precarious. What's amazing, of course, is that there are now more Muslims in the United States than there are Jews, and this country has to come to terms with the fact that we have a major new monotheistic faith in this country in terms of this country, and begin to deal with appreciating the power of this faith and the greatness of Islam.
That is a remarkable statistic that you just said very quickly. There are more Muslims than Jewish people living in America. I had no idea.
Yeah, and then it's, you know,
are these people
both through immigration and through conversion, and this is a very dynamic faith.
But this is almost an invisible minority within our country.
Well, that's the point. You know, we don't see them yet because not enough Arabs, not enough Muslims have learned how to work American politics, have learned how to work American television and newspapers, but these people are getting very sophisticated very quickly, and you'll see lots of new political action groups in the near future, and these people will be working the Congress just like all the other ethnic groups in the United States.
And by the way, that's the way to get things done in the United States.
That's what they're learning. There's no question. This is the way to make it happen.
We'll be back with Marvin Zonas for a few of you on the toll-free highway at 1-800-952-2788 as time permits. A little bit later on, security in America in the future in the wake of the bombings at Oklahoma City yesterday. We'll be right back after this for our sponsors and the CBS television stations all across America. Zonas in New York City, and Michael of the toll-free from Clay Center, Kansas. Hello.
Yes, Tom, I wanted to tell you how much I enjoy your show.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, and I thank you for watching us tonight.
I would like to ask Mr. Zonas if there's any possibility that a Muslim extremist group might have paid an American group to commit this crime since the World Trade Center thing, and they got caught, so I would assume that maybe they would try another tactic.
You know, I think that's probably a possibility, but the Muslim extremist groups, if they are indeed involved, have themselves been willing to take the heat, have been willing to take the risks, and have carried out so many bombings in the past, not in this country to be sure, that I assume they'd be willing to do it again.
All right, well, thank you very much.
Very good question, Michael. Thank you for calling us tonight. And
thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then again, I say, as I said last night, and as we agreed, Marvin, it is far too early in this story to begin assigning any kind of blame to any organization, group, race, religion, without possibly damaging them. And so let's say that at the present time we really don't know who is responsible for this. The thing that amazes me about people who are experts in your area have been saying all day long on radio and television, we knew this was coming. This should not surprise anybody. In fact, we can't believe it took so long to happen here. I had no idea that there was this kind of knowing in the community of international specialists in this country that, hey, one day America was going to take a sock right in the gut.
It's interesting because if we knew that America was going to take a sock in the gut, you wonder where the FBI has been. Not that I'm trying to blame them for not being able to head this off, but I wonder myself why after the World Trade Center bombing, more of these terrorist groups or Muslim religious fundamentalist groups were not penetrated. And if that's what's responsible, because of the link between the United States and the State of Israel, that wasn't done. One of the things we hear is that there's been very great difficulty because we were dealing with a religious group. But nonetheless, it's a question that I think needs to be answered.
Well, they were certainly able to penetrate the Southern Christian Leadership Conference of Martin Luther King in the 1960s, a political and religious organization. But the larger question is why people such as yourself and Richard Dikmajian, who was here last night, who I believe is known to you, and others in the security and terrorism field, haven't issued some public warnings, or have you been doing that and have they just fallen on deaf ears?
Well, to be fair, first place, nobody, and probably with very good reason, listens to academics very seriously. Having said that, however, I think it's fair to say that a lot of us have been, quote, issuing public warnings, and I think it's clear that we have been worried for a very long time that the United States being the principal backer of the State of Israel being viewed as responsible for the oppression of the Palestinians, sooner or later the United States was going to get it. And I think that the feeling was that the World Trade Center bombing, at least, didn't come as a surprise.
And, of course, as you say, there'd be a great deal of skepticism if a professor from the University of Chicago were to go on national television, on the Dan Rather News, and say, by the way, there's going to be a major explosion, a terrorist explosion at a federal building in Oklahoma City or anywhere else. We would look at Marvin Zonas and say, what are you, nuts? Because it would be something in which we did not want to believe. We mentioned here last night that there are a lot of fundamentalist centers here for the Islamic faith. Why is that so? Why are so many of these... Well, you mentioned it's a larger minority in America now than the Jewish population. Why are so many Arabs coming to this country?
Well, I think a lot of Arabs come to this country primarily for the same reason everybody else comes to this country, which is to say they come for the pursuit of higher education, and they come for immigrants as to pursue economic opportunities. But the reason there's so many fundamentalist centers, and they really do cover the entire country, is that students who come from abroad, especially young people, especially activists who come from abroad to study at our institutions of higher education, find themselves with a degree of freedom to organize and to discuss the politics of their own countries, which are simply totally absent in their own countries. I can give you an example. I was contacted by the government of Malaysia many years ago because they were deeply distressed at the rise of profound anti-government Islamic fundamentalism among Malaysian students in the United States. And where in the United States? Southern Illinois University in Carbondale, Illinois. Because it turned out there were a huge number of students, Muslim students, from Malaysia who saw their own government as corrupt, and they made it into a center of propaganda against the government in Malaysia, distressing the government. That's going on all over the country.
And then it's safe to say that most, if not all, of the Arabs who come here in pursuit of academic freedom find religious freedom here and find America a great country and therefore support it a great deal rather than hate it. Would that be a fair statement?
I think that's absolutely the case. And most of these students, after they have received their higher education, become skilled professionals, don't want to go back to their countries and devote their talents and their energies and their skills to building this country.
Thank you for joining us again tonight, Marvin. It's always a pleasure to be in your company. Good night, sir.
Good night.
Marvin Zonas from the University of Chicago. Next up, an expert on security and terrorism and your phone calls on the toll-free line after these messages. Station in Oklahoma City yesterday, law enforcement officials around the world have joined forces in the search for their suspects. Our next guest knows all about tracking down terrorists. Vicki Tunsing established the Counterterrorism Unit for the United States Department of Justice, and she joins us now from the CBS News Bureau in Washington, D.C. Vicki, thank you for coming on and welcome to CBS.
Hello, Tom.
I heard one of the reporters ask Janet Reno today, the Attorney General, how far along this investigation was and whether she, Reno, thought it was further along than it might have been, than she thought it might have been at this particular time. This is about 3, 4 o'clock Washington time this afternoon. Do you think they're making a lot of progress here as you observe what's been said so far, bringing somebody back from London who is a possible witness in the case? Do you have the sense that they're moving very rapidly and they might have a very good idea where this roadmap goes?
Tom, absolutely. I think that they are probably very pleasantly surprised how fast this has gone along. I have been there in the middle of these kinds of investigations, and you don't expect breaks like this to happen for perhaps the next week or so when you're really going to get some more information.
When you say breaks like this, what kind of break are we talking about?
Well, it seems like they've gotten some very specific information. For example, putting together the photograph, they had some kind of tape of the Ryder truck being in front of the federal building. And
not another Ryder truck?
No, the Ryder truck that exploded. And they had...
No, I mean, have we... I heard on the radio that it was a rental truck today.
Yes.
But was it, in fact, a Ryder rental truck?
That is what I am told, that they established a tape that showed that Ryder truck in front of the federal building prior to the explosion. Somebody remembered that there was a surveillance camera somewhere in the neighborhood and that camera was pointed on the federal building.
Mm-hmm.
So they put that together, and then they got the axle from the explosion site, and they got a serial number off of that. So while this is the usual kinds of forensic evidence put together in a case like this, I think that it's come together a little sooner than they really expected. And also, Tom, I think they probably know a lot more than they're telling us.
I think so, too. You got that sense from Janet Reno today when she said, I'm not commenting on that right now.
Well, and also from having been there.
Well, yeah, but you can't blame the reporters for trying.
Of course not.
What is the necessity, by the way, for absolute security and secrecy in protecting information in the hands of law enforcement at this point in the investigation?
Well, it's very important that all of your investigators are trained not to leak to the press as much as you want them to. I know that they cannot do that because they could really mess up an investigation. You know, I looked at the decision to ask for a $2 million reward probably very differently than the press does. you are surprised perhaps at the $2 million. I know that that is created by statute, so that's not a big deal to me. But I know that there's a lot of deliberative process going into, do we go out and do we show photographs or these kinds of drawings of these people and thereby give them some kind of notice so they can escape, or do we try to bring in the citizens and have their help in getting these individuals? And that's a very big decision.
Why would you say the press might question $2 million? At least that's what I think you were saying.
No, I think the press likes the story. To the press, it's a $2 million reward. You know, isn't that amazing? That's not the story.
I would have offered 5.
Well, it's by statute, so I don't think you can offer 5.
Because you and I know that most information, there is a price on it. It is for sale.
That's right. But to me, the story in it was not that there was a large amount, but that the decision was made to put the drawings out, because I know what goes behind that kind of a decision. That's a very important decision.
And what does go behind it?
Well, you're weighing, you're balancing. What if we put out these pictures
and it gives warning to the possible perpetrators.
Right.
And what if we put out the pictures and they have nothing at all to do with the resemblance to the perpetrators?
That, yes. And wouldn't it be better if they didn't know we were after them, if we really think these are the perpetrators?
Gaze into your magical crystal ball.
Yes.
When do you think they will arrest suspects?
Oh, you know, I don't know, but I can tell you this. They're not going to do it till they're very, very sure, because this is not a case where you have the luxury of arresting somebody and then say, oh, gee, we made a mistake. Let's go back and do it again. They've got to be right the first time.
Let me ask you here about America after this event. What do we have to change? Do we have to change border policy? And is that practical? You know, Americans have a feeling against closing the borders because we like to be this open society. This
Tom, I'm sorry. Your question is breaking up, so I need to ask it again.
Okay. I say, how's the audio now, okay?
It's okay. They were talking in my ear, and I couldn't hear your question.
Well, tell them to stop that.
Yes, stop that.
In post-bombing America, what do we have to change? Border policy, although, as I said, Americans sort of dislike that possibility because we would like to consider this an open country, the melting pot to which all are welcome. But what has to change? Border policy?
Well, let me answer that on 2 levels, because in your previous discussion you were talking about all of the terrorist experts, including myself, have been saying for the last, 5, 6, 7 years, there but for the grace of God are, incidents in the United States. And when the New York Trade Center bombing occurred, I said I wasn't surprised. It was just a matter of time that they were going to penetrate our borders. So there is a problem out there, and whether in this situation there are illegal aliens involved or it was just in the World Trade Center, it doesn't matter. We still have a very big problem, and now I'm going to get to the second part of answering your question, and that is we really need to address our border problem. We have open borders because, God bless us, we've had this wonderful culture for so many years of welcoming people into our shores, providing sanctuary. It started when we were the only democracy, Tom, and now there are many democracies, and what's happening is there are now people coming illegally into our borders for the purpose of destroying our democracy. And while we cannot be radical and start taking away freedoms, that would be terrible. We really need to start the discussion of what we need to do to see to it that our borders are not open to illegal entry. And if
to those people who wish us not well but harm.
That's correct. But you see, when you were talking in the previously about, well, we knew that there were people there, and why doesn't
I'm down
the
to 10 seconds here, Vicki.
Put surveillance in? How do you know where somebody is if you don't know because they're illegal? How can the FBI really infiltrate them?
I appreciate you joining us tonight from Washington. Thank you again, ma'am. Good night now.
Thank you.
Vicki Tunsing, and some thoughts on the investigation into who bombed the federal building in Oklahoma City yesterday. Back with a program note and a look towards tomorrow after these messages. The FBI sketches of the suspects in the bombing in Oklahoma. Back tomorrow night, same time, same station. Join me now with Elliot Forrest at 1-800-890-9990. Good night, everybody.
Terror in the heartland. The grim task of looking for victims goes on as authorities look for clues. Connie Chung reports live from Oklahoma City tomorrow on the CBS Evening News. The PGA...
The bomb attack in Middle America reminds many of us of our own vulnerability, especially on the job. Joining us now from London to address that is Nigel Churton. He is the Managing Director of Control Risks Group, an international firm that teaches companies how to guard against such attacks. Thank you very much for joining us, Mr. Churton. Your thoughts about what happened here?
Well, I think the first thing, Brian, is this is a second major incident in the United States. I don't think it should be taken as a trend, but on the back of events in Argentina earlier in the year, and also the attack against the Israeli embassy here in London last year, I think it shows that really nowhere is now safe from these sort of terrorist incidents.
You've worked with many, many businesses in the London area there and throughout the country. With your expertise, I wonder if you could tell us, are businesses in London prepared for something like this, more so than businesses in the United States?
Yes, I think they are. We've had 20 years' experience here in Europe of these attacks. Virtually every capital city and major city has suffered some form of major bomb attack. I think the fundamental difference is that whilst in the United States, you, of course, have been prepared for bombings and have had a lot of small bombings over the past sort of same period, but these have generally been the work of criminals and cranks. So what we're seeing now, I think, in terms of corporations, is they've got to make a decision whether or not this is a very serious threat. And I think it's time for quiet contemplation and sensible risk assessment rather than major knee-jerk reactions and overreaction. And by that, I feel they've got to pick up the experience that's available in Europe in their operations here and take it back to the States and apply that sensibly with local conditions.
How is the mentality of the people in London different from the people in Oklahoma City? There must be a big cultural change here that is probably needed. We need to change a little bit more, thinking along the terms that you folks have been doing for a long time.
Yes, I think we've got used to it here, and I think your own colleagues who are here in London would probably back that up. It's been done through relentless education and training, both by the government and the police and everyone else, to get us to be aware. And an example of that would be that if there's a threat of a bomb threat on our underground system, the tube, you'll see people get off calmly. They'll go sensibly in an orderly way out of the exits, go above ground and just get on buses and carry on in their normal life. Equally, if people see a suitcase or a package lying around, they'll pretty quickly tell someone about it. This hasn't happened overnight. It's happened through grim experience, and people have got used to it. I think the cultural shock is going to be that the difference between a lot of the United States and here is that, of course, our cities are very old and very narrow, that, of course, we all generally come to work by public transport, whereas I think it's fair to say in the States, you come to work by car, you park in large underground car parks under your buildings or in open spaces around them. Certainly in our own office in Washington, that would be the case. Now, to secure that and make that better is going to need some quite quick and radical solutions. But I think before people do that, they've got to work out where these targets have been. And if you take the World Trade Center, that was a very prestigious target. It would have been anywhere in the world. And terrorists generally have attacked prestigious targets or major government buildings. What I think you've also got is therefore to look at is who is your neighbor. If you are a large corporate and you're next to a big government building, a prestige building, or you're next to a company with Israeli or other Middle East connections, then I think you've got to have a look at this quietly and start thinking about what you're going to do. I mean, let's be clear, as far as we can see on this side of the pond, this was a no-warning bomb, and it was going to do a lot of damage outside any building. Now, from a corporate employer's point of view, he's got to be looking at can he get his people out, because you're not going to be able to harden all your buildings to some of the standards that now exist in Europe. If they're new buildings, you may have to consider building in additional security through architecture, hardening the buildings, putting bomb flutes on them and all this sort of thing. But in the short term, yes, there are some fairly cheap measures that can be done, putting shatterproof film on windows and that sort of thing. But the main job is going to be to have sensible evacuation plans to get people out of buildings at time of threat or a real incident.
Mr. Churton, just a few seconds left. What are the chances of catching those responsible?
Well, I think the Bureau and the ATF and all your agencies and police departments are well informed. They've been keeping close contact with their counterparts here in Europe and the Middle East. I think there must be a good chance, but I don't think who knows who did it yet.
Okay, thank you very much, Nigel Churton, security expert in London, managing director of Control Risks Group. Thank you, sir. Kathleen?
Stay with CNN for the latest. Our extensive coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing continues.
The workers who are
Into
We'll get back to our coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing tragedy just a few minutes from bombing. CNN's continuing coverage of the attack and its aftermath resumes right after this.
Picture from the Oklahoma City bombing that's indelibly etched into the minds of many people shows a police officer handing a firefighter an injured child. The picture appeared in newspapers all over the world. The baby, unidentified at the time, died at the scene. We now know her name. She was Bailey Allman. She had just turned 1 year old just one day before the bombing. The police officer who pulled the baby from the rubble talked with CNN's Bernard Shaw about the rescue attempt.
Where were you when you heard and saw what you felt? And take us through what you did as you went over there to be of assistance.
I was in the police station, in fact, in the 616 building. I was across the street from the police station when we heard the explosion. I stepped outside and saw smoke coming from this direction. I ran about 5 blocks to the federal building. As I stepped around front, someone said, "There's a daycare center on the 2nd floor." There was a policeman inside trying to get someone at the time, so I just went inside and we took 3 people out of the first room, went into 3 adults, and then we went back into the center of the building and down the hallway, and we could hear several people back there crying and hollering. I heard a baby crying, and we started moving bricks and rocks back on top of it, and we found 2 babies. The officer I was with took one down one hallway, and I took my baby out the other way.
In a tearful meeting Thursday with the police officer and firefighter, the child's mother thanked them for their efforts to save her little girl. I find it hard to get rid of that lump in my throat.
Absolutely.
Most Americans don't even think about it, but the fear of bombings has already affected our everyday lives.
CNN's Jeannie Most looks at the changes brought about by that fear.
It used to be when you left your purse somewhere, you worried about losing your wallet and credit cards. Well, in New York these days, a lost purse is reason enough to call out the bomb squad, close off the area, and bring in a guy in a protective suit to investigate. In these uneasy days, this is what happened when someone left a bag on a bench in front of several Manhattan courthouses. From being asked to show ID to being evacuated on account of a telephone threat.
The building is closed. Please clear the area.
New Yorkers have gotten used to it, but will the rest of the country have to?
What Oklahoma City shows us is that the people in Omaha and Springfield and Minneapolis can't sit back and say, oh, it's going to happen in Washington, D.C. and New York. Oklahoma City makes the entire United States a target.
It's been a while since planters ceased being just for plants, installed instead to stop would-be suicide bombers. Even restrooms are considered possible resting spots for bombs, at least in this courthouse. While the bomb squad was taking apart the lost purse, we ran into an officer making a sweep of every restroom stall and garbage can. Nothing to do with the purse outside, he said. They simply check for bombs in the bathrooms all the time. In Times Square, the rubble in Oklahoma City appeared on a giant screen like some sort of disaster movie. It reminded some of home.
Coming from Ireland, we're kind of used to some bombs in Belfast and stuff like that.
Some New Yorkers were unfazed.
Didn't affect me that much. I was in the World Trade Center when it blew up. So after that, everything is kind of tame by comparison.
Not to Ray Echeverria. He saw the World Trade Center blast from another angle, buried in rubble for 4 hours.
It was a total reliving everything that happened to me. And I had tears in my eyes because I know what those poor people are going through inside that building.
But despite the death toll,
the main problem is not to overreact to this, because in the final analysis, you have to live your life and you have to remain an open society.
For a while, residents in big cities can expect bomb scares and evacuations. Jeannie Moe, CNN, New York.
And coming up on CNN Overnight, more on the Oklahoma bombing. We'll hear from a psychiatrist with advice on how to cope with a tragedy of this dimension. And we'll be taking your calls. The number is 404-221-1855.
LAPD Chief Willie Williams, Friday night on Larry King Live, 9 Eastern, only on CNN.
Where's the best place to kick up your heels? The place you can enjoy the hottest country tunes and good friends? Boomer Saloon and Dance Hall at Boomtown Casino. That's where. Country dancing, hot videos, cold beer, live entertainment, and plenty of fun. And it's all waiting for you. Saddle up and head down to Boomtown Casino. Boomer Saloon and Dance Hall, only at Boomtown Casino.
Sift through the ruins of the past and the theories of the present. Enter forbidden zones. Investigate history's enduring puzzles. Mythology and myth come together on Terra X. Provocative, intriguing, a fascinating journey to unknown places. Terra X, Tuesday at 8 p.m. on the Discovery Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Moneyline with Lou Dobbs, now at a new time, weeknight 7:30 Eastern on CNN.
Investigators have posted a $2 million bounty for the people responsible for the worst terrorist attack on U.S. soil. Arrest warrants have been issued for these two men accused of renting the van used in the bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City. They are described as white men between 5'9" and 5'11" with medium builds. Anybody with information is asked to call 1-800-905-1514. That's 1-800-905-1514. These men are considered very dangerous.
A Jordanian American described as a possible witness to the Oklahoma City bombing is in FBI custody. He flew back Thursday night from London and will be questioned by the FBI for an unspecified length of time. Authorities say the witness flew from Oklahoma City to London Wednesday night by way of Chicago. His destination was Jordan. His luggage went on to Rome, where Italian police found what they describe as materials that could be used to make a bomb.
Under the glare of artificial lights, the wearied search goes on right now in Oklahoma City as hope diminishes of finding more trapped victims alive in the rubble. In the early pre-dawn hours, the official death toll has risen to 41, with 150 unaccounted for. Many more bodies remain inside the mangled building.
Victims of the Oklahoma bomb blast were remembered Thursday night by their friends and relatives at prayer services. Nearly 300 people attended First Christian Church, many comforting one another. President Clinton is expected to attend a mass memorial on Sunday. The devastation caused by the bomb can be measured in more than just brick and mortar, flesh and blood. It can also carry a heavy emotional toll. Dr. Mark Goulston is a psychiatrist and a professor at UCLA who has worked with victims traumatized by crisis. He is also the founder and president of Direct Conflict Resolution Group in Santa Monica, California. Doctor, thanks for being with us. We will have viewer calls in a moment to allow them to ask you a few questions, but first I'd like to ask you a few questions. First of all, how do victims go on with their lives after something so traumatic as this? Is it possible to have a normal life?
Well, you have a normal life, but you're a little less innocent. I think this took away a national innocence that maybe we've been carrying on for a while. What happens is we're sort of in a shock phase. We're numb. We're trying to fill the gaps by finding out who did it, maybe why they did it, because we're all disoriented by this. But as time will pass, the intensity will fade. As each day passes, it's going to become less of a current event and more of a past event, and our minds will fill in the gap with routines, and we'll go back to functioning, hopefully a little wiser.
And what about the children injured? Will they ever feel safe again?
I think children are more resilient than we are. I think what happens is when we see the children in this awful tragedy, we feel sort of useless as parents. It's like we can't protect our children from the world anymore, but children basically look to us to feel safe, and if we're handling the anxiety and the feeling of helplessness all right, then many of our children feel safe. And also our children can talk it out at school, with their friends, with their teachers.
And what about those children who came home only to find that their parent or parents weren't coming home?
Well, it's going to take a long time for them to fill that gap. They're going to feel that the world's a dangerous place, and it's going to take a long time for them to see things occurring that are safe, that it's safe to lower their guard, it's safe to believe again. But it's going to take a long time and a lot of support and nurturance from people around them.
Is counseling a must for these people?
I believe so. And now there may be people who say, I don't want any part of it, and there probably are a few people who don't need it. But what's important is to check in with these people, because sometimes what you don't think you need today, you'll need desperately tomorrow.
All right, Dr. Mark Goulston, professor at UCLA and psychiatrist. Please stick around. We're going to allow our viewers to have a talk with you. And still to come, your chance to comment on the tragedy in Oklahoma, as I just mentioned. Dr. Goulston will answer your questions about dealing with the emotional trauma. That number is 404-221-1855.
Businessman would toss and turn all night, unable to get comfortable with overseas trading, interest rate jitters, and the occasional skittish market. Now look at the remarkable difference Business Day makes. Because only CNN's Business Day prepares you with 60 minutes of solid financial news you need at 6 a.m. So now you can sleep peacefully and still bravely face the business day ahead.
2 plus 2 equals 4. The fourth letter of the alphabet is D. A baby cat is a kitten. True or false? Stealing is okay as long as you don't get caught.
Morals. They're not hard to learn. We just have to teach them. This has been a public service message brought to you by the Way to Happiness Foundation. For a free information kit on teaching common sense morals, call 1-800-850-7500. That's 1-800-850-7500.
Can you figure out the cost of a long-distance call?
We haven't studied that yet.
What do I look like, a mathematician? You don't need to be a math whiz to save with Sprint Cents. It's the simplest long-distance calling plan yet. Just 10 cents a minute, every evening, every night, and all weekend long. Call now for Sprint Cents and you'll get an extra bonus, up to 100 minutes free.
Okay. But what are you going to pay for a minute of long distance to someone, oh, say, 3,000 miles away?
50 to 60 cents a minute.
80 cents?
No, not with Sprint Cents. All your state-to-state calls are just 10 cents a minute for a full 12 hours every weeknight and all weekend long. And Sprint Cents couldn't be simpler. There are no calling circles, no confusing percentages. And remember, if you call now, you'll get up to 100 minutes free. Sprint will even switch you for free.
So let's review. What are you going to pay for long distance?
10 little pennies.
A dime a minute.
I'm talking 1 cent dime.
Very good.
Call 1-800-621-7495.
We're back now with Dr. Mark Goulston, a psychiatrist who will take your calls on coping with the tragedy of the Oklahoma City bombing. Our first caller is from California. California, go ahead.
Hi. First, I'd like to thank you for taking my call. Everyone I'm associated with in Oakland sends their love and congratulates CNN for doing such a good job. My question is, I'd like to know who is helping the rescue workers with some sort of therapeutic help and some sort of therapeutic security.
I believe there's a lot of people who are arriving on the scene even as we speak. I think the University of Oklahoma is setting up counseling centers through their psychiatry and psychology departments. I even think that FEMA is going to help out with that.
Our next caller is from Colorado. Colorado, go ahead.
Hi. I live in Denver, which has 2 big military bases, and watching this yesterday made us feel so much more vulnerable because the military bases here are run by rent-a-cops who don't even pay attention to people coming and going. And I guess I've at times with everything going on, my husband being in the military, we've been scared, but never having the potential terror of somebody just driving on base and blowing up our base. And it's just, we just spent the day yesterday crying, and my daughter, who's 7, has a hard time coping with it, so we've just had to kind of stop watching it because she even feels anger towards these people.
That's a good question. A psychologist earlier said, turn off your TV. Do we risk being overprotective?
No, I don't think so. I think a lot of these images, one of the problems for the media is you want to show things that make scenes memorable to make the news memorable, but the problem is if you make it too memorable and too vivid, you can create nightmares for people that won't go away. But this caller brings up an important point that I would tell all your viewers. Just because you feel afraid doesn't mean you're in danger. And it's very difficult to understand that, and we don't believe it when we're feeling afraid. The only way we believe it is when time passes and something bad doesn't happen. Just hang in there and try and do your usual routines, but just because you're afraid, it doesn't mean you're in any danger.
Okay, our next caller is from Ohio. Ohio, go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling from Toledo, Ohio. First, congratulations on such a coverage. The thing is, I'm a Muslim, and I'm a very strict Muslim. And I can tell you, as a Muslim, Islam forbids the killing of children. So whoever did this is not a Muslim, or at least he's not a true Muslim. Second of all those what's so-called terrorism experts, they got to have some kind of effect on the people, especially on the children. Everybody's shooting from the hips, and everybody start blaming the Muslims and the Arabs right away before even doing anything.
So you're saying there's a lot of blame going around. That's a natural reaction, isn't it, Doctor?
Well, it's a natural reaction because when you feel out of control, you'll jump on a wrong answer as opposed to no answer. And so that's why I think the President's message is so important, to not speculate, to not jump to conclusions, keep an open mind, and view the people that did this as murderers, not as some religious sect or some other organization. And it's so important to do that.
All right, Washington State, go ahead with your question.
When this first happened, I tended to feel a lot of anger and hatred because, you know, they labeled it as a Muslim-type ordeal. And now that I've found out, or possibly that it could be white people, Americans, I just find that I'm more horrified than ever before because this is an American, possibly 2 Americans that have done this to American people, to children. I'm truly appalled by this, and I'm wondering if there's other people too that have changed and become, kind of speechless to sit there and see these composite drawings of white people.
I couldn't agree with you more. In fact, I've become a little more feminist over the day because mothers wouldn't kill their young, and men did this. And tonight I'm not feeling that proud to be a man because men killed children a day ago.
All right, Dr. Mark Goulston, a psychiatrist and professor at UCLA, thank you so much for your insights and your advice.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you all for joining us, and our special coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing will continue throughout the night.
Yeah, we invite you to please stay with us for the very latest in this developing story.
Make the man. But looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
My advice to you is get a prelude.
Nature makes flowers beautiful. At 1-800-Flowers, we've developed a way to make them last. Our florists use a special 10-step freshness care system, a process that increases water absorption by the flowers and provides the necessary nutrients. That's why at 1-800-Flowers, we can guarantee your arrangements will stay fresh for a week. In our business, when people tell us we're fresh, we say thank you. Just call our name or visit our stores.
The search is on for survivors, for the bombers, and for the reason why they carried out such a ruthless attack. A special edition of CNN Newsroom.
I'm Cassandra Henderson. Brian Andrews is off.
Search dogs and sophisticated listening devices are probing the rubble, where scores of people are still buried after Wednesday morning's bombing in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. At least 41 people are dead, more than 400 are wounded, and about 150 still unaccounted for. Rescuers continued their search more than 24 hours after any survivor had been pulled from the wreckage. But hope is fading that anyone else was able to hang on. The scale of the tragedy is beginning to affect even the most seasoned emergency personnel. A worldwide manhunt is on for the people behind the bombing. A Jordanian-American man is back in the U.S. for questioning. The Justice Department says he could be a witness. He had a plane ticket from Oklahoma City through Chicago, then on to London, Rome, and finally Amman, Jordan. He was detained in London, but his luggage went on to Rome, where it was searched. Sources tell CNN it contained suspicious gear, including a radio, a videotape camera, and items that could be used to make an explosive device. The FBI has identified the vehicle that carried the bomb by tracing an identification number found on a piece of debris. Investigators tell CNN it was a 20-foot Ford van rented from a Ryder facility in Junction City, Kansas. The FBI issued sketches of the men believed to have rented the van. One is described as a white male of medium build, 180 to 185 pounds, with a light brown crew cut. He is right-handed. The other, a white male, medium build, 175 to 180 pounds, with brown hair and a tattoo on his left arm. The FBI says the men should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. They ask you to call 1-800-905-1514 if you know who they are or anything about them. Attorney General Janet Reno is turning up the heat under the suspects.
The government is offering a reward of up to $2 million for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the bombing in Oklahoma City. Although we have many hundreds of leads, we want to make sure that we have all relevant information that could lead to the conviction of all of those involved in this event.
President Clinton says the suspects can run, but they cannot hide. CNN senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer has more.
Officials say they're still not ruling out some sort of Middle East terror connection to the Oklahoma City truck bombing. This despite indications the two wanted suspects are described as white and apparently spoke with American accents. One source says the suspects may have been hired by others to rent the truck. Officials also are playing down the likelihood that a potential witness brought back to Washington from London will have much to offer investigators, though they're insisting there were good reasons for bringing him back. President Clinton, meanwhile, makes this flat pledge. Those responsible will be arrested.
Whoever did it, we will find out, and there will be justice that will be swift and certain and severe. And there is no place to hide. Nobody can hide any place in this country. Nobody can hide any place in this world from the terrible consequences of what have been done.
Mr. Clinton warns against jumping to conclusions about possible links to international terror groups, but hints there may be some.
This was an attack on innocent children, on innocent victims, on the people there in Oklahoma City. But make no mistake about it, this was an attack on the United States, our way of life, and everything we believe in. So whoever did it, we'll get to the bottom of it, and then we'll take the appropriate action.
In this case, Mr. Clinton says that could include the death penalty, as first suggested by Attorney General Janet Reno.
If this isn't an appropriate case for it, I don't think there ever would be one. And I strongly support what she said.
He ordered flags flown at half-staff till Monday, and he's expected to visit Oklahoma City Sunday to attend a memorial service. Several sources have suggested a possible motive for the bombing, revenge against the U.S. government. But revenge for precisely what remains unclear. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the White House.
Newsroom spoke with the American Red Cross about how young people in the U.S. might help. They suggest calling your local Red Cross to see if they need additional volunteers, since many regular volunteers are now in Oklahoma City. You can donate blood if you're in good health, are at least 17 years old, and weigh at least 110 pounds.
People in Oklahoma City are angry, frightened, grieving, feeling all kinds of strong emotions after the attack. One way people are coping with the bombing that blew apart their sense of safety is by holding memorial services for friends and loved ones. But hearing numbers about how many people were killed may seem overwhelming, but when someone's grieving for just one person, that pain is far more personal. CNN's Greg Lamont reports.
Behind the headlines of every major disaster are 1,000 untold stories. But in Chris Field's case, his was told on the front page of the local newspaper. Unfortunately, the story didn't end the way he had hoped.
I think I'm still in a state of shock. I ran the gamut of emotions, but I don't think I'm done yet.
Fields is a firefighter who desperately sought to save lives when he was handed a bloody infant found in the rubble.
He looked so lifeless and limp when he had the child that I was just wondering if there's anything, we're going to be able to do to save this child. I didn't want to admit to myself, but I pretty well assumed the child, was dead.
Minutes later, the little boy was pronounced dead.
I tried all day to come up with the words to describe it, and it's just an empty feeling. It's the most horrific thing I've ever seen in my life.
I was terrorized. I was absolutely hysterical. I don't think I had any control over my actions yesterday.
Irish Hill was working in her office when a massive bomb exploded. She says she came within inches of her life.
Had I been turned in the right direction, I wouldn't even have a face right now.
Hill says she didn't know it was a bomb until she saw television reports while she was in the hospital.
I heard that 2 of the people that I work with were severely hurt and may not survive. So it's been pretty emotional since then, and still is.
On top of that, some of her friends and relatives have yet to be found. Hundreds of people went to a local church hoping to learn something, anything about their missing friends and relatives. This mother and her 2 daughters are so afraid they'll never see daughter number 3 again.
And as soon as on the news I could see the building was messed up, I knew that she was missing. I talked to 2 of the girls in the office that got out, and she did not get out.
The pain is so terribly real. But, like in all disasters, the hurt will eventually subside. Unfortunately for so many, however, it will never completely go away. Greg Lamont, CNN, Oklahoma City.
One child who is not in the Oklahoma City bombing is having a pretty tough time dealing with it. 2 years ago, she was trapped in an elevator during the World Trade Center bombing. She said then she wanted to move to Oklahoma, where her grandmother lives. Her family had planned to move to Tulsa this summer. But when she heard about the bombing in Oklahoma City, she said, "Mommy, why are they following us?" Well, children in Oklahoma City also are asking why. CNN's Andrew Holtz visited one school there to see how students are coping.
Andrea Katowski's 3rd grade students drew pictures.
My heart's broken that the kids died.
The children in the pictures had tears on their faces, and there were real tears as well for the victims of the explosion.
Yes, thinking what happened that day with the kids.
And there's anger. One boy drew his vision of a terrorist's violent execution.
So this is the terrorist right here, okay? And what is, okay. Read it again, sweetheart.
Rest in pain, terrorist. You are dead.
Even though these children are physically unharmed, the explosion inflicted trauma. Some of the students here at Sequoia Elementary School had gone to the Federal Building Daycare Center when they were younger, and many knew families who lost people in the explosion. The students normally feel safe at school, but the sense of security was threatened for the 4th graders who could look right out their classroom window and see smoke rising on the horizon.
The curtains blew and everything, and I thought it was gonna rain in the sun. I heard something that sounded like a large bolt of lightning hitting down.
On any other day, social worker Frank Galt would be in his office at the Department of Human Services.
My daughter's here, and I knew that she was pretty weirded out by what happened yesterday here, and I knew there'd be a lot of kids that were processing it on a bunch of different levels, so I felt useless being at my work and felt I could do more good here.
He talked to groups of 4th and 5th grade students.
The kids needed an opportunity to talk, to know that everybody has pretty much the same feelings. Everybody's scared, everybody's angry, everybody's hurt by this. And you kind of have to let them go through that process.
Even if children don't say they're scared, experts say there may be other signs. A talkative child may become quiet, while a normally quiet child chatters on. A school district counselor talked individually with children if their parents or teachers said they were having special problems.
Members of our class, students, the teacher, and tell me what to write.
Teachers told their students they are still safe at school and tried to carry on class as usual.
Most counselors will tell us that students need to not change their routine very much. However, we've set aside time in the morning for each one of the teachers to take time with their students to answer questions, to discuss the situation, because it is a high topic of conversation.
Don't always think about it and make it your life thinking about what happened, and just try to go on with your normal life, which will be.
But of course, things are not normal.
If it happened again, it could be closer, and your family or someone you really like could be hurting it, and you don't know what to do.
Twins Josh and Megan Walker worried about a family friend missing in the federal building rubble.
Try to go to sleep, because we're worried about her.
Do you have friends who live in other cities, other states?
Yeah.
What would you tell them if you were on the phone with them right now?
This is me for Oklahoma.
These wounds to children's spirits are ones that no bandage nor splint can heal. Andrew Holtz, CNN, Oklahoma City.
This terrorist act affects not only America, it affects all of us who believe in peace, in democracy, and in freedom for all.
I have been in touch with President Clinton. I have expressed our profound sympathy to him, to the country, to the bereaved, and to the injured. And I have told the President that we're ready to help in any way we can.
And CNN will continue to follow the Oklahoma City explosion story throughout the weekend. We'll see you Monday. I'm Kathleen Kennedy at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Coming up next, rescuers work through the night in hopes of beating the odds and finding more survivors trapped under tons of rubble in the Oklahoma City bombing. We'll have the latest on rescue efforts. People pack memorial services to pray for those who were killed and give thanks for those who survived. CNN's continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing is next. Stay tuned.
Industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
On West St. New Orleans, there's a swinging spot where the music's cooking and the fun's red hot.
Swing on by night or day to Boomtown Bell Casino. Stay and stay. Boomtown Bell, come catch the show. Boomtown Bell with country, Cajun soul, West Bank fun. Night or day at Boomtown Bell Casino. Stay and stay.
Boomtown, now open 24 hours a day.
Can you keep a secret?
Pulse pounding.
It's bigger than anything you've ever seen.
Heart stopping.
I can do anything I want with you.
The action is wild on pay-per-view.
Look out, Dad! He's got a gun!
I cannot do it. I bet you'd like to do it again, wouldn't you?
Take the ride of a lifetime. Order the River Wild on pay-per-view.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
Sift through the ruins of the past and the theories of the present. Enter forbidden zones. Investigate history's enduring puzzles. Archaeology and myth come together on Terra X. Provocative, intriguing, a fascinating journey to unknown places. Terra X, Tuesday at 8 p.m. on the Discovery Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
This is CNN.
The painfully slow search for victims. Against all odds, anxious prayers that some may yet be found alive.
And the painfully slow search for two men. Authorities promise that it's only a matter of time. Hello, welcome back to CNN's continuing coverage of the rescue efforts in Oklahoma. I'm Brian Christie.
And I'm Kathleen Kennedy. Here is the very latest at this hour. Two searches are now at the center of the car bombing at the Oklahoma City Federal Building. One is a search for suspects. The other is a search for survivors. But rescue crews have not found any survivors amid the rubble of the building in 30 hours. But they keep looking. Police are also looking for a pair of suspects. One is described as about 5'10" or 11 with a medium build and light brown hair. The other is described as about 5'9" or 10 with brown hair and a visible tattoo on his arm. The Justice Department is offering a $2 million reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the bombing. The toll-free hotline number to call is 1-800-905-1514.
Meanwhile, the FBI is questioning a man who may have information regarding the bombing. He is a Jordanian-American who was returned to the United States from London last night. The flight list named him as Abraham Ahmad, but his luggage tags have the name Abraham Ahmad. They are believed to be the same person. When he was detained in London prior to being sent back to the United States, his luggage went on to Rome. Italian police say his bags contain possible bomb-making materials. The man reportedly lives in Oklahoma City. The Washington Post reports he is an electrical engineer. For now, he's being viewed as a possible witness.
Rescue workers in Oklahoma City have few people to rescue at this hour. Sadly, it's just bodies that are being pulled from the remains of that city's devastated federal building. CNN's Gary Tuckman is at the scene, and he joins us now with this update. Gary?
Well, Kathleen, the search work goes on here in Oklahoma City, but it goes on with a much heavier heart than just yesterday at this time. That's because it's been 30 hours since the last survivor was pulled out of the rubble of the federal building here behind me. That survivor was a 15-year-old girl, and she's in critical condition right now. But when she was pulled out, there was a genuine excitement here. There was a feeling that more people would get pulled out very soon, but a whole day has gone by, and no one living has been pulled out of this building. The death toll is now officially at 41, but that's just a cruel, slow fraction of the eventual total, a total that could increase fivefold. That's because there are still about 150 people unaccounted for. Now, there is still faith here. There is faith that someone could still survive. There are believed to be pockets in this demolished building where someone may not be able to be heard, but could still be surviving, and they are feverishly looking for those potential survivors. Now, the devastation inside this building is immense. Several hours ago, our cameras were allowed in for the first time, and you just see mountains of rubble inside. The workers have to proceed very gingerly because they don't want to move any very heavy objects that could crush a person who still might be alive. But you see chairs and you see file cabinets and refrigerators just thrown around like toys. It looks like a devastating earthquake at Oklahoma City. Instead, it's a 1 or 2 block area that were affected by this bomb here in Oklahoma City. Now, grieving Oklahomans got together last night to pray for the dead and to also pray for the people who might be dead inside the building. Families and friends hugged and had an emotional service. This is what's going to be taking place in this city over the next few days, and this state for the next few days, as a matter of fact, throughout the United States. One thing people are asked here when they say they want to help out in any way they can, the response you get from officials here in Oklahoma City, please pray for the people who died and the families who lost loved ones. Once again, the death toll is officially at 41, but it's expected to climb higher in the next several hours as they start bringing bodies out of the building. They've been leaving the bodies inside the building for right now because they've been concentrating on trying to get survivors out, but they are telling us within the next few hours they will start transporting bodies out of the building and bringing them to the morgue. Oklahoma City is a metropolitan area of about 1 million people, but it has a small town feel, and right now it's a small town that remains in shock. Kathleen, back to you.
You've repeatedly reported that 150 are still unaccounted for. What does unaccounted for mean? Is it possible that maybe there are some folks who were in the building that are now at home and don't know that they should call in and say, yes, I'm alive, I'm well?
Kathleen, their most fervent hope here is that they have 150 people who have just been delinquent in reporting their whereabouts and that they're at home with their families. But you know what? It's very unlikely it's going to happen. There may be 1 or 2 or 3 people. But like I said, there's a small town feel here, and people all have an idea who these people are who are inside. They've called their homes. Their family members have not seen them. So it's believed the great majority of these 150 people are still inside this building, and they are sure hoping that some of them are in pockets, still alive, and hoping that they could still get to them.
All right, Gary Tuckman reporting live from Oklahoma City. Thanks for that report.
The Oklahoma City bombing has not sparked widespread fear in the United States about the danger of terrorism. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows 16% admit a personal sense of danger from terrorist acts. That's up from 12% in 1993. An overwhelming 88% questioned are confident those responsible for the bombing will be caught. Only 9% disagree. But the poll is almost evenly split on whether people believe the U.S. government can prevent future attacks. 45% say yes, 46% disagree. The poll questioned 601 adults yesterday and has a margin of error of plus or minus 5 percentage points.
The bombing in the heartland of the U.S. brings the threat of terrorism home to many people.
And coming up, we'll talk with an expert on terrorism about what the bombing means here to the United States.
Challenging shoppers to compare X14 mildew stain remover to Thailand.
Oh, look at that. X14! It changed from almost like black to white. Amazing. Very amazing. Well, X14 is something I would definitely buy.
I didn't like the calling circle. I didn't like the list. I felt uncomfortable about giving out people's names.
Even if you weren't to call anyone outside of your calling circle, it's the fact that you have to call within the calling circle.
It's too much of a hassle.
Make it simple. Make it real.
Well, with AT&T True Savings, it is simple. Spend just $10 a month. Subtract 25% off your AT&T bill. Guaranteed.
I want the flexibility, so when I feel like calling one friend or another, somebody I haven't talked to in a while, I just pick up the phone and call them.
And the more you talk, the more you save. Spend $50 a month and subtract 30% off your AT&T bill. So switch today and switch free.
Simpler the better. And that seems pretty simple to me.
MCI customers, for relief, call now. 1-800-GET-TRUE.
Frankly, I'd much prefer to stay with AT&T.
Your true voice.
Kids. They come in all sizes, shapes, and colors, but never before with an instruction manual. Parenting Today, an essential guide to raising kids in the 90s. Saturday, 1:30 Eastern on CNN.
Remember the old saying, what goes around comes around? That's what happens when you recycle and buy recycled products. Quality recycled products and packaging are everywhere. So next time you go shopping, look for recycled content in your products and packaging. To make recycling work, you've got to buy recycled. Call 1-800-NRC-RECYCLE for a free shopper's guide to buying recycled products. Brought to you by the National Recycling Coalition and the Steel Recycling Institute. When you buy steel, you buy recycled. Steel, America's #1 recycled material.
Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating says President Clinton has accepted his invitation to attend a Sunday prayer service at the Oklahoma State Fairgrounds Arena. Yesterday, the president tried to calm the fears of children across the country who've been traumatized by the Oklahoma bombing.
Today, I have ordered new steps to be taken to secure federal facilities throughout the United States. I would say to the children of this country, what happened was a bad thing, an evil thing. But we will find the people who did it, and we will bring them to justice. This is a law-abiding country, and neither the leaders nor the citizens of this country will permit it to be paralyzed by this kind of behavior.
Leaders from around the globe are condemning the Oklahoma blast. Japanese Prime Minister Tomoichi Murayama offered his country's sympathy to the victims of the bombing.
The Oklahoma City bombing plants the scourge of terrorism squarely within the United States borders. Connor Gearty is a professor of law at King's College in London. He's also an expert on terrorism. He joins us now from London. Professor, thank you very much for joining us.
Not at all.
One of the questions that we all ask ourselves here is, why did it take so long for it finally to hit the United States? It's been going on in London, it's been going on in Northern Ireland, many parts of the world, but yet we've been kind of separated from it. Your thoughts on this?
It's been something of a mystery. I suppose the United States has always been vulnerable, and of course it's perceived to be the great enemy amongst many groups willing to engage in such violence. But until now, the FBI has had a really unparalleled record in being able to infiltrate and secure good intelligence on people and act so as to prevent the events happening. Now, we saw at the World Trade Center the first breach in that, and it may be that it's no longer possible for the FBI to be wholly confident that they can preempt such actions, which is an unpleasant scenario to envisage.
How does the incident in Oklahoma City compare to what goes on in Northern Ireland or Britain?
Well, the right analogy, I think, is the early 1970s. Because during that time, Britain went through a terrifying sequence of terrorist events where ordinary people were being killed on a regular basis. And I think that's an important point. These have been, you might say paradoxically, 2 one-offs, the World Trade Center in Oklahoma. It really becomes terrifying if there's a sequence of such events. And we don't know yet whether there will be. It's possible that these are peculiar one-off events that won't be repeated. But if there are to be more, then I'm afraid it could be like Britain in the early 1970s, where we're a very panic-stricken society, a very worried and anxious society.
I guess that's the big question. Is this going to be the start of a trend? And it has a lot of people frightened here in the United States, but according to a recent poll, people just don't think it's going to happen to them.
That's right. And one of the dimensions of terrorism that makes it horribly effective is a perception that it will happen to them. And it was American tourists in Europe who thought it might happen to them that held back on tourism in the mid-80s. A lot depends on whether these people, the right people, are apprehended. If that happens quickly, then life could return to normal more quickly than you'd imagine. However, if there are people at large, another explosion, if the FBI looks as though it's not able to control the situation, then you might find that figure, which is attractively, pleasantly low at the moment, rising steeply and rising fast.
Now, what can residents of the United States learn from their British counterparts?
Well, Britain went through a great phase of anxiety and neurosis. It made a huge number of mistakes in the early 1970s. Overreaction is the most terrible danger here. We know about all the miscarriage of justice cases that occurred in this country. They occurred in this context of terrible terrorist violence in the early 1970s. So calm, and not to jump to any conclusions about any ethnic groups or any people from certain political backgrounds. It's very important to be not talking up the possibility of there being suspects here without any good empirical evidence.
And what do you think about the response of the United States so far, and is President Clinton reacting correctly?
Well, in my judgment, excellently. It's very important not to give the public a misleading impression that there's some easy solution, that there's some bad country irrationally predisposed against the United States. And he's been able to communicate that sense of responsibility, in my judgment, together with an awareness of the vital need to punish those responsible.
You've studied greatly on this type of thing, and most of us here in the United States are this is just completely something that we're just not used to. What sort of group or individual should we be looking for, or do you have any ideas after looking at the situation at large?
Well, unfortunately, with such events, without a claim which is credible, there's a whole range of people, and anybody who claims that they know who it is, other than the people who did it, are in a sense misleading you with their so-called expertise. The trouble is, it's quite easy to jump to a conclusion that a group is opposed to United States policy, jump from that statement to the conclusion that they did the bombing. And that would open up a whole world of people, both within and outside the United States. Speculation is dangerous, where the consequences of it are to incriminate groups that mightn't be at all involved.
Let's take a look at the way it happened, the city it happened in, right in the center of the United States, something that many people would not suspect. Does that give you any clues?
Well, I think what that looked to indicate was the vulnerability of the target was greater in the center of the United States than it might have been in a federal office in, for example, New York or Washington. And an aspect of terrorism which makes it so difficult to control is that it's a moving event. It just chooses targets on the basis of vulnerability. And once you decide to go for civilians, or at least to be reckless as to who you kill, it's much easier to choose such targets.
But why would terrorists choose Oklahoma City?
Well, partly the symbolism of Middle America, compounding the anxieties that such an attack would have had even if it had taken place in New York and Washington, and partly vulnerability. Easier to park a truck loaded with explosives outside a place that doesn't expect such a thing.
Okay. And what are the chances the terrorists might be caught?
Well, I think the United States has a very good record in catching people, and already these developments with the photo kept and with people being interviewed and with persons who are thought to be suspects, already the developments are very strong so soon after the explosion. What we have to be very careful of is that not only people are caught, but that the right people are caught. But the signs are good so far.
Okay. I would like to thank you very much, Connor Gearty. Thank you very much, from the King's College professor of law and expert on international terrorism. We're grateful for your time. Kathleen?
When we come back, a look at the other top stories in the news. Stay with us.
Who says clothes make the man? By looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
They keep missing out. Those men over 50 who have symptomatic BPH, an enlargement of the prostate which causes urinary symptoms. Think about it. Does going to the bathroom keep you from getting a good night's sleep? Are you bothered by the frequent need to go? The feeling of urgency? Then the sensation that your bladder isn't completely empty? Now there's help. Read about it in this informative free brochure. Call toll-free now for your complimentary copy. It includes an important questionnaire for you to complete and discuss with your doctor. The brochure also offers information about BPH, its symptoms and treatment options. Urinary symptoms might also be a sign of a more serious condition.
To order your helpful free brochure, call now 1-800-424-5533. Sunday on CNN Presents. 25 years since the first Earth Day celebration, industry claims they've cleaned up their act. But environmentalists say it's still a mess. And now Newt thinks he has a better idea.
Are we literally going to try to preserve North America as though nobody showed up?
Is this any way to celebrate Earth Day? In search of the truth behind green lies. CNN Presents. Sunday, 9 Eastern.
More on our coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing coming up moments from now, but let's take a quick look at some of the other news that took place. There were key events in and out of court in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. One juror spoke to Judge Lance Ito and asked to be excused, saying, quote, "I can't take it anymore." Judge Ito then asked if her request was due to the discussion Wednesday about possible racial division among jurors. She replied, "It's just a combination of things." Judge Ito didn't take any immediate action on the request. Now, in court, LAPD criminalist Andrea Mazzola was sworn in and began her testimony. She testified she collected much of the physical evidence at the crime scene. Defense attorney Peter Neufeld attacked Mazzola's credibility and credentials to handle the case. Also yesterday, Judge Ito also replaced 3 deputies guarding sequestered jurors. The action follows claims some deputies were favoring white jurors over black jurors.
Well, Democrats on Capitol Hill reportedly are about to lose another familiar face. News reports say Senator David Pryor of Arkansas will announce his retirement just hours from now. The 3-term senator will become the 5th Democratic senator not seeking re-election.
At least 1 police officer is dead in New Jersey after a gun battle over a weapons search. 2 policemen were brothers. One of them was wounded but is expected to survive. The other was killed. A prosecutor's investigator is reported down inside the house. The gunman opened fire as the men tried to force their way in to search for weapons. The gunman is still barricaded inside.
More on the Oklahoma City bombing is just ahead.
Our coverage will continue after this quick break.
Figure out the cost of a long-distance call.
We haven't studied that yet.
What do I look like, a mathematician? You don't need to be a math whiz to save with Sprint Cents. It's the simplest long-distance calling plan yet. Just 10 cents a minute, every evening, every night, and all weekend long. Call now for Sprint Cents and you'll get an extra bonus, up to 100 minutes free.
Okay, but what are you going to pay for a minute of long distance to someone, oh, say, 3,000 miles away?
50 to 60 cents a minute.
80 cents? No, not with Sprint Cents. All your state-to-state calls are just 10 cents a minute for a full 12 hours every weeknight and all weekend long. And Sprint Cents couldn't be simpler. There are no calling circles, no confusing percentages. And remember, if you call now, you'll get up to 100 minutes free. Sprint will even switch you for free.
So let's review. What are you going to pay for long distance?
10 little pennies.
A dime a minute.
I'm talking 1 thin dime.
Very good.
Call 1-800-621-7495.
Taking over the Cartoon Network. Beware, the Too Stupid Challenge. All next week at 8, only on the Cartoon Network.
Hey, get off my foot!
Endless sea of images from Oklahoma City, 2 in particular pierce our hearts. The photo of a policeman handing the body of a small child to a fireman, and the fireman cradling her in his arms. Sadly, little Bailey Allman was pronounced dead at the scene. It was the day after her first birthday.
And at a time like this, words fail. What can you say? These pictures speak for themselves.
Join Mary Tillotson for intelligent talk about today's issues. The Emmy-nominated CNN and Company. Weekdays, 11:30 Eastern.
Where's the best place to kick up your heels? The place you can enjoy the hottest country tunes and good friends? Boomer Saloon and Dance Hall at Boomtown Casino. That's where. Country dancing, hot videos, cold beer, live entertainment, and plenty of fun. And it's all waiting for you. So saddle up and head down to Boomtown Casino. Boomer Saloon and Dance Hall. Only at Boomtown Casino.
You're watching the dawn of a new day, when an information highway will allow you to control TV like never before. You'll interact with entertainment, as well as with each other. Did you make that in school? Access information instantly.
Whales, the world's largest mammal.
Even buy the perfect gift, all through television.
Thank you for your
While you're watching, Cox Cable's building the fiber optic network that will one day bring the future home to you. And you thought you were just watching television.
Both sides, now at a new time, Sunday, 12:30 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Christie at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Kathleen Kennedy. Showbiz Today will not be seen at this time due to our continuing coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing.
And here is the latest on the tragedy as rescue workers work through the night in hopes of finding some survivors, more survivors, any survivors. The death toll from the bombing stands at 41 people. Hundreds more were injured in the blast, and an additional 150 people remain unaccounted for this morning. Recovery crews continue to dig through tons of rubble and now say there are no signs of survivors inside that building. A reward of up to $2 million has been offered for information leading to an arrest and conviction in the case.
The FBI has released composite sketches of 2 suspects in the car bombing. The public is being asked for information about 2 unidentified men, but authorities say they don't want anyone trying to apprehend the suspects.
Both of these men should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. Citizens should not, therefore, attempt to take any action against these men. Anyone with information about these 2 men should provide it immediately to the nearest FBI office. They can also call phone banks that have been especially established to receive that information. We urge people with information to call 1-800-905-1514.
The Justice Department is offering a $2 million reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the bombing. Well, the first big break in this case may have come from security cameras near the Oklahoma City Federal Building. Reporter Anthony Foster from CNN affiliate KFOR has that story.
It goes down as the deadliest explosion in U.S. history, and the news channel has learned it may have all been caught on tape. Caught under the watchful eye of the security camera, positioned just 1 block away from the Alfred P. Murrah building. Depending on the timing of this panning robotic camera, the entire explosion could have been on tape. It's owned by Southwestern Bell and used as a security cam for the phone company's parking lot. It's one of over a dozen cameras we spotted within a 2-block area of the explosion. A spokesman for the phone company says tapes are constantly rolling on these cameras, but the tapes are already in the hands of the FBI. In fact, just moments after the second bomb scare Wednesday, federal investigators had already taken the tapes. The security tapes are monitored inside this Southwestern Bell building, but we're not being allowed in because the building is being used now as a staging area for the entire rescue and cleanup operation. But the questions remain, what did this camera catch? If it didn't capture the entire explosion, did it catch the bombers parking the truck that was loaded with over 1,000 pounds of explosives? We don't know the answers right now, and Southwestern Bell officials say they never got a chance to see the tapes for themselves. And for right now, the FBI isn't talking about what they saw.
That was reporter Anthony Foster of CNN affiliate KFOR.
Meanwhile, the FBI is questioning a man who may have information regarding the bombing. He is a Jordanian American who flew back from London Thursday night. The flight list named him as Abram Ahmad, but his luggage tags had the name Abraham Ahmed. They are believed to be the same person. When he was detained in London prior to being sent back to the U.S., his luggage went on to Rome. Italian police say his bags contained possible bomb-making materials. Now, the man reportedly lives in Oklahoma City. The Washington Post reports he is an electrical engineer. For now, he's being viewed as a possible witness.
This tragedy has touched the lives of many people who were nowhere near the explosion. Many of them gathered in churches to remember the victims and seek comfort for themselves. CNN's Tony Clark has that story.
They have been brought together by the bond of shared suffering. They're the friends and relatives of those killed or missing in Wednesday's bomb blast. At a church service Thursday night, they drew strength from one another.
We come together because we cannot bear these burdens alone. We need one another.
Nearly 300 people prayed, cried, and comforted one another. Most have been together throughout the day, waiting for word, not knowing the fate of their loved ones.
We pray for those who do not yet know and who are caught in the awful turmoil between hope and despair.
As they shared their pain and their sorrow, as they thought of their loved ones, they also thought of the people who brought about this tragedy.
We pray that they might come to know the awfulness of what they have done.
Yet through the tears, there is still the faith and strength of purpose that sustains people here in America's heartland. Being together helps them get through the day, but it does not make their tragedy any easier. Tony Clark, CNN, Oklahoma City.
And President Clinton is warning those responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing that there is no place to hide. The administration is offering $2 million for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the bombers. The president says government agencies are working to bring the fugitives to justice.
I was briefed last night at midnight. I was briefed this morning early in the morning. I know what the status of our efforts are. They are intense and they are comprehensive. But I do not believe we should be commenting on an ongoing investigation. And at the appropriate time, the Justice Department will say whatever it is that should be said. I can tell the American people they would be very proud of the efforts which have been made in this area since it occurred yesterday morning. They have been awesome, intense, comprehensive, and dogged. But I will not comment on the specific aspects of the investigation until the Justice Department determines it's appropriate to do.
Oklahoma Governor Frank Keating says President Clinton has accepted his invitation to attend the Sunday prayer service at the Oklahoma State Fairgrounds.
The White House continues to receive condolences, offers of help, and sympathy from around the world. Among them, Israel, Britain, and the Islamic fundamentalist groups Hamas and Islamic Jihad. Both Israel and Britain are very familiar with terrorist attacks.
In my heart, I was crying when I heard there are so many children, and I saw their fathers and mothers that close. At tears and sadness, I felt like one of them.
I have been in touch with President Clinton. I have expressed our profound sympathy to him, to the country, to the bereaved, and to the injured. And I have told the President that we're ready to help in any way we can.
This is not our side, outside Palestine. The American people are not our enemy. Even the American governments, we are not considering them our enemy, regardless of their attitude as a supporter of Israel.
Diplomats say the international support has been gratifying.
A new CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows most U.S. citizens feel fairly safe despite the bombing in Oklahoma City. 16% of the 601 adults polled say they feel a personal sense of danger from terrorist attacks, at work or at home. That's up 4 points since 1993. 17% believe terrorists could target their workplaces compared to 82% who don't believe that. And an overwhelming 88% of those polled are confident the government will catch those responsible for the bombing. 9% of those polled have doubts. Well, the bombing at the federal building in Oklahoma City has raised a lot of concerns at other federal facilities throughout the country. CNN's John Holloman looks at security measures being taken to lessen the danger.
The Clinton administration beefed up security at more than 8,000 government office buildings in the wake of the Oklahoma car bombing. Concrete barriers rolled into place. More police and security officers on the lookout for suspicious vehicles. Since car bombs seem to be the terrorists' weapon of choice, private security experts say the best way to prevent one is to keep vehicles away from buildings.
Limit the access or vehicle access to the closeness of the building, the close proximity of that building. That means the loading dock area. That means those parking garages. That means the front of that building.
Workers are being told to pay closer attention to anything suspicious going on around their building.
If you see something that's strange, something that's out of the way, then tell us about it and let us investigate. One, if a cop car shows up to a guy and says, listen, somebody just noticed you sitting out here.
Other security experts point to airline anti-terrorist programs as a way to protect federal buildings.
When you put metal detectors in airports, hijackings went down. When you started x-raying baggage and matching passengers to bags on international flights, bombings diminished. So I think there are some measures we could take domestically.
Federal workers in Washington say they're going to be more careful about security at work.
We've got to be a little bit more aware of what goes underneath our buildings and what goes in front of our buildings.
I would imagine that that every federal building is examining its current security requirements and probably will increase those considering what's happened.
They need tighter security. We don't have enough security in these buildings.
Security experts say federal buildings could be better protected from car bombs by erecting a series of concrete barricades like this garbage can 15 feet from the outside wall of the building. They say something like that could make the difference between minor damage and Oklahoma City. John Holloman, CNN, Washington.
I've got a feeling a lot of changes are about to come.
I'm sure they are.
Yeah. Much more to come here at CNN.
Don't go away. Our coverage resumes after a short break.
What's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need.
Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. That's 1-800-MATH-192.
Unlock your body's potential. We proudly offer Soloflex. 32 old-fashioned iron-pumping exercises, each correct in form and balance, all on a simple machine that fits in the corner of your home. For a free brochure, call anytime.
Clothes with an edge of masculinity. That's the aim from Paris designer Marcel Naranjou. From beachwear to evening wear, his spring collection makes a statement. On Style with Elsa Clench, 10:30 Eastern on CNN.
What does your business get when combining breaking news with a network 486 PC? CNN at Work. Get the competitive edge of being the first to know. Call 1-800-CNN-WORK. That's 1-800-CNN-WORK.
Fate or call it luck, an amateur photographer chanced upon the rescue of a baby just minutes after the blast and snapped a pair of now famous photographs that for many people sum up the essence of this tragedy. The policeman at the left recalls that very moment.
Someone said there's a daycare center on the second floor. There was a policeman inside trying to get someone at the time, so I just went inside and we took 3 people out of the first room, went into 3 adults, and then we went back into the center of the building and down the hallway, and we could hear several people back there crying and hollering. I heard a baby crying, and we started moving bricks and rocks back on top of it, and we found 2 babies. The officer I was with took one down one hallway, and I took my baby out the other way.
That child was pronounced dead at the scene. Her name was Bailey Allman, and she had just celebrated her first birthday the day before.
Countless parents were understandably nervous today about dropping off their children at daycare centers, especially those at federal facilities like the one in Oklahoma City. CNN's Lisa Price explained some of those centers do not meet the government's own standards for security.
Despite the armed guards,
I figure it could happen anywhere.
the electronic surveillance,
All I can think about was my daughters.
the state-of-the-art security,
Am I supposed to not take them to daycare anymore?
the more than 6,000 students attending the country's 89 federal daycare centers may be at higher risk, experts say, than children at private centers.
I don't know of any parent that would be that sure that nothing would happen to their child.
When a bomb claimed the life of a federal judge in 1989, the daycare center inside Atlanta's Russell Federal Building was closed permanently.
I think we need to reevaluate our whole system when it comes to this country as far as caring for our children.
CNN has obtained a copy of the General Services Administration guidelines, which drive the system. Among other things, they call for the installation of intercoms at entrances, shatter-resistant glass windows, doors constructed of either metal or solid wood. Another Federal Protection Service here in Chicago says the mandates are strictly enforced. They are not. There is no safety film or security glazing on these windows. Neither is the door built of metal or solid wood.
After the events of yesterday, we have increased security of all of our buildings.
This Georgia federal daycare is equipped with shatterproof windows, but sources tell CNN compliance is spotty. Security experts say children in federal daycare centers need safer keeping.
We should be more careful in terms of where they're placed in the facility, and we should be more vigilant of the types of protection we provide them. They deserve extra protection.
Thursday, Attorney General Janet Reno promised security inside of federal daycare centers would be scrutinized.
What we have tried to do is to take all possible steps at this time and to take reasonable precautions based on this investigation. We obviously will continue to review all steps that should be taken in similar circumstances.
In the meantime, parents are taking any threat very seriously.
Before there was threats and nothing ever happened. Now this is really scary. Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going home.
Lisa Price for CNN, Chicago.
And we're going to take a break. Still ahead, some of the other stories making news.
And CNN coverage of the Oklahoma City car bombing will continue.
I was afraid of the computer, but with Quicken, the world's #1 finance software, it's easy.
And to find out just how easy, call this number to try Quicken for just $9.95. Stop worrying about money. Quicken shows exactly where your money goes and exactly how much you have. Get all your financial information accurately organized in one place. Let Quicken pay your bills, track bank accounts, investments, taxes, budgets, and more. And it's simple because Quicken looks and works just like your checkbook, only easier. Pay a bill once, then next time Quicken remembers and does it all. See how Quicken's graphs instantly show you what you spent in any given month or on any given item. Get reports like these at the touch of a key.
And let Quicken reconcile your whole bank statement in less than 2 minutes.
So, if you have a PC with Windows, DOS, or a Mac, call now to try Quicken for only $9.95. That's right, only $9.95 to try Quicken.
Call 1-800-453-2405.
Who says clothes make the man? By looking at me, it's easy to see how hair can make the difference.
If your hair is thinning, call Hair Club for Men and receive your free booklet about thinning hair. It covers transplants, weaving, minoxidil, and much more. You'll also find before and after photos of men like yourself who've benefited from Hair Club's advanced technology of adding hair in with your own hair without surgery. Now, whether working out, showering, or just blow drying your hair, it feels like your own.
So call for your free booklet, and you'll see how hair can make you look and feel your best.
Revolutionary, explosive. From Alvin and Heidi Toffler, authors of Future Shock, comes a new book with a provocative foreword by Newt Gingrich, creating a new civilization, the politics of the third wave, now at bookstores everywhere.
More coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing moments from now, but first let us update you with some of the other news taking place. Democrats on Capitol Hill reportedly are about to lose another familiar face. News reports say Senator David Pryor of Arkansas will announce his retirement just about hours from now. The three-term senator would become the fifth Democratic senator not to seek re-election.
Los Angeles police criminalist Andrea Mazzola took the stand in the O.J. Simpson trial yesterday. Mazzola explained how she handled key evidence in the case. But important developments took place outside the courtroom as one juror asked the judge to be removed from the case. CNN's Jim Hill has the wrap-up.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
The juror told Judge Lancito she wants off the O.J. Simpson panel. In transcripts from an in-chambers meeting, the woman is quoted as saying, "I can't take it anymore." The 25-year-old African-American flight attendant told the judge, "It's just a combination of things throughout the last 3 months." That's how long the jury has been sequestered. The judge took no immediate action, and the juror resumed her place on the panel Thursday afternoon. But if she is dismissed, she'll be the 7th person to leave the jury, and only 5 alternates will remain. Meanwhile, Judge Lancito also asked that 3 Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputies be replaced from their jobs guarding the sequestered jury. This comes after complaints from dismissed jury member Jeanette Harris. She said some deputies promoted racial tension on the jury. It's a charge the judge is investigating. Sheriff Sherman Block said he is replacing the deputies, but under protest.
I find that, first of all, his action is premature in that he has not completed his inquiry. He has yet to interview the deputies, any of the deputies who are involved.
Thursday night, Harris gave CNN her reaction to the deputy's replacement.
I think it was a wise decision. Shows what I've always thought, that he's concerned about the jury, and he saw a problem, and he tried to move on it.
Judge Ito has concluded questioning jury members over the charges of racial tension. Court officials say no misconduct was uncovered. Sometime Friday, the judge will reportedly question all the deputies who have guarded the sequestered jury over the past 3 months. Jim Hill for CNN, Los Angeles.
In Canada, a powerful explosion ripped through the Prince Edward Island legislature yesterday, sending a shower of glass onto lawmakers and injuring one man. Investigators say a pipe bomb was planted under a wooden wheelchair ramp while the legislature was in session. The injured man was cut by flying glass. Police haven't released a motive in the bombing, and no one has claimed responsibility. Debris from the blast was found as far as 3 blocks away.
Japanese police reportedly say Wednesday's attack on subway riders in Yokohama was carried out by several people. Nearly 700 people were overcome by noxious fumes, but no one was seriously injured. The French press agency Wire Service says police have not come up with any conclusive evidence in that gas attack. A series of powerful earthquakes rumbled beneath the Philippines early today. Officials say the quakes shook wide regions of central and southern Philippines. The strongest of the 4 quakes was felt in the capital of Manila. Now, damage to streets and buildings is being reported, but so far, no immediate reports of casualties.
And still ahead, reaction from one group of Americans in a potentially sensitive position because of the bombing in Oklahoma City. Stay with us.
Billy, what's wrong?
I can't get this math.
Never before in America and in no other country in the world has it been easier to get top grades in math. How? The answer is Math Made Easy videotapes. Basic math, high school math, or college math, all tested and proven instructional videotapes just for you. If you need top grades in math, Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are a must. Used by educators all over America. It's like having your own professional tutor at your side. Follow the thousands of students who have gained confidence and have prepared for A's in math. Select the tapes you need.
Call now for details and a free brochure. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. Parents or grandparents, now's the time to help a student in your family.
Mom, I got an A. That's great.
Math Made Easy tutoring tapes are guaranteed. Call now for more information. Dial 1-800-MATH-192. That's 1-800-MATH-192.
You know you need life insurance to protect the family you love. We know the way things go, it's hard to find the money to pay the premiums. You know you've got to do it, and we know we can help you. So if you need $25,000 to $1 million or more of quality life insurance protection,
call today, 800-257-1257 for this free information package.
Garden State Life may be able to save you as much as 50% off what you're paying for term life insurance protection.
Call 800-257-1257 toll free.
Critics are calling it mouth-watering, a better selection of films, riches that remain virtually a secret. The secret is out. Turner Classic Movies, the new channel with the world's best classic films. Call your cable company and ask for it by name.
The FBI is now looking for two white men in connection with Wednesday's deadly bombing in Oklahoma City. This, for the time being, has turned the spotlight away from Muslim groups, which some officials believe may be involved in the attack. As Joe McFarland reports, that suspicion is hurtful to Muslim Americans.
The pictures from Oklahoma City haunted and frightened many. But for Arab Americans, there is fear of an aftershock.
I don't think it's fair to put us under such a pressure to defend ourselves from something that we have nothing to do with.
Within hours of the bombing, various media outlets began reporting that two Arab-looking men were seen leaving the area. Immediately following the reports came speculation that a radical Islamic group could be behind the attack. The president was quick to speak out against the dangers of finger-pointing.
And we should not stereotype anybody. What we need to do is to find out who did this and punish them harshly.
The United States is actually home to 5 million Muslims, but only 12.5% are Arabs. Most of the Muslims living in the United States are African American. The majority of Arab Americans are Christians, and the majority of Muslims denounce violence.
We have enough pulling at us because people don't understand what Islam is. They think that it's a foreigner's religion, and it's a religion of peace for all mankind.
Joe McFarland for CNN, Detroit, Michigan.
Well, that's going to wrap it up for us. We appreciate you being there. I'm Brian Christie at the CNN Center in Atlanta.
I'm Kathleen Kennedy. There are places you can call if you're interested in helping victims of the Oklahoma City bombing. Here's a look at some numbers to call to help victims and their families recover.
Join Mary Tillotson for intelligent talk about today's issues. The Emmy-nominated CNN and Company. Weekdays, 11:30 Eastern.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
Sift through the ruins of the past and the theories of the present. Enter forbidden zones. Investigate history's enduring puzzles. Archaeology and myth come together on Terra X. Provocative, intriguing, a fascinating journey to unknown places. Terra X, Tuesday at 8 p.m. on the Discovery Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable. He was the most raw talent they had ever seen. By the time he was 18, he was the most talked about athlete in the country. At 20, he was the most feared fighter in history. Until suddenly, bad advice and his own personal demons turned an American dream into an American nightmare. Tyson, an HBO original. Saturday, April 29th at 8. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Their dream was the Olympics.
I am feeling very Olympic today.
But they chose a sport they knew absolutely nothing about.
Who are you? The Jamaican bobsled team, sir.
In a climate they'd never been.
And took the whole world along for a ride.
John Candy.
And the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team in Cool Runnings. Saturday, April 29th at 9 on the Disney Channel.
It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
This is CNN.
Looking for signs of life as the death toll from Wednesday's Oklahoma bombing continues to climb. The grim search for victims continues.
The massive manhunt widens for those responsible for the carnage, and these suitcases could provide clues to the investigation.
A lot of yucky stuff. Stuff you don't really see a lot every day here in Oklahoma. Yeah, wasn't really pleasant.
Shock, anger, and fear. Coping with the trauma of the attack. How are children dealing with the realities of the tragedy?
Good morning. CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing aftermath continues. I'm Bob Kane.
Good morning. I'm Andrea Arsenault.
41 bodies now have been removed from the rubble of a federal building in Oklahoma City. 150 people, about, are still unaccounted for in Wednesday's bombing. In the meantime, a massive manhunt for the killers, fueled by a $2 million reward, and sketches of 2 unnamed suspects, is hitting full stride. Searchers using heavy equipment and small listening devices picked through the rubble for a second night, but they found no more survivors of the car bomb explosion, only more bodies. Meanwhile, a man described as a possible witness has been returned to the United States for questioning. His plane landed at Dulles Airport outside Washington. The man is identified as a Jordanian American. He was believed to have been bound for Amman. He was intercepted in London after his luggage had gone on to and was searched in Rome. In the luggage, Italian authorities reportedly found equipment that could be useful in building a bomb. Sketches of 2 men have been flashed around the world. Their identities not known, but the men are suspected of renting the vehicle, which was packed with explosives and then blown up in Oklahoma City. The FBI is circulating the sketches and a number to report information. That phone number is 1-800-905-1514. One agency official says the phones just don't stop ringing.
One of the rescue workers in Oklahoma City says our sensors are detecting absolutely no sounds of survivors. Our cameras show only death. CNN's Gary Tuckman is in Oklahoma City this morning. He has the latest from the bombing scene. Gary.
Well, Andrea, here in Oklahoma City, there are roughly 150 families going through the ultimate nightmare.
They're the families of the unaccounted for. It's believed that roughly 150 people are still inside this building. Its rescuers' most fervent hope that some of them are still alive, but like what you were saying, it's been about 30 hours since someone was pulled out of there alive, and right now things don't look good. However, they are hopeful that there are some pockets within this building where people could still be alive, and perhaps these little microphones are not picking up any sounds, but they are still there. That is what's keeping these searchers going, the faith that someone might still be alive. Now, there are 41 other families with a different type of nightmare. They are the families of the confirmed dead. Right now, they're planning funerals, and the people experiencing that type of nightmare, that number is expected to climb throughout the day as they start bringing the dead outside this building. CNN's Greg Lamont has more on the sad and emotional stories.
Behind the headlines of every major disaster are 1,000 untold stories. But in Chris Field's case, his was told on the front page of the local newspaper. Unfortunately, the story didn't end the way he had hoped.
I think I'm still in a state of shock. I ran the gamut of emotions, but I don't think I'm done yet.
Fields is a firefighter who desperately sought to save lives, but he was handed a bloody infant found in the rubble.
It looked so lifeless and limp when he had the child that I was just wondering if there's anything, we're going to be able to do to save this child. I didn't want to admit to myself, but I pretty well assumed the child, was dead.
Minutes later, the infant was pronounced dead.
I tried all day to come up with the words to describe it, and it's just an empty feeling. It's the most horrific thing I've ever seen in my life.
I was terrorized. I was absolutely hysterical. I don't think I had any control over my actions yesterday.
Irish Hill was working in her office when a massive bomb exploded. She says she came within inches of her life.
Had I been turned in the right direction, I wouldn't even have a face right now.
Hill says she didn't know it was a bomb until she saw television reports while she was in the hospital.
I heard that 2 of the people that I work with were severely hurt and may not survive. So it's been pretty emotional since then, and still is.
On top of that, some of her friends and relatives have yet to be found. Hundreds of people went to a local church hoping to learn something, anything about their missing friends and relatives. This mother and her 2 daughters are so afraid they'll never see daughter number 3 again.
And as soon as on the news I could see the building was messed up, I knew that she was missing. I talked to 2 of the girls in the office that got out, and she did not get out.
The pain is so terribly real. But, like in all disasters, the hurt will eventually subside. Unfortunately for so many, however, it will never completely go away. Greg Lamont, CNN, Oklahoma City.
The devastation inside this building behind me is immense. When you look back at it, you feel it's incredible that anyone could have survived it at all. The fact is, more than 400 people did. Some of the people were outside at the time. Some of the people were in other parts of the building. But the fact is, many of the survivors were in the most heavily damaged parts of the building. Of those 400 people who were wounded, though, about 50 remain in critical condition. Andrea, back to you.
Well, Gary, any estimates on the possible number of bodies that may be inside the building?
Well, the fact is that there are 150 people unaccounted for. The hope is that some of those people are still alive, but the rescuers, searchers, police officials, FBI officials here are very prepared for the death toll to climb from its 41 and increase 5-fold to perhaps as much as 190 or so.
How far into the building have searchers been able to probe?
Well, they've had to be very careful because the building is very fragile right now. A 1,000 to 2,000 pound bomb exploded, which, as you might imagine, means the building is in bad shape. They're afraid the building could fall apart at any time, and that's why they haven't been able to bring hundreds of people in there. Normally, if you weren't concerned about a building of this kind falling apart, you'd have a lot more people inside. But most of the time, they've only been able to have between and 40 people gingerly looking through the building, looking for survivors. So they've explored most of the building right now. There are some portions they haven't been able to get to because you have 1-ton beams that are lying in the way, and they have to move those. But they've explored a good percentage of this building, but they still have some to go.
Okay, Gary Tuckman reporting from Oklahoma City this morning. Thank you. Bob.
It is now 7 minutes past the hour. A massive search is underway for 2 suspects, as we have noted in the bombing. Yesterday, the FBI issued warrants for 2 men believed to have rented the truck that carried the explosives. CNN correspondent Anthony Collins has our report.
The FBI moved quickly to hunt for 2 key suspects in the bombing and to question a third man described as a possible witness. The FBI issued arrest warrants for 2 white males it says rented a truck that carried the bomb. It asked anyone with information about them to call 1-800-905-1514. Authorities believe the 2 suspects rented a Ryder truck used in the bombing from this body shop in Junction City, Kansas.
Both of these men should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. Citizens should not, therefore, attempt to take any action against these men.
Their names were not known, but the FBI did issue composite sketches of the 2, both of medium height and build. One man was described as having a light brown crew cut. The other reportedly has a tattoo on his left arm. Attorney General Janet Reno offered an inducement for people to come forward with information.
The government is offering a reward of up to $2 million for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the bombing in Oklahoma City.
Meanwhile, a Jordanian-American man detained in London arrived under escort at Dulles Airport outside Washington. Wanted as a possible witness, he was taken to an undisclosed location in Virginia for questioning. His luggage had gone on to Rome. Italian police seized the bags and searched them. One source said the luggage contained equipment that could be used to make an explosive device. Officials said the man lived in a modest home in Oklahoma City, where neighbors said they hardly knew him. Although law enforcement officials say they are making progress, they hope the offer of a reward will help them achieve the breakthrough they need. They note that a similar reward led to the capture of the alleged mastermind of the World Trade Center bombing. Anthony Collins, CNN, at the Justice Department.
As you heard, the Jordanian-American man described as a possible witness to the bombing lived in Oklahoma City. A key piece of evidence may be a big piece of luggage. Investigators questioned his neighbors about it.
We told them that we saw him come in, I think it was Monday night, with this suitcase. And they were interested in the suitcase, just wanted to know what it looked like, and we told them. And then it was on the news a while ago, the picture of it, and that was the suitcase that we saw.
Investigators say they are not sure the man had any involvement in the bombing attack.
Federal authorities may get some help in their investigation from a videotape from a surveillance camera. It's a robotic camera. It's positioned about a block away from the federal building. And depending on the timing and the position of the camera, which rotates, the entire explosion could be on tape. The camera monitors the parking lot of a telephone company. Authorities say the tape is now in the hands of the FBI.
Well, stay with us on CNN.
Our extensive coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing continues in just a few minutes.
Introducing new Armor All Vinyl Siding Wash. Spray it on, wait 5 minutes, then wash it off with a hose. And look, why, it's the greatest invention since vinyl siding. New Armor All Vinyl Siding Wash.
Why is Embassy Suites twice the hotel? First, you get a suite with 2 big rooms. Evening beverages are on the house, not on the bill. And our cook-to-order breakfast is free of charge. Obviously, this isn't your typical hotel. It's twice the room, twice the comfort, and twice the value. And it's only at Embassy Suites. Twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
How do you know? Who do you trust? What are they really saying? Only one long-distance company gives you written proof that your business saves over AT&T. There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
Well, sure, my business is saving with AT&T. At least I think so. I feel that we are. I'm sure that we are. How would I know if we weren't? I don't think we'd know. I don't know if we're saving.
There's no question about savings with MCI's Proof Positive.
You know what I hate? Pain. That's why I love Aspercreme. When I get mine on muscle aches, I just rub it in for fast relief that lasts for hours. And it's odor-free. Why live with pain? You're going to love it. Aspercreme does not contain aspirin.
Worried you might have termites? Call 1-800-TERMINEX to know for sure.
Where's that number?
Nobody offers a better guarantee. Even if you've misplaced our number, just remember, 1-800-TERMINEX. Call now.
My
Ticker continuously updates scores in a flash, even while games are in progress. Headline News Sports Ticker, weekday evenings and all weekend long. From now on, you'll always know the score.
Would be expected, the tragedy in Oklahoma overshadowed last night's state dinner at the White House. But President Clinton and Brazilian President Fernando Henrique Cardoso went through the motions of an official toast anyway. Mr. Clinton noted that Mr. Cardoso's visit had come at a very difficult time for America. Mr. Clinton also thanked the Brazilian leader for his condolences and partnership in what Mr. Clinton calls the struggle against evil and criminality. CNN's senior White House correspondent Wolf Blitzer has the latest on the story.
Officials say they're still not ruling out some sort of Middle East terror connection to the Oklahoma City truck bombing. This despite indications the two wanted suspects are described as white and apparently spoke with American accents. One source says the suspects may have been hired by others to rent the truck. Officials also are playing down the likelihood that a potential witness brought back to Washington from London will have much to offer investigators, though they're insisting there were good reasons for bringing him back. President Clinton, meanwhile, makes this flat pledge. Those responsible will be arrested.
Whoever did it, we will find out, and there will be justice that will be swift and certain and severe. And there is no place to hide. Nobody can hide any place in this country. Nobody can hide any place in this world from the terrible consequences of what have been done.
Mr. Clinton warns against jumping to conclusions about possible links to international terror groups, but hints there may be some.
This was an attack on innocent children, on innocent victims, on the people there in Oklahoma City. But make no mistake about it, this was an attack on the United States, our way of life, and everything we believe in. So whoever did it, we'll get to the bottom of it, and then we'll take the appropriate action.
In this case, Mr. Clinton says that could include the death penalty, as first suggested by Attorney General Janet Reno.
If this isn't an appropriate case for it, I don't think there ever would be one. And I strongly support what she said.
He ordered flags flown at half-staff till Monday, and he's expected to visit Oklahoma City Sunday to attend a memorial service. Several sources have suggested a possible motive for the bombing, revenge against the U.S. government. But revenge for precisely what remains unclear. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, the White House.
We have gotten better, closer pictures than we have been seeing from Oklahoma City, where rescue workers continue their search for survivors in the rubble. Reporter Sean McLaughlin of CNN affiliate KFOR was on the scene.
This is the very latest video from Ground Zero, and you can see how spectacular it is. Some of the workers there perched on top of the rubble. This is the very latest video we have. We got it about half an hour ago, and it's kind of an angle, a perspective we have not been able to give you before. You can literally see the mountain of twisted metal and the carnage that they're having to deal with. It is quite a sight. It's hard to believe that's a 9-story building when you consider what these people are doing. We're talking about them scaling. Look what they're actually having to do. He's got a jackhammer there, but he's also trying to kind of scale up the mountain. He's trying to break it apart a little bit, because what they're trying to do is probably try to reach some pockets of safety. We are keeping our fingers crossed along with everybody else here, hoping that they might come up with a survivor. You can see the difficulty there. That is a slab of concrete, and that kind of tells the story right there. The 9-story federal building that was just demolished. A good third of it just out, and our death toll is in the high 30s. Our wounded is in the 200, and there are still some 200 unaccounted for. We are hoping there will be some good news out of here, and we will, of course, keep you posted. Once again, this is the very latest video from Ground Zero, and you can see exactly what these emergency personnel are dealing with. It is not a pretty sight out here by any stretch of the imagination. We're a good block and a half from it, and this is literally just maybe 50 to 100 feet away from it, and it is quite incomprehensible to really think what is happening out there. You can see the hard hats. Let me remind you real quickly that you're seeing a lot of the equipment that the firefighters and the emergency crews are using. They have asked us to ask you or anybody out there if somebody might be able to supply some saline solution, something to rinse the eyes out with. Because one of the problems is when they're drilling and when they're moving all the concrete, it kicks up the dust. There are probably some pictures coming up in a little bit to show you that. And the problem is the firefighters are getting it in their eyes. They have protective goggles, but they can't keep all of it out. And they're asking that if anybody can donate any eye solution. You see the huge concrete slab that they're moving. They're trying to do it quite precariously if they can. But if anybody has any eye solution out there, the firefighters desperately need it because they are working under very harsh conditions and they're trying to do the best job they can.
Since that report by Sean McLaughlin, the official death toll has climbed to 41, making the bombing the deadliest in history in the United States. 150 other people remain unaccounted for.
The Oklahoma bombing has shocked people all over the world. It made headlines from Tokyo to London as people expressed sympathy for the victims and their families. The Vatican said no one can feel safe anymore in any part of the world. World leaders offered assistance and condolences.
I have been in touch with President Clinton. I have expressed our profound sympathy to him, to the country, to the bereaved and to the injured. And I have told the President that we're ready to help in any way we can.
In my heart I was crying when I heard there are so many children, and I saw their fathers and mothers that close. At tears and sadness, I felt like one of them.
The Prime Minister of Lebanon said the bombing was deplored by his people, who have suffered many similar attacks. Several groups who have been linked to terrorism in the past are denying involvement in the Oklahoma City bombing. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Hezbollah from Lebanon, and the Islamic Action Front from Jordan condemned the bombing. The Hamas statement said it had no hostility toward American people. Hamas targets usually are connected to Israel. The Hamas denial is very unusual. In the past, the group either has claimed responsibility for an attack or remained silent.
We will be back with more live coverage and a look at some of the day's other news.
Seeing some of the workers there. But some of the workers who are...
Only Embassy Suites hotels give you a suite with 2 big rooms, a free cook-to-order breakfast, and evening beverages on the house. Because only Embassy Suites is twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
In 1866, the world's first dynamo was invented by Werner Siemens. It began the revolution that brought electricity to everyone. That was then. This is now. The generation, distribution, and control of energy are at the heart of Siemens today, where you work, live, and play. And with 45,000 people at work nationwide, Siemens is leading the way into the next century. Siemens, precision thinking.
AT&T's television commercials convinced my mom, my sister, and me not to join MCI's savings program.
Then we heard about MCI's new friends and family, and we decided to try it. So we joined together.
Now, when we spend just $10 a month, we save 50% on all the calls we make to each other.
That's half of what we used to pay on AT&T's basic rate for the same call.
And now we realize that all the time AT&T was telling us not to join MCI, they were charging us America's highest long-distance rate.
You know what I hate? Pain. That's why I love Aspercreme. And now I love Aspercreme even more. You know why? It's got aloe to soothe my skin. When I get minor muscle aches, I just rub an Aspercreme right where it hurts. I get fast relief, and it lasts for hours. Lucky for me, Aspercreme is odor-free. You think I would have smelled like a medicine chest? Hey, next time you have pain, try Aspercreme with aloe. Why live with pain? You're going to love it. Aspercreme does not contain aspirin.
So, once upon a time, a Volvo 850 Turbo meets a BMW 325i, and the BMW says, I have 189 horsepower. And the Volvo says, that's nice, I have 222. I can do 0 to 60 in 7.8 seconds. And the Volvo says, that's nice, I can do it in 6.3. So the BMW says, I'm the ultimate. And the Volvo says, really?
Hoop Dreams, a new book based on the critically acclaimed film. Take a closer look at 2 boys' struggle to leave the inner city for the NBA with an introduction by Charles Barkley. Hoop Dreams, now in bookstores.
We are coming up to 23 minutes past the hour. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows Americans feel slightly less secure from terrorism now than they did before the Oklahoma City bombing. Still, only 16% of those responding say they feel any personal sense of danger from terrorist acts where they live or work. That is up 4 percentage points from a poll taken in 1993. Asked whether their workplace could be a target for terrorists, 17% now say yes, 82% say no. Asked if the U.S. government agents will catch those to blame for the bombing, 88% say they're confident they will, only 9% are not confident. And asked what the penalty should be for anyone convicted in the bombing, 80% say death, 16% say life in prison. Asked if the U.S. government can prevent future attacks, we are divided. 45% say yes, 46% say no. 87% of those responding say they support establishing security checkpoints in most office buildings. 11% are against it. And 76% support restricting visitors from countries considered terrorist havens. 21% oppose such restrictions.
Still ahead, we'll have the latest on the Oklahoma City bombing and a live report from the scene. But first, a look at some of the other stories we're covering this morning. In New Jersey, there are reports that a standoff between police and a murder suspect is over. Earlier, FBI agents were trying to talk a gunman into surrendering. The gunman barricaded himself inside a house yesterday after he shot and killed one police officer and critically wounded another. An investigator for the New Jersey prosecutor's office also was shot while trying to conduct a weapons search. The Associated Press reports that the standoff has ended, but details are sketchy. Arkansas Senator David Pryor is expected to announce his retirement today. The 60-year-old Democrat reportedly does not plan to seek re-election to a fourth term. Pryor will become the 5th Democratic senator to retire. Other Senate Democrats calling it quits include Paul Simon of Illinois, Howell Heflin of Alabama, J. Bennett Johnston of Louisiana, and James Exxon of Nebraska.
A possible juror expulsion and a witness for the prosecution goes on the defensive. All part of yesterday's developments in the O.J. Simpson murder trial. Details from correspondent Sean Calebs.
Not allow anybody. Another juror wants off the Simpson case. The 25-year-old African-American woman asked Judge Ito to be removed, saying, "I can't take it anymore." At the same time, 3 deputies assigned to the jury have been removed at Judge Ito's request. Earlier, former juror Jeanette Harris complained that there was racial discord on the panel, and she says some deputies contributed to the problem.
He has requested that 3 deputies who have been assigned to the sequestration of the jury be removed from that responsibility, that assignment.
Rookie criminalist Andrea Mazzola spent the day on the stand, with prosecutors and the defense focusing on what she did and didn't do during the investigation. Prosecutors got Mazzola to counter a claim by Simpson attorneys that she handled blood-stained evidence without wearing gloves.
I wouldn't hand anybody anything bloody if they were not wearing gloves.
But is it for health reasons or
personal protection? Right.
Simpson's legal team has portrayed authorities at the crime scene as bungling investigators. Mazzola showed how she carefully collected the knit cap and bloody glove outside Nicole Brown Simpson's condominium.
And you want to pick up the glove in a secure grip and by touching as small an area as possible.
She denies a defense contention that evidence was cross-contaminated.
The hat and the glove at Bundy were touching each other. They were not in 2 completely separate areas. They were in physical contact with each other.
Okay. Prosecutors carefully quizzed Mazzola. As part of a preemptive strike, they pointed out Mazzola is a rookie technician with little law enforcement experience.
Hank Goldberg's direct examination of Andrea Mazzola was very brief. He wanted Mazzola to describe how the blood was collected to show that it was done in an appropriate manner.
The defense put Mazzola on the defensive, implying that Mazzola and criminalist Dennis Fung conspired to make their testimony match.
Do you agree, ma'am, that his recollection of who collected which items at Rockingham and Bundy in that meeting were different and contradicted your testimony at August 23rd?
I don't know. We talked about who collected what because it seemed like it was going to be a big deal rather than us working as a team.
Peter Neufeld will resume his cross-examination of Mazzola Friday. Meanwhile, Simpson friend and attorney Robert Kardashian is fighting the prosecution's efforts to put him on the stand. Kardashian's attorney has filed another motion, saying the prosecution's attempt to put him on the stand appears to be a blatant tactical move and one that would compromise the attorney-client privilege. Sean Caleb, CNN, Los Angeles.
When we return, the emotional aftermath of the Oklahoma City tragedy. Children haunted by the images speak out.
CNN's live coverage continues after this.
Industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. Who's telling the truth? CNN presents Sunday.
Sift through the ruins of the past and the theories of the present. Enter forbidden zones. Investigate history's enduring puzzles. Archaeology and myth come together on Terra X. Provocative, intriguing, a fascinating journey to unknown places. Terra X. Tuesday at 8 p.m. on the Discovery Channel. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
Crossfire, now at a new time. Weeknights, 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
I was really mad that there was be some kind of person that could do that. I don't know if he knew there were children inside or not, but I mean, it's sad enough innocent lives, but innocent children.
It can be hard for adults to understand the suffering or the anxiety of children who have witnessed tragedy. But some doctors say it's good for children to talk about their feelings. More from reporter Quinn Tran of CNN affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City.
I love you.
It's time for Christy Flores to drop off her 4-year-old at daycare. Saying goodbye isn't easy. She's holding him a little closer, a lot tighter. Little Nicholas explains why.
The bomb it blew up and people was in the building and the firemen tried to get out in the building, but it couldn't get in the building because I saw a policeman under the building.
These are the pictures Nicholas and his mother saw on television. Damage, destruction, blood and bodies. And these are the pictures of human pain 5-year-old Shayla Danner really cannot put down on paper. She says these are images she cannot forget because some of the victims are children her age.
Well, I feel sorry for the kids' parents because of they died yesterday. I saw a lot of blood, a lot of crying, a lot of yucky stuff.
Stuff you don't really see a lot every day here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, it wasn't really pleasant.
And 7-year-old David Swanson feels lucky his family is safe and sound. His dad works across the street from the blast site. Little David says for a long time he wasn't sure whether his dad was dead or alive. Today he knows.
My mom and I have learned what a second is.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when the bomb went off, my dad could have been killed just like that.
That report from Quinn Tran of CNN affiliate KFOR in Oklahoma City.
The psychological damage to survivors of the bombing could linger for months. And this morning we have 2 experts from London who will help us understand what can be done to help. Our guests are Lori Beth Bisbee and Stephen Bisbee, trauma counselors in London. Good morning to both of you, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
I don't know if you just saw the report that we just aired, but it seems like the children have definitely been affected by this. What are they going to face in the upcoming months, and how do they deal with all of these emotions that they are now having to be confronted with?
Well, I suspect that they're going to face a variety of symptoms, including nightmares, a lot of attention and undue attention on the events, and a lot of fear. And really what can be done about it is giving them time to talk, explaining in their language what's happened, and giving them the opportunity to express their emotions.
Now, do they need to talk to a counselor, a professional counselor, or just talking to a friend or a family member? Would that suffice?
Well, it's useful if they're extremely traumatized to do some type of debriefing, and then talking to family members and friends. And if symptoms persist beyond a few weeks, then you might be looking at talking to a professional.
Okay, let's talk about that. The emotional aftermath, would that be considered post-traumatic stress disorder?
Well, not at this point. At this point, their reactions are quite normal because this is a very abnormal event. Initially, within the first month, you would expect reactions that we would call acute stress disorder.
Okay.
You wouldn't...
Go ahead, please.
Go on. You wouldn't expect post-traumatic stress disorder for another couple of months.
Okay, so what kind of attention, Stephen, if you will, do those involved as well as those being directly affected by this tragedy need to do at this point?
The people involved?
Yes, exactly.
The emergency services and the rescue workers and people like that?
Mm-hmm. As well as the children, the victims, parents who have lost children, children who have lost parents in this incident.
Okay, well, they should be supported. As far as I know, you have psychological services available over there. I think the IATC is there with counselors on hand to support people on an as-needed basis. Not everybody's going to have trouble, but people with severe symptoms, people that are showing signs of acute distress.
Okay, give us some examples of those symptoms, if you will.
Well, somebody going into shock, somebody who is obviously crying or feeling nauseous or symptoms like that should be picked up immediately. Somebody else who's withdrawing.
Yeah, in addition, people who are feeling like things are quite unreal or numb, as well as people who are completely focused on the event.
How important is it for the rescue workers and the medical personnel to get attention at this point?
Well, the effort is ongoing, so they should get attention on an as-needed basis, have the opportunity to talk during breaks. Some rescue workers will show symptoms and others won't, and so there should be some sort of formal debriefing, which we understand is being organized, that they can attend once the rescue effort is over.
Yes, the idea...
Go ahead, Stephen.
Yeah, the idea is if you can get the teams together at some appropriate time within a couple of days of the duties that they've been doing and give them the opportunity to express what they've seen, what they've been through, how they feel, and what they did, then that should mean that with any luck that PTSD doesn't develop.
So
they can do.
What are they likely experiencing at this point, and have the enormity and the reality of the situation set in?
Well, I would imagine that at the moment they're feeling quite numb. They're probably in a certain amount of shock, but they're probably doing quite well given that, as far as I understand, they're still finding people alive in the building. Once they start to only find bodies, then their usefulness in a rescue will be diminished, and their morale will probably consequently go down. At that point, I think they will need taken care of, or some of them will. What
do you tell a person who has experienced such a tragedy?
Well, you tell them that that what they have experienced is abnormal, and if they are feeling distressed because of it, then that is a normal reaction, and that they can get help, their help is available, and that it can be explained to them the sorts of symptoms that they're feeling and how they can deal with those.
Lori, go ahead, please.
In addition, you want to let them know that help is available and effective.
What about a sense of helplessness? With these rescue workers going into this building, seeing the number of bodies, seeing these victims that may be alive but have little chance of living, can there be a sense of helplessness And how does one deal with that? How does one counsel someone to get through that period of helplessness and defenselessness?
Well, certainly there could be a sense of helplessness, and I'd be surprised if there wasn't in some cases. I think the way that you counsel someone in that situation is get them to express what they're feeling and what they're thinking, and to go over what's actually been humanly possible for them to do. Because what I suspect you'll find is that all of these people are doing everything that is absolutely humanly possible and can't really do anymore.
What about family members of the rescue workers, of medical personnel? They're coming home, or when they do get a chance to come home, and they're feeling this enormous burden, emotional burden. What is it that a family member can do to help take off some of that load?
Well, partly take the cue from the worker coming home. If they don't want to talk about it, to give them some distance and just be supportive. If they do want to talk about it, to listen as much as possible without commenting, without making judgments, and just letting the person know that they're there.
Should a rescue worker or medical personnel or anyone else who has been involved or affected by this tragedy look to resume some kind of normalcy to life anytime soon?
I would say yes. With the proper help, if somebody's affected, they get the proper help quickly, they should be able to resume a normal life in the future.
Stephen, would you like to comment on that?
Yes, I think one of the things that's important for rescue workers is not to go straight back to a normal environment where they don't have the opportunity to talk about what they've been through with people that really understand, such as their fellow workers, particularly if they haven't had the opportunity of going to a debriefing or getting any one-to-one counseling if they need it. Then it is better that they spend some time, if only social time, with some of the team that they've been working with, particularly as they probably feel that they can't unload onto their family and their children, as that wouldn't be appropriate, and sometimes it's not appropriate.
Okay, and if you will, very briefly, just give us a time frame if symptoms persist when someone needs to get serious counseling.
Well, acute stress disorder would be what somebody may feel immediately having been through an incident like that. If symptoms persist further than a month from the incident, then they may qualify for a diagnosis of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder, in which case they should definitely get some qualified help.
Okay, we thank you both for joining us this morning. Lori Beth Bisbee and Stephen Bisbee, trauma counselors, joining us from London. And CNN's coverage of the Oklahoma City bombing will continue in just a moment.
Stay with us.
What if we got a hill and made it snow?
Audi Quattro, all-wheel drive, all the time, transfers power to the wheels with the most traction.
Wait, no, scratch the snow. Keep the hill. Get something really slippery.
So Quattro goes places the Mercedes C280 and BMW 325i, even with traction control, never dreamed. And it goes there for less.
Nah, they'd never believe it.
Audi Quattro from 27,170 from the soul of Audi.
You know what I hate? Pain. That's why I love Aspercreme. When I get mine on muscle aches, I just rub it in for fast relief that lasts for hours. And it's odor-free. Why live with pain? You're going to love it. Aspercreme does not contain aspirin.
A sparkling ship on crystal waters is coming. Absolutely gorgeous. It was so much fun. The perfect lobster is coming.
Our waiters, they would do anything for us, any time.
Perfection is coming.
A gift from the captain.
Memories are coming. 7 days in Royal Caribbean's Caribbean are coming. You've got some Royal Caribbean coming. I need coffee.
Coffee. It's Jerry. He runs the Super 8 motel. He's like all their people, friendly and helpful. Can't be a relative.
Super 8. Super people, super prices at over 1,000 locations nationwide.
There's one thing that can make watching the NBA playoffs better. Flipping back and forth between games. That's why TNT and TBS bring you playoff double coverage. Twice as many games, twice the intensity. The playoffs begin Thursday, April 27th on TNT and TBS.
Here's an update of the Oklahoma City bombing. The number of dead continues to rise. There are now, so far, 41 people confirmed dead. About 150 others still unaccounted for. CNN correspondent Gary Tuchman is on the scene of the bomb attack and joins us live from Oklahoma City. Morning, Gary.
Good morning, Bob. The worst terrorist bombing in U.S. history promises to get only more tragic as the day wears on today. That's because the official death toll of 41 is expected to climb sometime later this morning. By all accounts, there are scores of dead inside this federal building behind me, and they're expected to start bringing some of the bodies out later today, and once they bring the bodies out, they're added to the death toll list. Roughly 150 people are still unaccounted for. The hope is that some of them have survived and are still in there, perhaps in a pocket somewhere, but it's been 30 hours since the last survivor was brought outside of the building. Now, more than 400 people were wounded in this attack. Some of the people wounded were outside the building when the bomb went off. One of those people who was on the sidewalk near the building is a woman by the name of Susan Urbach. She ended up with glass and plaster in her face and more than 200 stitches. CNN's Bernard Shaw spent some time with her.
Word has spread very quickly that 2 identified suspects have been released to the public. There's a search on for these men. When you heard that the United States authorities here with the Oklahoma City authorities had come up with 2 suspects, what did you think? What were you feeling?
I was impressed. I think they've worked really hard to try to come up with the leads and follow up everything and just try to coordinate and figure out what exactly has happened.
How did you come to get more than 200 stitches?
Well, it's a combination. Our building was just across the street, and I was standing with my back to the window that happens to me in my office, and all of a sudden we just heard a boom, and our entire office just crashed around us. Not only did the windows blow out, but also the ceilings and the walls. Just plaster fell and caved in, and I was thrown to the ground and just was buried there for a moment.
Did you have any thoughts about whether you would survive what was happening to you at that instant?
No, my whole thought was just get up and get out. And I did. I was able to do that.
Were your coworkers as fortunate?
Yes, and in fact, of the people in my specific office, I'm actually the one that's hurt the worst.
When you came out of the building, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was just shocked because the ambulances and the fire trucks were already there. I mean, this is minutes after all of this had happened, and a lot of people were standing around on the street waiting, and there were people who were walking around, obviously, who were bleeding, and so I went over where the ambulances were because I knew I was bleeding and needed to get some help.
While you were trying to get help, what was going through your mind? I know that there was a rush of time. Seconds were just passing by.
I think I just couldn't believe it. I mean, for me, I just wanted to get out of the building and make sure I got out of the building. And so, quite frankly, at that point, I just wasn't feeling really much of anything except knowing that I needed to get some help and try to get to the medics and get going.
Rescuers will continue searching this building as long as there is a chance that there are any survivors, but right now they're not as hopeful as they were perhaps 24 hours ago, just after they got the last survivor. This is Gary Tuchman, CNN Live in Oklahoma City.
Gary, you mentioned in an earlier report that some friends and family members of people still not accounted for were gathering at a church not too far away, waiting for word of their loved ones. Is that the clearinghouse, as it were, or the headquarters for such information? Is there such a place?
That particular church has been a church that has just unofficially become a place where people are gathering and trading information and finding out what's going on. However, a lot of the other families have remained in seclusion, and that is certainly understandable in a moment like this.
The 150 or so people missing, Gary, would represent hundreds upon hundreds of family members and friends who must be deeply concerned about them.
Well, Bob, that's the real sad part, because Oklahoma City is a big metropolitan area, relatively speaking. There's about 1 million people, but it really does have a small-town feel, and a lot of people know a lot of people. So when you're talking about 150 and you're talking about their family members and their friends, it's hard to find anybody in town here, especially in this downtown area, who doesn't know someone who may be inside there or doesn't know someone who knows someone who's inside there.
Are you hearing any word on how long the search may take? How many more days?
They're talking right now, and I presume this won't be a final answer because it really depends on what they find, but they said yesterday this could be 4 to 6 days where they're looking for survivors and pulling out the dead. They haven't gotten through the whole building yet, so it's hard for them to determine, but the damage is so significant and extensive that it's going to take a long time for them to make sure that A, there's nobody alive, and B, that there are no bodies left in there.
Is the presumption that the building will be demolished when everything else is done?
That's a good question. We were just talking to the architect yesterday, and they have made no decisions on the future of this federal building. But this architect who designed this building back in 1977 tells us that he believes the building can be saved, that if they just tear down the 1/3 of it that's damaged, they can rebuild it to the part that's not significantly damaged.
Gary Tuckman in Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Well, there's more ahead this morning on the Oklahoma City bombing.
We'll be right back.
Well, don't worry, honey. I've got something that'll help make you feel all better.
For itchy rashes, insect bites, even poison ivy, get cortisone for kids. Now the anti-itch medicine doctors recommend is in a children's formula with aloe for children's sensitive skin. It gets under the itch for soothing relief and help in healing.
Mom, the itch is all gone.
Oh, good.
Get cortisone for kids with the anti-itch medicine doctors recommend.
You're looking for something different. Imagine the lush taste of paradise. Tropical passion. New from Crystal Light. Pink strawberry with a kiss of kiwi. Passion fruit with a splash of pineapple. Light, refreshing, and just 5 calories. If passion had a taste, this would be it. Tropical passion. New from Crystal Light.
It's next to the kitchen. It's in the park. It's over the bakery. It's the new American workplace. And today, about 40 million of us have an office there, with our own dreams, our own ideas, our own ways of getting the job done. And to help get it done a little easier or faster, we turn to our branch office, Kinko's. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, branch office for the new American workplace. Wherever it is.
Introducing new Armor All Vinyl Siding Wash. Spray it on, wait 5 minutes, then wash it off with a hose. And look, why, it's the greatest invention since vinyl siding. New Armor All Vinyl Siding Wash.
Clean or what? Super 8 motel rooms are clean. Here a clean, there a clean. Everywhere a clean. And comfortable.
Super 8 Motels, 1-800-800-8000. Clean, comfortable, and affordable.
Are you out there, AT&T? Of course you are. You're not going to like this. You know how all along you've been telling us at MCI to put it in writing? Sort of implying that we weren't telling the truth about our savings. Well, approve a savings statement. We're sending them to our new friends and family customers, showing them how they save. Put it in writing. I hate to say it, AT&T, but you asked for it.
Please pass the all fruit.
Please pass the all fruit.
Pass the banana all fruit.
Please pass the jelly.
Polana All Fruit is real fruit, sweetened only with fruit juice. The only fruit spread called All Fruit. So please, don't dare call it jelly. Try Polana All Fruit, the spreadable fruit. Start with strawberry. More plump, juicy strawberries make it strawberrier than ever.
My guy's a mega man. He doesn't sleep enough, he doesn't eat right,
weight, so he takes Mega Men from GNC. It's a multivitamin formulated just for men, and he's a better man for it.
Mega Men, only at General Nutrition Centers. Here's to your health, America.
In times of tragedy, people of faith, and even those of very little faith, often join together to find strength. Friends and relatives of the Oklahoma bomb victims held a prayer service last night.
In my Jewish tradition, we arrive at prayer first through study. We will confront and vanquish the angel of death with the weapon that is ours to use decisively if we choose. We will confront the angel of death with life.
The silent moan from within us as we share the common grief and agony of having lost loved ones so unfairly.
I want to say thank you to you who have come to support the families that are so devastated, so stricken, as are we all in this community of Oklahoma City. We come together because we need one another. John Donne said so long ago, no man is an island, no man stands alone. Each man's joy is joy to me, and each man's grief is mine own. We need one another.
CNN will continue throughout the day to bring you extensive coverage of the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing.
Right now, regular programming resumes with Business Day, and Stuart Gorney is standing by with a preview. No, he's not. Okay, actually, we're going to go to break, and we will see you back at the top of the hour on Early Edition.
Stay with us.
Personal guide to the information superhighway, the CNN Computer Connection, Saturday, 3 Eastern on CNN.
Good morning. How are you? I travel so often, the airline should give me a Lifetime Achievement Award. Is this only in Japan? It is a privilege. The amount of miles accumulated by QVC buyers who are traveling the world in search for new products are probably sufficient to take us to the moon and back. This is the best. Il migliore. È bellissima. And this, a work of art. Great merchandise doesn't walk into QVC. Hot, huh? You have to go out and find it.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
He was the most raw talent they had ever seen. By the time he was 18, he was the most talked about athlete in the country. At 20, he was the most feared fighter in history. Until suddenly, bad advice and his own personal demons turned an American dream into an American nightmare. Tyson, an HBO original. Saturday, April 29th at 8. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Their dream was the Olympics.
I am feeling very Olympic today.
But they chose a sport
They knew absolutely nothing about.
Who are you? The Jamaican bobsled team, sir.
in a climate they'd never been.
And took the whole world along for a ride.
John Candy.
And the 1988 Jamaican bobsled team in Cool Runnings. Saturday, April 29th at 9 on the Disney Channel.
It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
This is CNN.
I'm CNN meteorologist Valerie Voss from the Weather Center in Atlanta. We're watching the last few hours of radar images, a composite across the southeastern U.S. And as you can see, a line of very heavy thunderstorms, possible tornadoes, large hail, wind damage associated with it, moving across Mississippi, Alabama, and into Georgia. If we take a wider view, you can see that there is a couple of tornado watches that have been in effect from Mississippi, Alabama, parts of Florida, and into Georgia, those until 7 a.m. local time. The rain, though, stretches all the way up to the Great Lakes, mixing with and changing over to snow some parts of Minnesota and northern Wisconsin as time goes on. And there's another storm bringing some heavy snow to the mountains of Utah and Colorado, and also the Mogollon Rim in Arizona. This is the precip outlook of snow showers with some rain over the Rockies and a big day of rain and thunderstorms in the eastern part of the country. Business Day is next, right after this.
This man just woke up in a Residence Inn hotel room. What are his options? He can A, make a cup of fresh coffee in the kitchen. B, walk all the way over to the living room area and start a fire in the fireplace. Or C, shoot some hoops. Okay, let's see what he does. D, none of the above. Residence Inn by Marriott, the next best thing to home.
Tokyo stocks rally as Japanese investors celebrate a much-awaited drop in the value of their currency as the U.S. dollar stages a real rebound.
A surprisingly strong report on IBM's profit fuels a rally in Big Blue, and that helps carry the rest of the blue chips. The upshot, a record high for the Dow.
In Oklahoma City, rescue workers, you're looking at live pictures, search for any signs of the living, while the rest of the world searches for two suspects thought to have rented the vehicle that carried a half-ton bomb. CNN will have live updates on this developing story.
Live from the world's financial capital, New York City, this is Business Day with Stuart Varney and Deborah Marquini.
Good morning, everyone. The U.S. dollar looks to be the next comeback kid.
Well put. The greenback is gaining ground in European trading, adding to 2 days of strong gains. The rally comes as finance ministers from the group of 7 industrialized nations are set to meet Tuesday.
Well, while traders are skeptical the G7 will actually agree on a coordinated plan to shore up the dollar, traders say they're positioning themselves just in case.
Now, check the numbers for you. The dollar right now trading at 83.38 yen. That's up another quarter yen compared to Thursday's New York close. And it's up more than 4% from its record low, which was hit earlier this week. The dollar's also about a quarter pfennig higher on the German mark, and it's up a half cent on the British pound.
The strengthening dollar and the softening yen formed just the right combination to spark another rally in Tokyo stocks. For the third straight day, the Nikkei average posted a gain, advancing 325 points to $16,968.
And IBM posted very strong first quarter earnings Thursday. Big Blue's personal computer division shipped more than 1 million units in the first quarter. That's a record. IBM admitted its struggling business still hasn't turned the corner, but it is optimistic.
I think our first quarter performance in our PC company was very encouraging. And we started a massive re-engineering of almost everything we do in that company only about 14, 15 months ago. And it is beginning to get some traction.
Well, the personal computer business is looking good. Compaq Computer reported flat earnings for the quarter, but sales soared, which is a good sign for the future. And the stock rallied more than 11%.
And IBM had its best performance in 2 years, as Steve Young reports.
Big Blue posted its strongest results since Chairman Lou Gerstner put the world's biggest computer company on a new course 2 years ago. Nearly all of IBM's business units picked up steam. As a result, first quarter earnings reached $1.33 billion, 4 times better than a year ago, well above Wall Street expectations. IBM was helped by the dollar's decline against some other major currencies, but that showed up in revenues more than earnings. Surprisingly, IBM's mainframe business, known as Big Iron, carried more than its share of the load. Analysts say much of the improvement is still due to cost cutting.
Well, there's no question the cost side of the equation is Lou Gerstner's doing, and has made a dramatic change to the expense structure and therefore the bottom line and the cash flow. But from a product standpoint, really, it's the old products, the pre-Gerstner products, that are kicking in the profits right now for IBM.
At the world's biggest PC company, Compaq Computer in Houston, sales reached nearly $3 billion, up 30% for the quarter. The company says it completed the biggest product transition in its history from the 486 chip to Intel's Pentium.
The market's moving to Pentium very quickly, and people worry that Compaq will be stuck with too much old 46 inventory. And the truth of the matter is they got rid of the inventory pretty effectively during the first quarter.
The managements of Compaq and IBM face the same question. Can these strong results be sustained? Steve Young, CNN Business News, New York.
Shares of another leading PC maker, Apple Computer, rallied 1.25 points to 37 5/8 Thursday. After the close, Apple reported second quarter earnings of $73 million. That's up sharply from last year, though it's below forecast.
Now, the government has done with churning out economic news for this week, so all those bond traders will have to occupy themselves with something else. Right now in London, Treasury bond prices are down very slightly, a loss of 2/32 on the 30-year Treasury, the yield coming in at 7.34%. The Dow Industrials rallied to another record Tuesday, helped by that big jump in IBM stock. General Motors, however, dipped despite slightly higher than expected first quarter earnings of $2.2 billion. The Dow Industrials up some 23 points to close at 42.30. That's the new high. The Nasdaq Composite posted its first rise this week, up 2 2/3 points to close at the 819 level. Watch Chrysler stock today. The Wall Street Journal reports that production problems have held up its new minivan. That delay could cost Chrysler $50 million in the second quarter. And the report says Ford's Windstar minivan could get a boost from Chrysler's troubles.
The time is now 5 minutes past the hour. The search for survivors and suspects in the Oklahoma City bombing goes on. Bob Kane has a full report with the latest. Bob, what's the progress been?
Good morning, Deborah. As you note, authorities are continuing both the search for survivors and suspects. Spotlight illuminated the federal building again overnight as the grim search continued for a second straight night. The death toll now has climbed to 41. About 150 people are still unaccounted for. In the meantime, a $2 million reward has been posted by the U.S. government for information leading to an arrest. The FBI says its hotline has been flooded with calls. And 2 unnamed white men suspected of renting the truck that carried the explosives for the building are the subject of arrest warrants. The first John Doe police are looking for is described as 5'10 or 5'11 with a medium build, weighing 180 to 185 pounds. He has a light brown crew cut and is said to be right-handed. The second, John Doe, 5'9 or 5'10 inches tall, with a medium build, weighing 170 to 180 pounds. He, authorities say, has brown hair and a tattoo on his left arm. Their real names not known because authorities say aliases were used to rent the truck. Rescue teams continue to scour the rubble for signs of life. CNN correspondent Gary Tuckman is in Oklahoma City with the latest. Gary.
Well, Bob,
Bob, here in Oklahoma City, reality is now starting to set in. People who had hoped and prayed the death toll would not skyrocket are now realizing that it may be inevitable. The official death toll is 41, but with 150 people unaccounted for, it's very likely that death toll will quickly go up. The fact remains that there are scores of people who have passed away who are right now lying in the building. Rescuers just haven't taken them out because their first priority has been trying to find survivors. The only problem, the last survivor was found Wednesday night. Thursday was a bad day here. No survivors were found. And so far Friday morning, it's been a bad day. No survivors have been found. When you go inside this building, the damage is mind-boggling. Last night, for the first time, officials allowed TV cameras inside. And what you see are mountains and mountains of damage. Rescuers are climbing the mountains gingerly looking for survivors. But you see one-ton beams that were thrown around like toys because of this bomb. You see television sets, file cabinets, chairs, office desks, telephones strewn around like Mother Nature did it, but instead it was an act of man, a bomb that exploded, causing all this damage. People from throughout the United States and the world have been calling officials in Oklahoma, asking what they could do to help. And the answer they keep getting from people here in Oklahoma, aside from perhaps donating to the Red Cross, is to please pray for us. It's something they've been doing a lot of here in Oklahoma. A memorial service was held last night in Oklahoma City, and CNN's Tony Clark was there.
They have been brought together by the bond of shared suffering. They're the friends and relatives of those killed or missing in Wednesday's bomb blast. At a church service Thursday night, they drew strength from one another.
We come together because we cannot bear these burdens alone. We need one another.
Nearly 300 people prayed, cried, and comforted one another. Most have been together throughout the day, waiting for word, not knowing the fate of their loved ones.
We pray for those who do not yet know and who are caught in the awful turmoil between hope and despair.
As they shared their pain and their sorrow, as they thought of their loved ones, they also thought of the people who brought about this tragedy.
We pray that they might come to know the awfulness of what they have done.
Yet through the tears, there is still the faith and strength of purpose that sustains people here in America's heartland. Being together helps them get through the day, but it does not make their tragedy any easier. Tony Clark, CNN, Oklahoma City.
This bombing is very difficult for people throughout the world to accept, but especially the people here in Oklahoma. A lot of people here are hoping their faith will pull them through it. Bob, back to you.
Gary Tuckman in Oklahoma City. We will brief you again on the progress of the investigation in Oklahoma City a little later in Business Day. Now back to business. Deborah Marchini in New York. Deborah.
Thanks, Bob, and we'll be checking with you as conditions warrant. Thanks.
Since Wednesday's bombing, offers to help the victims in Oklahoma City have been pouring in.
Indeed, among those extending a helping hand have been some of the biggest names in corporate America. Beverly Shook reports.
The Red Cross is coordinating much of the effort in Oklahoma City. It's asking individuals and corporations to send money to the Disaster Relief Fund, and so far the response has been impressive. Anheuser-Busch, General Mills, and other companies have contributed $300,000. AT&T has donated $10,000 to a local blood institute, and Ma Bell's cellular unit is providing free calls for rescue workers. Sears Roebuck is sending blankets. Baxter International is filling orders and donating hospital supplies like IV solution. Federal Express is flying 600 pounds of rubber gloves to the site, and Cell Medical donating those for both industrial and medical use. Everyone's giving what they can. Pizza Hut sent pizza to hospital workers as they worked through the night. And the charity group, Feed the Children, is working with local restaurants to provide meals for hundreds of rescue workers. The list of corporate donations, large and small, will only grow in the coming days and weeks. a small cushion for those dealing with this disaster in Oklahoma City. Beverly Shook, CNN Business News, New York.
Well, there is a big rally in Europe's stock markets today. We're going to have a live report.
And the question is, how can businesses keep their employees safe in the workplace these days? We'll ask a corporate security expert next on Business Day.
What would Holiday Inn be like if its staff was so friendly and helpful they were rated higher than the competition's? Actually, it would be just like Ramada.
Hello, I want to tell you about a brand new product. It's called the Thermos Electric Grill, and this is going to take you and barbecuing right into the 21st century in a delicious, wonderful way. There are several things that I could tell you about it, but this I want you to know. The food in here tastes wonderful. It has great lifestyle potential because it'll do with a condominium, fit onto your patio, look absolutely sensational, and won't crowd the whole neighborhood up. And it's so convenient. It's got little grease trap underneath there. Everything about it is designed for today and way into the future as well.
The Thermos brand Thermal Electric Grill has it all. Taste, lifestyle, and convenience. For more information, call 1-800-THERMOS or write P.O. Box 600, Freeport, Illinois, 61032.
That's a Thermal Electric Grill, and it's terrific.
Now, for the first time since his #1 bestseller, A Time to Kill, America's most popular author returns to the court. The Rainmaker, John Grisham's new #1 bestseller. The suspense never rests.
Sunday, industry says they've cleaned up their act. Environmentalists still fear the worst. And now, Newt thinks he knows how to save the planet. Is this any way to celebrate Earth Day? CNN presents Sunday, 9 Eastern.
The bombing in Oklahoma City is raising a lot of concern about corporate security. What can companies do to identify and reduce their vulnerability? Here to address those concerns is corporate security expert Robert Glass, President and Chief Executive of Strategic Security Technologies. Robert, welcome to Business Day.
Good morning.
If terrorism has now indeed arrived on these shores, is there a specific industry group, do you think, that might be targeted?
I think it's a across-the-board and international problem. I don't think it's going to be relegated down to one particular industry or not. I think it's going to be focused against American industry, business, obviously, and any target that would connotate, striking against what we
If this is happening, are we about to see a reduction in our everyday personal freedoms? The right to park in front of a building, for example. Is it going to be metal detectors everywhere? Is this coming?
I think we'd be very well served in examining how London has handled, ever since the Sheepsgate bombing, certainly, it has altered the way they do business. The financial district in London has made sweeping changes the way they address security, and I feel that that's going to come to the United States.
What kind of changes?
Well, obviously, they've limited traffic immensely in that area. They are checking trucks. We are doing many of those things here in New York as a result of the World Trade Center bombing, and I suspect that this is now going to be across the board. New York has been an unfriendly place for this type of activity ever since the bombing. I expect that you will see this type of targeting outside of the New York or Washington, D.C. area because they get the same media impact, certainly, and it's a softer target.
Are you predicting more terrorist activity soon in the United States?
Well, obviously, this trend is not over. The groups that are involved are very large. I think they're going to get more sophisticated also. I think they learned a lot from the counterintelligence efforts that were made here in New York. I expect that they will probably get similar to like what Spain went through with the ETA and the Basque terrorist movement.
You know, Robert, what you're talking about in London was a sweeping change.
Absolutely.
The financial district simply has hardly any traffic left in it
Absolutely.
these days. You really think it's going to come to that in various districts in American cities?
I just think that a lot of the security in the United States has been window dressing. Flat out. I think that when you, as an international traveler, certainly, you enjoy a much a higher degree of sophistication when you travel abroad, and the same thing's it's going to happen here in the United States. Absolutely.
One of the places where security is tightest and personal freedom is perhaps most restricted is in Israel. Do you see anything approaching that kind of a security problem?
It's hard to say right now. I just know that we have underestimated the threat level. I think this is unfortunately a horrific example of the capability that these people employ. We will be bolstering, obviously, our counterintelligence efforts in a much higher degree than we ever have before. And these groups now know that they can strike in the heartland at almost any given occasion.
What can we as individuals do about this?
I think everybody has to sensitize themselves to the fact that this is now a reality. It's a new phenomenon that's going to continue. I think that everybody has to take a much more proactive stance. Corporate America here, typically with the security, it's been a secondary kind of a nuisance, unfortunately. I think that's got to change, and it will change.
Robert Glass, thanks indeed for joining us on Business Day.
It's a pleasure.
Well, the time is just about 18 minutes past the hour. Stock markets in Europe are taking their cue from the rally on Wall Street Thursday. Jan Charlton joins us from London with more on the market action there. Jan?
Good morning, Deborah. Well, that stronger dollar and sterling performance on Wall Street setting the tone in Europe. We start in London, where the Financial Times 100 index is up 24 at 31.99. Higher futures also contributing to the bullish mood. Sturdy bonds giving German shares a boost. In Frankfurt, the DAX advancing 17 to 1973. An upbeat session in Paris, where the CAC 40 is more than 1% higher at 1904. The long-suffering theme park Euro Disney getting a bit of breathing space, although it is still losing money. It has managed to cut its net losses for the first half of the 94-95 fiscal year to $49 million. That's from $219 million the previous year. A significant increase in attendance as well as a major management shakeup helped sentiment. Euro Disney shares rose 2% on the news, and in Zurich, the SMI adding 16 to 25.60. And Deborah, that's all from London for now.
All right. Thank you, Jan. We'll be checking back with you in the next half hour.
The U.S. State Department is recommending that President Clinton impose a total ban on U.S. trade with Iran. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. The paper reports that the embargo would include all purchases of Iranian oil, which totaled more than $4 billion last year. The State Department says Iran supports international terrorism and is building an arsenal of destructive weapons. President Clinton is expected to decide by the end of the month. Right now, we're quoting a barrel of Britain's North Sea crude oil, down 13 cents. The current quote in London is $18.40 the barrel.
J. Peter Grace died Wednesday. He ran his company longer than any chief executive in the history of major American corporations. In 1945, he took over W.R. Grace, then a stodgy transportation and Latin American trading company founded by his grandfather. He never really gave up control until a boardroom revolt earlier this month forced him out. Rare among executives, he was known universally by his first name, Peter. He experimented with a range of businesses, buying, then shedding those that displeased him. Grace today is in specialty chemicals and medical care. Until his death, he was an outspoken man who stood by what he believed. Peter Grace died of cancer at 81.
Remember the old saying, what goes around comes around? That's what happens when you recycle and buy recycled products. Quality recycled products and packaging are everywhere. So next time you go shopping, look for recycled content in your products and packaging. To make recycling work, you've got to buy recycled. Call 1-800-NRC-RECYCLE for a free shopper's guide to buying recycled products. Brought to you by the National Recycling Coalition and Walmart, making choices that make a difference.
Your organization to become more adept at handling change, Anderson Consulting can help you integrate all the parts. Because these days, the organization that performs together transforms together.
What would you do if you couldn't run? If you got hurt and you couldn't run, would you break down and cry? Would you bake a pie? Would you get uptight? Would you pick a fight? What would you do if you couldn't run and couldn't feel that breeze and sun on your face as you raced from place to place? You might say it was all right, but it'd really fright. At Onyx Stable Pro. Built to help prevent injury. Built so you can last. Here's why the Sachas are another Tylenol Extended Relief family.
I get headaches from stress on the job. That's my story. The pain would make me just want to go home and hide. Now I get relief that lasts my entire workday.
Now Christine uses Tylenol Extended Relief with this unique bi-layer caplet. One layer of strong relief to attack the pain quickly, and one layer to make sure that strong relief lasts.
Extended relief. It does the job.
Tylenol Extended Relief. Strong relief right away. Strong relief the whole day.
Mortgage rates continued their decline this week. The average rate on a 30-year fixed-rate loan fell more than 1/10 of a point. It now stands just below 8.2%. On a 15-year mortgage, the rate is now down to 7.68%, and on a 1-year adjustable, you'll pay an average of 6.16%.
Just about 23 minutes past the hour, San Antonio grabs the home court edge throughout the upcoming NBA playoffs. Mark McKay is here to tell us how the Spurs secured the advantage. Tell us, Mark.
I'll do it, Stuart. Good morning. It wasn't easy. Since the All-Star break, the Spurs have been on a run that really can't help but pay off in a big way come playoff time. The Spurs' second-half surge not only pushed the team to the head of the class in the Midwest Division, but to the top of the Western Conference as well. Thursday, a win against Jason Kidd and the Dallas Mavericks would give San Antonio the conference crown. What an ending. Mavs down 1. Jason Kidd is blocked. George McLeod follows. Mavs 111. Spurs 110. But hold on a second. Plenty of time for Sean Elliott to go to the hoop. A controversial foul by Jamal Mashburn means Elliott goes and sinks both free throws. Spurs win by 1. They're a franchise best 60-20, and they own the best record in the NBA. Charlotte went without the injured Muggsy Bogues against Pat Riley and the New York Knicks Thursday night. Hornets on the run in the second half. The long pass to Larry Johnson for 2 of his 18. Hornets up by 12, but the Knicks in the fourth quarter went on a 13-4 run. John Starks, the 3, cuts the lead to 3. Moments later, Charles Oakley hits the long jumper. Knicks would not look back. The Hornets' loss allowed Indiana to claim the NBA Central Division crown. Here's the Biz Day Sports Scoreboard. We'll bow out for a couple of minutes, Stuart, let you talk business, and be back with more sports in about a half hour.
All right, Mark, thanks very much. See you then. Okay.
Looks like stormy weather in the southeast. We'll have the weekend forecast. And also, we will go live to the White House for the latest on the hunt for the suspects in the Oklahoma City bombing.
And in the next half hour of Business Day, former U.S. Senator Paul Tsongas joins us live. He's going to discuss some pending changes in environmental legislation. Business Day continues.
Leanne Bryant relies on a lot of things to help her test new outdoors equipment. Experience, knowledge, strength, and CompuServe. She joined CompuServe when she started her own business and found ways to work smarter. Through CompuServe, she meets other experts in her field. She books her own travel to save time. And she stays a step ahead of the weather. And when she has a question about software, CompuServe has the answer. For a free CompuServe membership kit, call 1-800-554-4080. Start with the basics, news, travel, and encyclopedia, and more for just $9.95 a month, and your first month is free. Then go beyond for help with software and hardware problems and much more. We were the first online service to introduce multimedia interactive CD-ROM capabilities with CompuServe CD. CompuServe, the information service you won't outgrow.
There's a new direction in touring luxury sedans.
One that raises levels of luxury and refinement to new heights. Introducing the new Acura TL series. If you're ready for a change, this is the turning point. What does your business get when combining breaking news with a network 486 PC, CNN at Work? Get the competitive edge of being the first to know. Call 1-800-CNN-WORK. That's 1-800-CNN-WORK.
Friday night NBA scouting report. How will the Pacers deal with Shaquille O'Neal dominating the inside? Go outside to Reggie Miller. Pacers versus Magic tonight at 8 on TNT.
Time's now 27 minutes past the hour. Some thunderstorm activity in the southeast.
Valerie Voss tells us what to expect for the weekend. Good morning, Val.
Well, Stuart, Deborah, it's looking like the stormy weather that's been plaguing the central part of the country from the beginning of the week is now headed toward the east coast. Thunderstorms will produce heavy downpours really all the way from Ontario and the eastern Great Lakes south to the Gulf Coast. There are 2 tornado watches in effect right now that cover parts of Florida, Alabama, and Georgia. There have been unconfirmed reports of tornadoes. Hail the size of baseballs, wind gusts in excess of 70 miles an hour, and heavy downpours like 5 inches in a few hours' time across some sections of Mississippi. Flooding is a problem in some areas as well, so folks should keep their eye to the sky across the southeast. Rain and snow showers out across the Rocky Mountains as well. We'll keep you posted throughout the morning hours all about this stormy weather. Deborah, Stewart.
All right, thanks, Valerie. We'll be checking back with you in just a little bit.
And coming up on the next half hour of Business Day, a recap of our top stories. The dollar extends its rebound. We'll talk about that with David Jones, our Business Day regular.
And we'll go live to the White House for the latest on the search for suspects in the Oklahoma City bombing. Business Day continues in a moment.
It's something news and different in the mornings. CNN Morning News with Donna Kelly and Leon Harris. Weekdays, 9 Eastern on CNN.
He was the most raw talent they had ever seen. By the time he was 18, he was the most talked about athlete in the country. At 20, he was the most feared fighter in history. Until suddenly, bad advice and his own personal demons turned an American dream into an American nightmare. Tyson, an HBO original. Saturday, April 29th at 8. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
Crossfire, now at a new time. Weeknights, 8:30 Eastern on CNN.
Welcome back to Business Day. Topping the headlines this morning. The dollar appears to be out of trouble, at least for the time being.
The currency strengthening again today, adding to 2 days of gains. Checking the markets, we have the dollar trading at 83.42 yen. That's an improvement of 1/3 yen from Thursday's New York close. The dollar is also slightly higher against the German mark and up almost 2/3 of a cent against the British pound. We'll be talking with David Jones, our Business Day regular, about the rebounding dollar and some other things a little later on this program.
Now, the dollar's recovery and the yen's relative decline. Good news for stocks in Tokyo. The Nikkei average rallied for the 3rd straight session, up 325 points, reaching 16,968.
Stocks in New York also had an up day, boosted by the stronger U.S. currency. The Dow Jones Industrials powered to a record high, gaining 23 points to finish at 4230. A surprisingly strong earnings report from blue-chip giant IBM helped the market along and helped IBM stock rally a 0.78. IBM turned in profits for the first quarter that were more than triple those of a year ago.
The Wall Street Journal is reporting that the State Department is recommending President Clinton cut off all trade with Iran, saying Iran sponsors terrorism and is building a large supply of dangerous weapons. The embargo would include Iranian oil. The U.S. bought $4 billion worth of it last year alone.
We're going to speak with Paul Tsongas, former U.S. Senator and founder of the Concord Coalition. He's coming out against a popular bill among congressional Republicans, which he says would bust the budget.
It is just about 32 minutes past the hour, and the massive hunt for suspects in the Oklahoma City bombing continues. For the latest on that story, we go to Andrea Arsenault at CNN Center. Good morning, Andrea.
Good morning, Stuart. Rescue teams have been working through the night in Oklahoma City. Spotlights are focused on the site of Wednesday's explosion as workers search for signs of life in what's left of the federal building. The death toll has risen to 41. 150 people are still unaccounted for. Investigators have issued warrants for 2 white males. The FBI is offering a $2 million reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the persons responsible for the bombing. No one has been pulled out of the rubble alive in more than 30 hours. One of the first and youngest victims pulled from the building has been identified. This dramatic photograph of a firefighter holding a small child was on the front page of newspapers around the world. The baby, who did not survive the attack, was identified yesterday. Her name was Bailey Allman. She celebrated her first birthday the day before the bombing. At least 12 children were killed in the blast. The victims of the Oklahoma bomb blast were remembered last night by their friends and relatives at prayer services. About 250 people attended First Christian Church, many comforting one another. President Clinton is expected to attend a memorial mass on Sunday. And President Clinton has been vocal in his condemnation of the bombing. And CNN's Carl Rochelle is at the White House this morning with more. Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Andrea. Well, the tragedy in Oklahoma City, not far from the president's mind. There was a state dinner here at the White House last evening for the president of Brazil. President Clinton noted to him that, President Cardozo, you come at a very difficult time for our country. Earlier in the day, as word of suspects and possible witnesses filtered out, President Clinton once again made it clear that he will find and prosecute those responsible for the bombing.
I don't want anyone to assume that we are accusing anybody or anything today. We do not know. On the other hand, let me reiterate what I said yesterday. Whoever did it, we will find out, and there will be justice that will be swift and certain and severe. And there is no place to hide. Nobody can hide any place in this country. Nobody can hide any place in this world from the terrible consequences of what have been done. This was an attack on innocent children, on innocent victims, on the people there in Oklahoma City. But make no mistake about it, this was an attack on the United States, our way of life, and everything we believe in. So whoever did it, we'll get to the bottom of it, and then we'll take the appropriate action.
A Jordanian-American man who is described as a possible witness to the bombing is in custody of authorities. He is being questioned by FBI and other federal officials at an undisclosed location in Virginia. He was brought back to Dulles Airport last evening, just a little of the scenario. He apparently left Oklahoma City, headed for Chicago, and was going to take a plane on to Rome, an Alitalia flight. But they notified authorities about his travel documents and questioned the travel documents and decided that he could go on to London. His luggage, however, went on the earlier Alitalia flight. This is the luggage that you see here. It was investigated by authorities in Rome, and they found a number of items in the luggage, including wire, soldering iron, silicone, articles described by authorities there as equipment that could be used to make a bomb. When the man got to London, British authorities had been notified, turned him around, and sent him back to the United States. He arrived in Dulles last evening, and as we said, is being questioned now. Meanwhile, a reward of $2 million is out, and an all-points bulletin has been put out for the arrest of 2 white males who are believed to have had some connection with the bombing. I'm Carl Rochelle, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
Thank you, Carl. CNN is receiving reports of new incidents in Yokohama. We have been told that people have been taken to hospitals. Details remain sketchy. We're not very certain as to what kind of incident has taken place there. We will be efforting more information and bring that to you at the top of the hour as details become available. Now back to Stuart Vorney and the remainder of Business Day. Stuart.
Andrea, thank you. We will see you on Early Edition, top of the hour. Thank you. Now, we've got a development in the media business. The Los Angeles Times is reporting today that the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, is recommending that Rupert Murdoch be ordered to reduce his ownership of the Fox network from its current 99% all the way down to 25%. This will be to comply with overseas ownership rules on media properties. That's what the LA Times is reporting this morning.
The stocks in London are taking their cue from yesterday's big board rally as the Dow Industrial set a new all-time high.
And our guest explains his opposition to proposals that would rewrite some environmental legislation. Former U.S. Senator Paul Tsongas joins us live. All that and more next on Business Day.
So, Barb, what kind of car are you driving now?
I just leased an Acura Legend.
Ouch. You don't want to test drive the Eagle Vision, then.
Why not? Come on.
No.
Come on, test drive. Yeah, give it a go.
Okay. Don't say I didn't warn you now.
Okay, we'll be back.
Barbara's back in the Eagle Vision. How was it?
Oh, it reminds me of my Acura. It's great. Why don't you want me to test drive it?
Probably the lease price. I would guess she paid more.
Oh, no.
In Asia, in Europe, the Americas, and throughout the world, the same set of principles guides all our actions. And while we have as clients more countries, companies, and individuals, we don't judge ourselves by this fact alone, but how we live up to our principles. We think that makes a difference. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
Controversial piece of legislation has been drawing lots of fire in Congress. It's known as the Takings Bill. It would require some federal agencies to compensate landowners for regulatory action that reduces the value of their property. One of those leading the charge against the bill is Paul Tsongas, former U.S. Senator, 1992 Democratic presidential candidate, and a co-founder of the Concord Coalition, a group devoted to reducing the federal budget deficit. He joins us from our Washington bureau, and good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
First of all, I'm curious to know what, if anything, this takings legislation has to do with your interest in the budget deficit, which has been the primary issue you've championed since running for president.
Well, the fact is that this is the kind of bill that comes along and you really don't take it very seriously because you think, well, no one's really going to buy this. And then you wake up one day and next thing you know, it's passed the House, and Bob Dole, who I have a lot of respect for, and Phil Graham get together and try to outbid each other in appealing to the right. So I think the consequence of this, of the government having to shell out all this money to property owners for not doing damage with their property, has enormous budget implications.
All right, maybe it's got budget implications, but if the government reduces my ability to use what's mine, don't they owe me money?
Well, let's take an example. If you have wetlands on your property, the fact is that if you develop that property, the damage is going to take place with your neighbor's property. So I think we have a tradition in this country saying that whatever you do with your own land should not do damage to your neighbors. And what this law does is change all that. In other words, your neighbors are going to have to pay you not to damage them with your property. It's an astonishing change in U.S. jurisprudence, and I would think that hopefully the president will veto this. And if you go around the country and look at the various editorial positions taken by the major newspapers coast to coast, they are strongly opposed to it, not only for the environmental reasons, but for people like me, the major concern is the impact on the deficit.
But it's not really about money entirely, is it? So it's also about liberty. If I go out there today and buy land in good faith, and tomorrow it is discovered that an endangered species, it's been designated endangered by Washington, is on my land, I may not develop that land, I may not touch it. Surely the American government should pay for public policy, not private citizens.
Well, I think you can make an argument that if you have a concern about the Endangered Species Act, then let's focus on that and do whatever is necessary to make it appropriate and acceptable to the American people. But do this broad brush approach that says any regulation that has any effect whatsoever on your property means that others are going to have to pay it obviously has benefits. If you're a mining interest, for example, if you're a timber interest, then clearly you have some interest here. But it seems to me when you have all of the attorney generals, all of the governors, all of the state legislators, all of the mayors coming out strongly opposed to it, then there has to be a rationale that clearly is not being accepted by those groups. And I think the budgetary implications, what this will do, not only, by the way, to federal budgets, but to budgets across the board, is
but
very
again,
troubling.
so the thrust of these proposals is surely the feeling in the country that the idea of wetlands and not touching wetlands or endangered species has perhaps gone a little far and is impinging upon the personal rights of property owners.
Well, that may be true. And if that is the case,
then why not rewrite the existing environmental laws to make them less restrictive and less intrusive of private liberty?
Well, if that is the case, then I think we go back and look at wetlands and rewrite that if you wish, but not this broad brush, scattershot approach that has enormous budgetary implications. Here we are. We just failed to pass a balanced budget amendment. Nobody can tell you at this point how they would balance the budget, and here we are playing around with ideologies that are far broader than necessary, that have these implications to the deficit. This is not the time to fool around with projects and ideologies that have this kind of impact.
In a related question, I'd like to ask you to grade the Republican Congress in terms of how it's doing on the budget matter so far.
Well, I think some of the things in the contract, like the line item veto, the rather heroic attempt to pass the balanced budget amendment, I give them high grades, certainly much better than what the Democrats in Congress did before. But they are locked into the positions of the contract. A tax cut, no touching of entitlements, more defense spending. You can't do that. You can't come out with those positions and then in any way propose to balance the budget. The fact that they have not been able to, many months later, to suggest how they would balance the budget, I think bespeaks of that inconsistency.
Former Senator Paul Tsongas joining us from Washington. Thanks for being with us on Business Day, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the momentum from Thursday's record close for the Dow Industrials is indeed spilling over to stock trading in Europe today. Jan Charlton joins us now with the latest on the European action. Good morning, Jan.
Thanks very much, Stuart. Well, as you pointed out, Wall Street's record close is inspiring European investors. Europe's main equity markets are well into the plus column. The dollar's recovery also encouraging confidence. Let's begin here in London, where the Financial Times 100 index is 26 points higher at 3201. UK retail sales fell 0.1% in March, further evidence of a slowdown. Frankfurt DAX rising more than 1% on the back of stronger futures. Trading is light. In Paris, the CAC 40 also adding almost 2% to 1914. Investors are watching Euro Disney shares. They're up nearly 2% on news the theme park sharply cut its losses for the first half of the year. In Zurich, the SMI advancing 19 to 25.63. Dealers there say that volume is low. Once again, Europe's main bourses are all trading higher. And, Stuart, that is the latest from Europe.
That's the kind of late news we like, Jan. Thanks very much indeed.
Well, Treasury bond prices are unchanged in London this morning. Right now, the 30-year issue is down 1/32 of a point to yield 7.34%. Thursday, bond prices gained, as did the dollar. That, along with strong earnings reports, helped to boost the Dow Industrials to another record, the 18th this year. The Dow gained 23 points to close at 42.30 and 2/3, boosted by a rally in IBM after a stronger-than-expected earnings report. General Motors earnings also topped estimates with profits of $2.2 billion, but the stock eased an eighth. Now, over on the NASDAQ, the composite gained 2.5 points to 819. Watch Southwest Airlines stock today. The low-cost carrier is expected to report first-quarter earnings of 9 cents a share. Also, Colgate-Palmolive, it's projected to post profits of $1.05 a share today.
The battered U.S. dollar shows signs of life this morning. Oh, there's a switch. But what's next? Joining us with his answer is David Jones, our Friday Business Day regular. We always like to see you, David, because we know it's Friday. Hello again.
Good morning, Stuart.
Why is the dollar going up this morning?
Well, the big news was trade this week. We knocked that monthly trade deficit in February down to about $9 billion from almost $12 billion. There are three things that count, Stuart, in terms of fundamentals on the dollar. One is trade. Will that trade balance ever improve? We got good news, at least for the last month. The second one is our budget deficit. The question is still open as to whether or not we're going to get good news in Washington on that. And finally, on a longer-term basis, we've got to raise our domestic savings rate so we can finance both government borrowing and private investment needs. So let's say 1 out of 3, Stuart, gave us a little bit of a rally.
Could it be that the market is also saying to us, maybe the Fed will raise interest rates at some point down the road as a backstop for the dollar? Is that possible?
In capital letters, Stuart, no. I think Alan Greenspan is still focused almost completely on the domestic economy. And actually, if anything, the domestic economy is turning out weaker than I expected in the early part of this year. The Fed, given that pronounced slowing in the economy, is very unlikely to raise rates to defend the dollar.
I'm wondering if the recent 4% gain we've seen in the value of the dollar is going to stick. Traders tell us that it's attributable to the fact that there's a G7 meeting next week, and they're basically being careful ahead of the fact that policymakers could decide to take some action against the weak dollar. Do you think that's likely at all?
No, your question essentially is a correct one, and you're shaking your head, and I totally agree with you, Deborah. It's going to be almost all talk and virtually no action. The main theme, and I've talked about this before, is every country for itself. Germany eased because it was mainly worried about its exports becoming priced out of the markets and hurting its recovery. Japan eased because they're worried about their own financial conditions. And Alan Greenspan is going to act on the basis of his own domestic conditions, which for the moment does not require any kind of tightening.
Meantime, on an international front, we have a real deterioration in trade relations with Japan over this whole autos issue. Previous threats at trade war have been very, very negative, not just for currencies, but for all financial markets. Is that a risk here?
It is. You hit the nail right on the head. In fact, that could be the problem for the dollar as we look out over the next few months. I have a feeling those trade negotiations are not going to go well, mainly because of uncertainty on the Japanese side. We have still over there a weak financial system, a weak recovery, and a lot of uncertainty in governments in Japan. And I think in that kind of condition, it's very unlikely we'll come to a trade agreement on autos anytime soon.
If there is the imposition of sanctions, as America is threatening, what's the first thing that happens on the financial markets if those sanctions are imposed?
Well, I think it's going to mean that, in a sense, what we do is freeze in the trade deficit right where it is. It's a major negative for the dollar because the big trade deficit is with Japan, and we simply have to open those markets. If that happens, Stuart, the dollar turns around and nosedives, and it could hurt both bonds and stocks as well.
Fair enough. David Jones, Robert Jill Answer, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Well, there are just a few games left in the NHL season.
And it appears to be smooth skating into the playoffs for hockey's defending Stanley Cup champions. So we'll have stories in sports when we come back.
Gentlemen, I hear automotive opportunity somewhere.
Where?
By the time these guys notice that automobiles aren't just a necessity,
This way?
Maybe.
but an opportunity,
That way?
I don't know.
the best opportunity in the business will be gone.
Where?
Right there.
Because ITT Automotive already supplies parts to every major car maker on the planet. For 75 years, ITT, the one to follow.
No one else covers the fluctuating world of investments with the timely insight, sheer depth, and plain ease of use of Barron's. Subscribe today and you'll also receive this Barron's Investment Guide free. It tells all you need to know to turn money into wealth. Get 13 weeks of Barron's and the Investment Guide, all for only $37. Call now toll-free in the continental U.S. 800-686-7700. That's 800-686-7700.
In the next 30 minutes, your world will change, and headline news will be there to report it all. In the next 30 minutes, headline news, a whole day's news every half hour. Saturdays on CNN, there's a new lineup of business and financial programs waiting for you. Guidance, analysis, and opinions to help gain a better understanding of the world of business. All from the people who cover your world, CNN.
Before the hour now. NBA playoff dreams live, at least for another day, in Sacramento, California. Here's sports with Mark McKay. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Deborah. 9 years, a long time between NBA playoff trips, but it's been that long for Kings fans. Maybe that's why they're a little on edge going into the final weekend of the regular season. With 2 games left, Sacramento is still chasing the elusive postseason berth. Thursday night, the Kings went to Golden State looking for the golden touch. The Warriors' Chris Mullin had it. Look at the pretty reverse move to the hoop in the opening half. But too much hustle on the part of the Kings. Brian Grant with the jam, and the somewhat disheveled coach Bob Lanier watched his Warriors fall apart. Richmond with 30 points. Kings within a game of Denver for the 8th and final Western Conference berth. The defending NBA champions, Houston, ran into trouble against Seattle. Detlef Schrempf from three-point range, part of a 21-point night and a double-digit advantage for the Sonics. Gary Payton, he's been red hot of late. So is Seattle, winners of 18 of their last 22 games. Sit down, cool out, New York Ranger fans. It appears your team is headed for the playoffs. New York hosted Hartford. Peter Nedved stuffs it into the second period, breaks a 2-all tie. But the Whalers are on the attack. Glenn Healy comes up key not once but twice. New York, Hartford, and Washington all tied for the 6th spot in the NHL's Eastern Conference. One more play to make your day from spring training. Orioles Red Sox, 17-year-old shortstop Eddie Martinez comes up with the bases loaded. The fly deep to left center. Lee Tinsley cannot get to it. 3 runs come in, and here comes the young rookie going through the stop sign at third base, sliding headfirst in, just ahead of the tag for the inside the park grand slam. Part of the Baltimore victory. Moral of this story, Deborah, if you're going to run through the stop sign, you better make it pay off.
A grand slam without clearing the fence. It's pretty incredible. All right, Mark McKay, we'll see you on an early edition at the top of the hour. Thanks.
Hey, you really know your baseball, don't you? Okay, now we'll check the day's top stories in just a moment, including the dollar.
We're going to tell you how it's faring today. All that and a lot more on Business Day.
Is filled with family and laughter. But for years, she battled severe hypertension. With proper care and a medicine developed through the research we do, Helen went on to Norway at 79, the West Indies at 93. This year, Paris. Pfizer, we're part of the cure.
Chapter has begun in Merrill Lynch's history in Asia. We are the first American securities firm invited to open an office in mainland China. Being there gives our financial consultants a different perspective, which makes a difference for our clients. The difference is Merrill Lynch.
We're going to have a poppin' workout today. Let's get to our chair and go. And back and up.
Imagine an exercise this easy to do that actually does you some good.
Feel the burn. And back and up. And back and up.
Introducing the SoloFlex Rocket. It gives you both an aerobic workout and builds muscle for permanent fat loss. And you can own it for less than you'd imagine. Call now for a free brochure and video.
Moving. A lot can happen between point A and point B, and here we are at point B. At Wheaton, we believe the best route in every move is problem-free. Wheaton, moving from point A to point B, all points to customer satisfaction. Call for your free copy of 72 Ways to Save Money Moving.
Recapping the day's top stories, the U.S. dollar gains ground for the 3rd straight day.
That ahead of Tuesday's meeting of finance ministers of the Group of 7 industrial nations. We have the dollar at 83.33 yen right now. It's trading up a quarter yen from Thursday's New York close. The dollar is also higher against the German mark and the British pound.
And that is Business Day for this Friday. I'm Stuart Varney. Enjoy that weekend. Just ahead on Early Edition, we go back live to Oklahoma City for an update on rescue efforts.
Also ahead, how to cope with fear. The psychologist answers those questions. I'm Deborah Marchini.
Join Mary Tillotson for intelligent talk about today's issues. The Emmy-nominated CNN and Company. Weekdays, 11:30 Eastern.
Good morning. How are you? I travel so often, the airline should give me a Lifetime Achievement Award. Is this only in Japan? The amount of miles accumulated by QVC buyers who are traveling the world to search for new products are probably sufficient to take us to the moon and back. This is the best. Il migliore. È bellissima. And this, a work of art. Great merchandise doesn't walk into QVC. Hot, huh? You have to go out and find it.
Interstate Ford's Truck Center is buzzing with a huge shipment of new 95 F-150s, Explorers, Rangers, all built Ford tough. $99 down. $199 a month will get you this new 95 Ford Ranger. And this brand new 95 Ford F-150 XL can be yours for only $11,988. Take your pick. With the delivery of any new 94 Ford F-150, receive a free bed liner. The deal's being offered only at Interstate Ford. Hurry, save big at Interstate Ford, 3724 Veterans Boulevard, Metairie.
Can you keep a secret? Pulse pounding.
It's bigger than anything you've ever seen.
Heart stopping.
I can do anything I want with you.
The action is wild on pay-per-view.
Look out, Daddy! He's got a gun! I cannot do it.
I bet you'd like to do it again, wouldn't you? Take the ride of a lifetime. Order the River Wild on pay-per-view.
He was the most raw talent they had ever seen. By the time he was 18, he was the most talked about athlete in the country. At 20, he was the most feared fighter in history. Until suddenly, bad advice and his own personal demons turned an American dream into an American nightmare. Tyson, an HBO original. Saturday, April 29th at 8. It's quality you can count on from Cox Cable.
This is CNN.
I'm meteorologist Valerie Voss. Here's your Business Traveler's Advisory for Friday, April 21st. We begin in the east where thunderstorm rerouting will cause delays. Atlanta, Charlotte, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Detroit, and also to and from southern Florida airports. In the Midwest, rain and fog will delay Chicago and Milwaukee airport travelers. Thunderstorms will cause delays New Orleans and Minneapolis. Rain and snow will create some delays. And finally, in the west, snow will cause delays Colorado Springs and Flagstaff. Fog creating some delays in Denver. 6:58 East, that's 5:58 Central. Early edition right after this.
Business Traveler's Advisory is brought to you by American Airlines. Something special in the air.
Another day begins in Europe. Just as it has for centuries. As each new day arrives, so does a silver bird from the west. This morning, American Airlines will touch down in 12 European cities in 9 different countries, just as the new day begins. So whether it's business or pleasure that brings you to Europe, fly the airline that can have you there as early as tomorrow morning. American Airlines, something special to Europe.
Only Embassy Suites hotels give you a suite with 2 big rooms, a free cook-to-order breakfast, and evening beverages on the house. Because only Embassy Suites is twice the hotel. Call 1-800-EMBASSY.
On Early Edition, the gruesome search through the rubble. They are hoping to find survivors, but the reality is they will be pulling more bodies from the debris.
From the CNN newsroom in Atlanta, this is Early Edition. Welcome, I'm Andrea Arsenault.
I'm Bob Kane. Good morning. Dual search operations continue in Oklahoma City. One for those who may still be trapped in the Murrah Federal Building, the other for those responsible for planning the bombing there on Wednesday. The bombing has resulted in at least 41 deaths. Another 400 people were injured. But the most grim figure confronting authorities is 150. The roughly 150 people who are still missing are still unaccounted for. The possibility someone is still alive in what is left of the building
pushes emergency workers toward a third day of searching for survivors. And as the search for the bombers intensifies, a former U.S. intelligence official is praising the reaction to what is being seen as a terrorist act.
The terrorist wins when he causes us to panic, when he causes us to act wildly, and that's certainly not happening now in Oklahoma City. He wins when he causes us to take repressive action that's contrary to the principles of justice under law that we have in this country. He wins when we act other than we truly are. So we've got to remind ourselves we have a big job to do. We should do it as quickly as we can, as thoroughly as we can. It calls for stern response, but within the rule of law.
Judge Webster points out that while the bombing appears to have been carefully planned, others who have committed similar acts in the past have made slip-ups that led to their capture.
The reports from downtown Oklahoma City are not encouraging for those who had family and friends in the federal building. CNN's Gary Tuckman is standing by near the bombing site and joins us now with the latest. Gary.
Andrea, another day is about to dawn in Oklahoma, and officials are hoping it's not a day like yesterday, because yesterday no survivors were found, and so far today it's the same story. The last survivor found was Wednesday night, a 15-year-old girl who was rushed to the hospital. She is now in critical condition. The official death toll is 41, but it will be climbing much higher today. There are still 150 people unaccounted for, as you said earlier, and it's believed that most of those people, if not all of those people, have passed away inside the federal building behind me. However, there is a physical and realistic possibility that there are survivors. The fact is, however, dogs and very special microphones that can pick up the quietest sounds haven't picked up any sounds. The dogs haven't sniffed any scents. So there's no physical indications right now there are survivors, but it's possible that there are pockets within this building, and there's so much damage within this building, there's a possibility the dogs haven't picked it up. That's what rescuers are hoping for here today. More than 400 people were injured from this bombing, including people who weren't even in the federal building behind me. One woman who we talked with was in a building across the street. She now has more than 200 stitches in her face, and CNN's Bernard Shaw spent some time with her.
Word has spread very quickly that 2 identified suspects have been released to the public. There's a search on for these men. When you heard that the United States authorities here with the Oklahoma City authorities had come up with 2 suspects, what did you think? What were you feeling?
I was impressed. I think they've worked really hard to try to come up with the leads and follow up everything and just try to coordinate and figure out what exactly has happened.
How did you come to get more than 200 stitches?
Well, it's a combination. Our building was just across the street, and I was standing with my back to the window that happens to me in my office, and all of a sudden we just heard a boom, and our entire office just crashed around us. Not only did the windows blow out, but also the ceilings and the walls. Just plaster fell and caved in, and was thrown to the ground, and just was buried there for a moment.
Did you have any thoughts about whether you would survive what was happening to you at that instant?
No, my whole thought was just get up and get out. And I did. I was able to do that.
Were your coworkers as fortunate?
Yes, and in fact, of the people in my specific office, I'm actually the one that's hurt the worst.
When you came out of the building, what did you see? What did you hear?
I was just shocked because the ambulances and the fire trucks were already there. I mean, this was minutes after all of this had happened, and a lot of people were standing around on the street waiting, and there were people who were walking around, obviously, who were bleeding, and so I went over where the ambulances were because I knew I was bleeding and needed to get some help.
While you were trying to get help, what was going through your mind? I know that there was a rush of time. Seconds were just passing by.
I think I just couldn't believe it. I mean, for me, I just wanted to get out of the building and make sure I got out of the building. And so, quite frankly, at that point, I just wasn't feeling really much of anything except knowing that I needed to get some help and try to get to the medics and get going.
There are so many stories like Susan Urbach's, and unfortunately many of the stories are much sadder ones. We'll be back a little later in this hour with an update on the situation here in Oklahoma City. Andrea, back to you.
Well, Gary, it's been 2 days since this incident first happened. How are medical personnel and rescue workers holding up?
This is very difficult for the medical personnel and the rescue workers, Andrea, because what they're seeing inside this building behind me are things that all of them have never seen before. And you're talking about people with years, decades of training who have been trained for this kind of thing and hope they would never have to use the kind of training they're going through. But they're seeing horrible, gruesome, psychologically frightening sights, and this will take a lot of psychological repair once they're done with what they're going through right now.
Okay, Gary Tuckman reporting live from Oklahoma City this morning. Thank you. Bob.
It is now 6 minutes past the hour. The FBI is questioning an Oklahoma City resident. He is a Jordanian-American, authorities say, brought back from London last night. He's the man being called a potential witness who left Oklahoma City yesterday. While he was being held in London, his luggage went on to Rome. Italian police there say they found police in the suitcases that could be in making bombs. And the Bureau has launched an intense search for 2 suspects as well.
I want to announce today that investigators have identified a vehicle that was used in connection with yesterday's attack on the federal building here in Oklahoma City. Further investigation has determined that 2 white males were associated with this vehicle. As a result, arrest warrants will be sought for these 2 males. I must point out to you, however, that their exact identities are not presently known. Thus, the arrest warrants that I am discussing will be for 2 men, each identified only as John Doe. The first man is of medium build. He is further described as being approximately 5'10" to 5'11", weighing approximately 180 to 185 pounds, with a light brown crew cut, and he is right-handed. The second man is also medium build. He's further described as 5 feet 9 inches to 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighing approximately 175 to 80 pounds, with brown hair and a tattoo visible on his left arm below his t-shirt sleeve. He's possibly a smoker. Both of these men should be considered armed and extremely dangerous. Citizens should not, therefore, attempt to take any action against these men. Anyone with information about these 2 men should provide it immediately to the nearest FBI office. They can also call phone banks that have been especially established to receive that information. We urge people with information to call 1-800-905-1514.
President Clinton, as you may know, is taking a hard line against whoever is responsible for the carnage in Oklahoma. Correspondent Carl Rochelle has more on that this morning from the White House. Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Bob. Well, the tragedy in Oklahoma City, Bob, is casting a huge shadow here at the White House. There was a state dinner here last night, but even as twin pianos were playing jazz and making a light air in the East Room during the dinner, the state dinner, the president was considering the tragedy in Oklahoma City in his remarks to President Cardozo of Brazil. The president, in his remarks, made a point of talking about it.
You know that you have come here, along with your wife and your fine delegation, at a very difficult time for our country. And all the American people have been profoundly impressed and grateful by your expressions of condolence and sympathy and your assertion that we are all partners in the struggle against evil and inhumanity. For that, we are especially grateful, and we will never forget it. So I ask all of you to stand and raise your glasses in a toast to President and Mrs. Cardozo and to the people of Brazil.
Earlier in the day, President Clinton made clear again that the United States will not stop until those who are responsible for the act are found and prosecuted, saying that justice will be severe, certain, and sure, and that there is no place for the persons who are involved to hide, either in this country or anywhere else in the world. Attorney General Janet Reno says a reward is being offered for those involved.
The government is offering a reward of up to $2 million for information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the bombing in Oklahoma City. Although we have many hundreds of leads, we want to make sure that we have all relevant information that could lead to the conviction of all of those involved in this event.
Meanwhile, a Jordanian American who is believed to have witnessed the bombing is being questioned by the FBI and other authorities at an undisclosed location in Virginia. He arrived back in Washington last evening at Dulles International Airport on an odyssey that began when he left Oklahoma City, flying to Chicago, headed for Rome and ultimately for Amman, Jordan. Authorities at the Alitalia Airlines detained him in Chicago and turned his travel documents over to the INS. He went on to Chicago from Chicago on a later plane to London. Authorities there turned him around and brought him back to the United States at the request of U.S. authorities. Meanwhile, his luggage continued on to Rome. When authorities in Rome looked at the luggage, they found items that they say are items that could be used to make a bomb. Among them, a soldering iron, some wires, some silicone. Those luggages, those pieces of luggage were detained, were impounded. The FBI looked at them. They are still being held in that area. That is one of the reasons that they say this person is a possible witness, and also they have not ruled out the possibility that he could be a suspect in the bombing. That all remains to be seen. We were told last evening that the man had agreed to come back to the United States voluntarily to clear his name, but of course, what they learn in the questioning will affect that to a great degree. I'm Carl Rochelle, CNN, reporting live from the White House.
We have a late development from Oklahoma City. The worst fears of search and rescuers there are beginning to come through now. Just moments ago, we reported to you the confirmed death toll in the explosion was 41. The death toll now, officially confirmed, is 52. Andrea.
Oh, there apparently has been another gas...
Among the many leads investigators are tracking in the Oklahoma City bombing is the source of the explosives used. FBI agents questioned farm supply dealers in Junction City, Kansas, about recent sales of ammonium nitrate and other chemicals that could be used to make explosives. The agents were in Kansas because they believe that's where the truck that carried the explosives was rented. The investigators say the truck was parked outside the federal building in Oklahoma City with between 1,000 and 1,200 pounds of fuel and fertilizer explosive.
The forensics experts who've examined the scene thus far are able to say that this is a low-order explosive, not a high explosive, due to the characteristics of the damage that was done not only to the building but to the surrounding vehicles and other parts nearby, that it was a low-order type of an explosive rather than a high-order explosive. About any further than that, I really could not go.
Joining us from Washington is explosives expert Chris Ronay. He is currently president of the Institute for Makers of Explosives and former chief of the FBI's Explosives or Bomb Lab. Good morning, Mr. Ronay.
Good morning, Bob. How are you?
Very well, and thank you for talking with us this morning. Let me ask you first what Agent Kennedy meant when he talked about low-order explosives.
Yes, well, that's a term that's used in the explosives business, the investigation business, as well as the production business, but it is probably not properly applied here. Low order applies to the description of an explosion, that is, one that didn't properly take place. There are unexploded remains, perhaps, or it didn't completely detonate. I think there may be a confusion of terms here. That's not the way I would apply that term in this case.
What would have been appropriate then with the word low in it? A low-yield explosion?
Well, it certainly was not a low-yield explosion. I think that maybe the confusion rests in the area of a low explosive as a descriptive term of an explosion, explosive, or a high explosive.
Right.
The high explosive is what we had in this case. There was a detonation, and from what I can tell, a complete detonation with probably not very much unconsumed material left.
From what I realize you're not investigating this incident personally, but from what you have seen and heard, what can you tell us that you think about the bomb? What kind was it? How big? Was it homemade?
Well, from what I'm hearing, the investigators have determined that the explosive is homemade, that it is concocted by themselves, as opposed to stolen from somewhere after it was manufactured as an explosive, which is not uncommon, and in fact, history says that most of these types of devices are homemade or concocted explosive materials.
But before we go any further, give us something technical, if you would. What technically is an explosion? Webster's calls it a sudden, violent outrush of gases, and yet it causes this horrendous damage.
Well, an explosion is that. When it's initiated, you get a sudden release of gases, and it creates a loud noise and creates heat. The thermal effects can start fires. But most of all, you get this rushing of air pushed out by the gases. That is called the shock effect. The shock front damages, tears, and rips things apart. That also causes fragments to be emanated from the explosion, and those fragments are lethal at quite large, long ranges.
All right, and it is simply that huge, sudden, violent rush of air which can knock a building down.
Oh, yes, yes, and if it's significant enough, it knocks the supporting members of the building out of place, and then we have collapses, typically in these kinds of building bombings, as we've seen in Oklahoma City.
The terms we're hearing about what this was made of was, for one thing, ammonium nitrate, and then some fuel, apparently, as well. Is the ammonium nitrate the same thing that I might use to get a sudden green up of my lawn?
Exactly, Bob. Ammonium nitrate is a material that's used for fertilizers, probably most commonly in the United States, around the world. When that material is purchased at a hardware store or a feed store or a lawn and garden store, if it's the appropriate kind of ammonium nitrate fertilizer, it could be combined with a fuel and made into a very powerful explosive.
Is the knowledge of how to do this wide, general? I don't know how to do it.
Well, it's certainly easily obtained through literature that's available in libraries. If you've had rudimentary chemistry, you would know that how to mix this. No, it's not hard to find out how to do it.
What are the most significant pieces of evidence you would imagine investigators are looking for now in and around the crater?
Well, it appears that they've identified the explosive, from what I understand. So that is one of the significant things that's sought out early, is what type of material are we dealing with here. If that's been done, then, of course, they need to identify the delivery vehicle, what sort of truck, identify it specifically, and apparently that's been done, from what I hear. Beyond that, all of the other materials that went into making the bomb, the fusing system, detonating materials, primers, boosters, whatever else may have been used, is the objective of the search. What we really want to find out in cases like this is, where did it come from, what's the source, and does it lead us back to or tie into suspects?
Mr. Ronay, we thank you for helping us to understand an area most of us don't understand very well.
You're welcome, Bob.
All right, Andrea.
This just in to CNN, the latest talks between North Korea and the United States underway in Berlin. On the latest on the talks between the United States and North Korea, which apparently have broken down. And CNN's early edition will continue in just a moment. Stay with us.
Something news and different in the mornings. CNN Morning News with Donna Kelly. Business Day. Weekdays, 6 Eastern on CNN.
I'm Bill Hartley at the CNN Business News Desk in New York. The U.S. dollar showing renewed signs of life. Third consecutive day now. The greenback gaining ground against the Japanese yen and the German mark in overseas trading. That rally ahead of next week's meeting of finance ministers of the Group of 7 nations. Right now, the dollar is trading up ¼ of a yen at the Japanese currency. 83.35 is the level. It's up a fraction against the mark. It's picked up ½ cent on the British pound. Optimism over the dollar's strength spreading to European markets this morning. In London, the Financial Times index surging 27 points. The German DAX advancing 24. And in Paris, the CAC 40 higher by 40 points. Wall Street's strong performance also giving the euro markets a boost. When Wall Street opens for business this morning, the Dow Jones Industrial Average will be coming off another record high close. Dow ending up 23 points on Thursday at a level of 4,230. Well, the Dow is helped by a big surge in IBM. Big Blue more than tripling its earnings in the first quarter to about $1.3 billion, a lot stronger than expected. In other corporate results, General Motors posted $2.2 billion in profits, a quarterly record for the #1 automaker. And Northwest Airlines earnings up to $47.3 million. That's compared to $3.5 million just a year earlier. That's the latest in business. I'm Bill Hartley in New York.
The survivors of Wednesday's bombing will have to deal with this horrible memory. But the blast, which killed at least 52 people, has left an emotional mark on many city residents, including children.
Well, I feel sorry for the kids' parents because they died yesterday. A lot of crying, a lot of yucky stuff.
Stuff you don't really see a lot every day here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, wasn't really pleasant.
Joining us to discuss dealing with a trauma like the Oklahoma City bombing is Joanne DeFede. She is a clinical psychologist on psychiatric faculty at New York Hospital Cornell Medical Center. She's also studied victims of the World Trade Center bombing, and Dr. DeFede joins us now from our New York bureau. Thank you for joining us this morning, Doctor.
Certainly.
Based on your study dealing with the World Trade Center bombing victims, what can you tell us that the victims of those involved in the Oklahoma City bombing will face?
Well, I think it's important for the people of Oklahoma to know that both from our research and other research on disasters of this magnitude, that the first thing that usually happens is people are usually in a daze. They're shocked. It's so overwhelming that it's almost as if it's not real.
So when does it set in? When does reality and the enormity of the event set in?
Gradually, over the first few days and a few weeks, it will begin to settle in, and people may begin to become very angry. Some people will be angry now. Some people will feel guilty that they're alive and people that they're close to are not.
What's normal? What's abnormal?
Well, I think in a disaster of this magnitude, that's all expectable.
With it being expectable, though, at what point does one need to seek professional help?
Well, if you're feeling overwhelmed, you should seek help as soon as possible. I understand that there are about 400 mental health counselors available now, and anyone who feels overwhelmed should talk to someone sooner rather than later.
One of the differences between this incident and the World Trade Center bombing is the number of children involved. How does a parent deal with this tragedy when talking and trying to monitor a child's emotional and psychological state?
Same way they would any other difficulty in the child's life. And if the child seems to be very upset and the parent doesn't know what to do, again, I would go talk to one of those mental health counselors that the state and government have made available.
Now, what about the topic of death? That's very hard to deal with, no matter what the time, especially when you're trying to relate the meaning of that term to children. Some advice, please, for parents who are having to deal with this subject at this time.
Well, again, I would deal with it the way they would deal with the death of any other loved one in the child's family, their pet, a relative. And if that doesn't work, if the parent's style with that child does not work, then they should get help.
Throughout this incident, we've heard emotional effects, psychological effects. What's the difference? Is there one?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
The difference between emotional and psychological effects?
About the same thing.
Are they? So are there symptoms that would help one to identify when some of this is taking place? And what are those symptoms?
Well, sort of reliving the experience, having flashbacks to it where it seems like almost as if it's real to you today in your living room. Having memories that come back that are very emotionally distressing to you, that upset you and prevent you from concentrating on anything and going about your daily business. Having terrible difficulty sleeping, becoming really tearful and sad and crying a lot, being very avoidant and not being able to go out and face what you have to do that day.
You said a lot of those symptoms from the first person, a person dealing with the emotion. How can one identify symptoms to another person?
Okay. Well, if a person is very angry, saying that they're very fearful and terrified and afraid of doing things that they might otherwise do, if they're not sleeping at night, if they're not eating, if they're crying a lot, usually people will find these symptoms so distressing that they're going to tell someone else.
Okay, Joanne DeFede, we thank you. She's a clinical psychologist on the psychiatric faculty at New York Hospital, Cornell Medical Center. Again, we thank you for joining us from New York.
You're welcome.
CNN's coverage of the bombing in Oklahoma City will continue. We will have a live update from the site of the bombing. Stay with us.
They created their microprocessor in 1971, and the faster their chips have performed, the faster their company has grown. Today, the Intel design is the brains behind 2/3 of the world's PCs. By the 21st century, Intel expects their chip to execute 2 billion instructions in 1 second. Where do you find such fast-thinking companies? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
Engineering, power systems for the new century. Now.
Let's see what Templeton is up to. What's this? I knew it. Champagne? Lobster? So, you thought you could just slip a first-class ticket by me, did you? We'll just have a little chat, won't we? Ah, Templeton, pleasant trip. Here we are. First, business class? But that's impossible!
Introducing Transworld One, first-class service, business class fare. Remember the old saying, what goes around comes around? That's what happens when you recycle and buy recycled products. Quality recycled products and packaging are everywhere. So next time you go shopping, look for recycled content in your products and packaging. To make recycling work, you've got to buy recycled. Call 1-800-NRC-RECYCLE for a free shopper's guide to buying recycled products. Brought to you by the National Recycling Coalition and Weyerhaeuser Recycling, a national leader in paper recycling.
Sunday on CNN Presents. 25 years since the first Earth Day celebration, industry claims they've cleaned up their act. But environmentalists say it's still a mess. And now Newt thinks he has a better idea.
Are we literally going to try to preserve North America as though nobody showed up?
Is this any way to celebrate Earth Day? In search of the truth behind green lies. CNN Presents. Sunday, 9 Eastern.
We're coming up to 20 minutes before the hour. Most Americans expect those responsible for the Oklahoma City bombing will be caught, according to a new poll. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll of 600 Americans shows 88% are confident the government will catch the terrorists, while only 9% are not. But 47% think it's very likely more terrorist attacks will be attempted. 42% of those responding say more attempts are somewhat likely. Only 8% say they don't expect another one. 45% of the people surveyed think the U.S. can prevent future attacks, while 46% say future attacks cannot be stopped. Statistically, that's about even. And nearly 2/3 of the people polled say people from other countries should be more closely watched in the U.S. 33% oppose that idea.
It's a gruesome description. One rescuer at the bombing site says that amid the incredible rubble, you can tell where a body may be buried by the insulation soaked with blood. The search effort is taking its toll on searchers. CNN's Gary Tuckman joins us now with more. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Andrea. The official death toll is continuing its excruciating, inevitable climb. Right now, the amount dead is up to 52. 140 people are still missing. They are not necessarily presumed dead, though, because people here, the rescuers, are hoping for survivors. However, they have not had a survivor pulled out of the rubble for a period of almost 2 days, so there's not a lot of optimism here right now. This bomb went off about 46 hours ago, and almost immediately after the first noise was heard, occurred and the first destruction was caused, rescuers were on the scene. And with us right now is the site commander for emergency medical services here in Oklahoma City, Mike Murphy. Mike, thanks for joining us. What are your responsibilities as site commander?
My present responsibilities are to provide emergency medical services to the rescuers that are working in the building right now, and standby mode in case we find a live patient in the room.
Okay, now when you first got here, right after that bomb went off, what was the scene like for you and your people?
The best word to describe is just utter chaos. We were very close by, responded very quickly, inundated with numerous that's lacerations and flying debris. We got more critical patients shortly thereafter. Was there organized to the police and started
Was there ever a scene like this that you would ever anticipate seeing in your career? We understand we're having a tough time hearing you, so I'm going to take this microphone. This is live television. I'm going to take it off my tie so we can hear you talk. Would you ever anticipate ever seeing a scene like this before in your life?
No, I've been involved in EMS for 18 years. I've been involved with the Flight 90 crash in Florida and the IBM shootings in Bethesda, Maryland, but I've never experienced anything of this magnitude.
Now, do you think there's a possibility that there are survivors in that building right behind us right now?
There's always that possibility. We have to hang on to that hope. It's, past experience has proven that it's definitely a possibility. Recently in Japan, they found a survivor after 6 days in the rubble. That's the principle that we're working under right now, is that there are survivors there.
But how discouraging of a sign is it that the last survivor was pulled out Wednesday night, and as of now, we haven't heard any sounds or seen any sights that would indicate more survivors?
Well, naturally, it's discouraging as time goes on. The chances are less and less. But we just keep on going, believing that there's the possibility that we're going to find somebody in there.
Okay, now the death toll, the official death toll right now is 52, but we've heard reports from people ranging from the governor of Oklahoma to police officers that scores more bodies are inside there right now. Do you have any idea how high this death toll can originally go?
It's really impossible for me to speculate. It's obviously there was a lot of people in that building. They're being very precise and methodical with the death toll. They don't want to make any mistakes. Obviously, there's a possibility of significant more people in the building. Only time will tell as the crews go through and excavate.
Mike Murphy, I want to thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your time. One thing that's very important, as Mike was pointing out, that it could be a period of 4 or 5 days that people could easily survive in a building like this if they are in a pocket in the building, and the searchers will be on the scene for as long as it takes. They will not leave until they're absolutely positive there's no survivor left inside the federal building in Oklahoma City. Andrea, back to you.
Gary, before you go, I'd like to ask you, if you can, if your guest is still there, there is a hard report being carried by several wire services quoting Governor Keating as saying 50 additional bodies have been found. Can you comment on that or verify that?
First of all, Bob, let me apologize for calling you Andrea, and now let me ask the question to Mike. Mike, there's a report on our wire services that the governor of the state of Oklahoma is reporting that 50 additional bodies that weren't seen before have been found. Would you, in your position as site commander for EMS, were found today? Would you, in your position with EMS, have any confirmation of that?
I can't confirm or deny that. We've heard the same type of information.
Let me, one more time. Your mic still isn't working, so I'll hold that for you.
We've heard the same type of rumors, but I can't confirm or deny that right now. That's going to be up to the medical examiners to provide the official testimony.
Okay, Mike, once again, thanks for joining us. We'll be back with updates when they occur. The searchers are still on the scene, and they will stay there. Back to you.
Thank you. Gary Tuckman reporting live from Oklahoma City.
And just ahead, we will look at other stories making news this morning.
CNN Early Edition will be right back after a look at the weather.
To the site, Ansel Medical donating those for both industrial and medical use. Everyone's giving what they can. Pizza Hut sent pizza to hospital workers as they work through the night. And the charity group, Feed the Children, is working with local restaurants to provide meals for hundreds of rescue workers. The list of corporate donations, large and small, will only grow in the coming days and weeks. A small cushion for those dealing with this disaster in Oklahoma City. Beverly Shook, CNN Business News, New York.
Hoop highlights are next in Headline Sports.
Several hours.
Coming up in the next hour of Early Edition, we will go back to the scene of the bombing where the death toll keeps rising.
And we will talk with the mayor of Oklahoma City about the grim aftermath. I'm Andrea Arsenault.
I'm Bob Kane. That story and more after the Business Travelers Advisory.
Bob, Andrea, the stormy weather in the east could cause some delays. Here is your Business Travelers Advisory for Friday, April 21st. In the Midwest, rain and fog will cause delays Chicago, Milwaukee. Thunderstorms will create delays Detroit and New Orleans. While in Minneapolis, a mix of rain and snow will cause delays. In Chicago, by the way, at O'Hare Airport, those delays could be as long as 40 minutes. In the east, thunderstorm rerouting could cause delays Atlanta, Charlotte, Cincinnati, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and also to and from southern Florida airports. While in the west, snow will create delays Colorado Springs and Flagstaff. Fog could cause delays in Denver. It's 7:58 in the east. That's 5:58 Mountain. Remember, if you do experience delays at the airport, you can watch the CNN Airport Network in your gate area for all the latest news and information. Early edition and, of course, continuing coverage of the explosion in Oklahoma City will continue right after this.
Business Travelers Advisory is brought to you by American Airlines. Something special in the air.
But they have now finally started. They've got the building secure on the west side to the point that they feel that they can put the rescue squads back in there.
Searchers dig for signs of life in Oklahoma City.
Authorities dig for clues they hope will lead to the two men who, according to President Clinton, have no place to hide. From the CNN newsroom, welcome to the second hour of Early Edition. Good morning, I'm Bob Kane.
Good morning, I'm Andrea Arsenault. Here's a closer look at our top story. It's now been 2 days since a huge car bomb rocked the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building and Oklahoma City to its soul.
Rescuers again searched through the night, hoping to find anyone still alive inside the bombed-out concrete hulk. What they found were more bodies. But at this hour, their search continues, fueled by hope that there could be pockets of life inside the rubble. The odds are against them. At present, there are 52 confirmed deaths. That figure is expected to rise as the day wears on. 150 people are officially still unaccounted for.
Meanwhile, authorities are pressing their search for two suspects believed to have rented the truck that carried the explosives. The FBI has opened a telephone hotline and says it's been flooded with tips, many of which are providing good leads. In addition, a man described as a possible witness has been returned to the U.S. for questioning. He was intercepted in London after his luggage was searched in Rome. In the luggage, Italian authorities found equipment that they reportedly say could be useful in building a bomb. One former U.S. intelligence official is praising the government's quick reaction to the bombing.
I'm optimistic myself that what's happened has demonstrated that forensic leads are being followed up. They're being linked with the identification of suspects. And in appropriate cases, as tonight, the FBI has turned to the American people for help in identifying known figures who are believed to have been important in it.
The United States is also offering a $2 million reward for any information leading to the arrest and conviction of those responsible for the bombing. There are new reports about search efforts this morning, but as many have feared, it is about victims, not survivors. Our correspondent Gary Tuckman is near the bomb site and joins us now with the latest. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Bob. The official death toll has gone up by 11 in just the last hour alone. It's now 52 people confirmed dead, and the number promises to climb much higher as the day wears on today. About 140 people are now still unaccounted for. It's feared that many, if not most of them, are in this building behind me as victims of this disaster. The hope is among searchers that perhaps they will find a survivor. However, the last survivor was found Wednesday night around 11:30 Eastern Time, 10:30 Central Time. It was a 15-year-old girl who was taken to the hospital. When that girl was found, there was a lot of excitement here, and rightfully so, because they thought this was a sign there would be other people easily found. Perhaps not easily, but they would start finding them within a matter of hours. But all of Thursday went by without a single survivor being found, and so far today, Friday, no one has been found either. There are a lot of sad stories to tell. The victims range from an elderly woman who was going to visit a federal office to a child who had just turned 1 year old the day before this bombing. CNN's Greg Lamont has more.
Behind the headlines of every major disaster are 1,000 untold stories. But in Chris Field's case, his was told on the front page of the local newspaper. Unfortunately, the story didn't end the way he had hoped.
I think I'm still in a state of shock. I'm ran the gamut of emotions, but I don't think I'm done yet.
Fields is a firefighter who desperately sought to save lives when he was handed a bloody infant found in the rubble.
It looked so lifeless and limp when he had the child that I was just wondering if there's anything, we're going to be able to do to save this child. I didn't want to admit to myself that I pretty well assumed the child, was dead.
Minutes later, the infant was pronounced dead.
I tried all day to come up with the words to describe it, and it's just an empty feeling. It's the most horrific thing I've ever seen in my life.
I was terrorized. I was absolutely hysterical. I don't think I had any control over my actions yesterday.
Irish Hill was working in her office when a massive bomb exploded. She says she came within inches of her life.
Had I been turned in the right direction, I wouldn't even have a face right now.
Hill says she didn't know it was a bomb until she saw television reports while she was in the hospital.
I heard that 2 of the people that I work with were severely hurt and may not survive. So it's been pretty emotional since then, and still is.
On top of that, some of her friends and relatives have yet to be found. Hundreds of people went to a local church hoping to learn anything about their missing friends and relatives. This mother and her 2 daughters are so afraid they'll never see daughter number 3 again.
And as soon as on the news I could see the building was messed up, I knew that she was missing. I talked to 2 of the girls in the office that got out, and she did not get out.
The pain is so terribly real. But, like in all disasters, the hurt will eventually subside. Unfortunately for so many, however, it will never completely go away. Greg Lamont, CNN, Oklahoma City.
And there's more bad news to report, although it's not a surprise. The assistant fire chief of Oklahoma City is telling us that today some more pockets were discovered. The hope originally was that pockets would be discovered and living people would be in those pockets. Instead, the assistant fire chief tells us inside those pockets are more dead people. Bob, back to you.
Gary, I have to ask you once again, the other discovery being reported today, at least attributed to Governor Frank Keating, is a story that searchers have found 50 or more additional bodies in an area where they didn't anticipate finding anywhere near that many people. Have you been able to get any confirmation of that?
Well, this sounds like the same thing the assistant fire chief just told us minutes ago. We haven't actually talked to the governor yet this morning, but the assistant fire chief, who's intimately acquainted with the search, he's actually inside the building while the governor is not, is telling us that indeed more bodies have been found. These aren't additional bodies in addition to the 140 unaccounted for. This is part of the unaccounted for people. So these are bodies they have found. They figure they would be in there somewhere, but they hadn't seen them yet. Today, they have seen them.
But they are victims which, if verified, would bring the death toll to over 100. Is that correct?
Bob, they know at this point this death toll is going to go over 100 no matter what. They knew that yesterday. But at this point, they've actually... What we've had people telling us for the last 2 days, Bob, is that they've had to step over literally scores of bodies. It sounds gruesome, and it is gruesome, that these people have been deeply affected by having to do this, but they've been looking for survivors, and they've had to step over scores of bodies. So we knew that death toll was going to climb over 100. Now they have found additional bodies in addition to the ones that they've seen for the last 2 days.
Okay. Gary Tuchman reporting to us live from Oklahoma City. Andrea.
In Washington, the administration's search to find those responsible for Wednesday's bombing is hitting full stride. CNN's Carl Rochelle joins us from the White House. Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Andrea. As the U.S. moves to maximum levels to try to find those involved in the bombing in Oklahoma City, the tragedy there, the scope of the tragedy today, which continues to increase, has cast a growing shadow over the White House. There was a state dinner here last evening for the president of Brazil. And even though there was good food and light jazz through the halls of the East Room here at the White House, it was clear in President Clinton's remarks to President Cardoso of Brazil that his mind was elsewhere.
You know that you have come here, along with your wife and your fine delegation, at a very difficult time for our country. And all the American people have been profoundly impressed and grateful by your expressions of condolence and sympathy, and your assertion that we are all partners in the struggle against evil and inhumanity. For that, we are especially grateful, and we will never forget it. So I ask all of you to stand and raise your glasses in a toast to President and Mrs. Cardoso and to the people of Brazil.
president repeated again yesterday that the United States remains dedicated to finding those responsible. He said justice will be swift, sure, and severe. And he also said that those involved have nowhere to hide, either in this country or anywhere else in the world. More security has been ordered at federal buildings. The president himself going to be in the Baltimore area today for an Earth Day event. We may hear more from him about the tragedy when he speaks at that event. On a humanitarian note, Mr. Clinton has asked the heads of executive departments and federal agencies to have civilian federal employees in the Oklahoma City area to allow them to have a personal emergency, those who have a personal emergency because of the bombing, or those who are unable to go to work because of the bombing, to continue to get their pay and to not have to take their payback days or take comp days against that. So they'll continue to receive their wages even if they're not able to go to work because of the tragedy. Officials here at the White House say Mr. Clinton himself may go to Oklahoma City on Sunday, but only if it won't hamper the rescue efforts underway there. I'm Carl Rochelle, CNN reporting live from the White House.
Carl, the president has been very consistent in his reaction to the bombing, very firm, very stern. It seems, though, that this incident has taken a personal toll on him. Is that correct?
I think it's obvious, Andrea, in almost everything that you see the president say. There are very few people who could look at the television reports, know the information of what's going on there without being moved. The president is two things. I think he's very sad, and I think he's very hurt. I think he's also very angry that someone would do something like this to citizens of the United States, innocent civilians, innocent citizens, and that's one of the reasons that he has ordered a full press, everything the U.S. has moving forward to try to find those involved. Yes, very moved by this.
All right, thank you. Carl Rochelle reporting live from the White House this morning. Bob.
For probably most of us, the images of the children injured in the explosion have been the most powerful. The photograph of a police officer passing an injured baby to a firefighter was seen by millions on the front pages of newspapers around the world. The baby was Bailey Ullman, died shortly after being rescued, a day after her first birthday. And the world knows now the rescuers, the would-be rescuers, Oklahoma City police officer Sergeant John Avera and firefighter Chris Fields. Sergeant Avera acted quickly to pull Bailey from the smoking building.
I was in the police station, in fact, in the 616 building, or the police, across the street from the police station, when we heard the explosion. I stepped outside and saw smoke coming from this direction. I ran about 5 blocks to the federal building. As I stepped around front, someone said, "There's a daycare center on the 2nd floor." There was a policeman inside trying to get someone at the time, so I just went inside and we took 3 people out of the first room, went into 3 adults, and then we went back into the center of the building and down the hallway, and we could hear several people back there crying and hollering. I heard a baby crying, and we started moving bricks and rocks back on top of it, and we found 2 babies. The officer I was with took one down one hallway, and I took my baby out the other way.
At least 12 children are among the scores confirmed dead in the attack. It is now 12 minutes past the hour. To head on early edition, as searchers comb the wreckage in Oklahoma City, the stakes are raised in the quest for the bombers. We'll talk with a former Secret Service agent on tracking terrorists. And
my heart's broken that the kids died.
Seeing the tragedy through the eyes of a child. Stay with us.
Please pass the all fruit.
Whoever did it, we will find out, and there will be justice that will be swift and certain and severe. And there is no place to hide. Nobody can hide any place in this country. Nobody can hide any place in this world from the terrible consequences of what have been done.
The deadly attack on the Oklahoma City Federal Building is a haunting reminder of just how vulnerable we are as members of a free and open society. And while most of us are terrified at the thought of explosives being anywhere nearby, for some people, detecting them is all in a day's work. Former Secret Service agent Richard Roth joins us live from Washington. For many years, part of his job was protecting the president, and that included searching for explosives. Mr. Roth, we thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
We just mentioned that part of your past duties while on the presidential duty or detail was searching for explosives. You also participated in the search for explosives following the World Trade Center bombing. From that experience, how difficult will it be for officials in Oklahoma City to piece together what happened?
I think they've got a lot of information there. Unfortunately, explosives tend to get rid of a lot of the evidence. I was with the Technical Security Division of the Secret Service. We tracked explosive devices, and a primary concern of ours was protecting the President and the Executive Office from explosive devices. One of the things that this bomb would bring back is that the first time we really saw this type of bomb, even in this form, was back in the 70s when the anti-war movement used this same type of explosive to blow up a ROTC center at a college.
Now talk about this kind of explosive, this bomb for a moment, if you will.
Well, the largest part of the explosive, the ammonium nitrate of the fertilizer, is very easy to buy, very easy to obtain. You could go to a number of different stores and buy small parts of it until you got enough to make a rather large bomb. Still, 1,200 pounds, or some people are saying 2,000 pounds, there's a good chance that they're going to be able to track that type of usage, which is going to give us a handle on perhaps finding out who actually did this.
And where will those clues come from?
They're going to come from those stores, those people that look at these pictures and said, you know, maybe we sold this type of fertilizer, something I'd normally sell to a farmer, something I'd normally sell to a clean-cut individual like these gentlemen look like. But now there's more that would say that, maybe there wasn't a real good sale, and they're going to turn in that information to the FBI. One of the things that's probably more important is deciding about who actually did this device. There's going to be a lot of us, I think, that are going to sort of hold our breath to find out, because we've named foreigners, we've named groups in the United States. Of the groups in the United States, you're going to find that they normally don't kill people. At least in the past, they have not.
So based on this information, or the information that you now have, is this a domestic or international search?
And that's what's going to be fun about this whole thing. In the past, as I said, domestic groups, too. One, they normally phone in bomb threats. They don't want to kill people. It's not, it doesn't forward their cause in any way. There's been some things that might have changed that. If it was Davidians, remember, a lot of young people were killed there. Their fault, but I'm sure they don't believe it's their fault. So it could be a problem.
Talk about the composite sketches that were released by the FBI yesterday, if you will. It's been 2 days. A lot of ground can be covered in 48 hours. Also, a lot of changes can be made to one's appearance. What are we dealing with exactly, and how accurate are those sketches at this time?
From what I've seen and from what I've heard, the sketches are very accurate. The question would be, one, if it's a terrorist cell, were these two just individuals that were hired to do nothing more than rent the truck? Two, were these people just duped and said, listen, here's $400, go rent a truck for $80 and just deliver it to me? Or three, is it a situation where these two did not know there were children in there, and now they're running for their lives?
Are you surprised by the $2 million reward being offered?
Not at all. In fact, that's fairly normal that's out there right now. The airline pilots, the State Department have had a $2 million reward for terrorist activities out for years.
Do you think this is a one-off incident?
Well, we would hope so, but as a lot of people say, I doubt it. There's also so many copycats that are doing hoaxes right now, and the hoaxes in some cases are extremely dangerous also. Evacuating buildings is not a real safe way to act.
So assuage our concerns and our fears. What can you tell us that could say this is an isolated incident, that this will not happen again?
I can't. This is not an isolated incident, and very obviously it very well could happen again. I think we're probably going to overreact. We're going to go into a cycle where we're going to do a lot of things that we normally wouldn't do. We're going to have a lot of fear in our lives for a little while. In another month, if nothing happens, we're probably going to drift back to a normalcy that we dealt with before. Hopefully, though, this has taught us all, including myself. I would not have considered Oklahoma a big risk at this point, that we do have to keep our eyes open everywhere in the United States, that terrorism is here and is probably here to stay for quite some time.
Terrorism is very more common in other parts of the world. The United States is a very big country. It's a free and open society. How can such incidents be prevented, if at all?
Well, a lot of rights that we consider to be part of America may have to be adjusted, maybe for only certain segments of the country, or maybe certain segments of our population. But I think some of those rights are going to have to be adjusted slightly to give the edge back to law enforcement authorities.
Okay. Richard Roth joining us live from Washington this morning. We thank you. He has served on the presidential detail, and that included searching for explosives, also involved in searching for explosives in the World Trade Center bombing. Early Edition will continue in just a moment. Stay with us.
Remember the old saying, what goes around...
Live to correspondent Gary Tuckman at the site of the bombing. Gary.
Bob, we've been saying the official death toll is at 52. It still is at 52 because that's the number of bodies that have been brought to the morgue. But everyone knows that death toll is going to go higher because they've seen bodies for the last couple of days. And with us now to confirm even more that were found today is the governor of the state of Oklahoma, Governor Frank Keating. Governor, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
What were you told just a few minutes ago?
Well, actually, it was a little bit earlier than that. Back about at 20 minutes of 6 our time, I went over to the site to find out exactly what was the latest. And one of the firefighters from Oklahoma City said that they had just uncovered a big piece of concrete in an area in the basement, discovered what they estimate to be upwards of 50 additional victims. Now, that is a shocking number. Hopefully that's not accurate. Hopefully there's some survivors within that group, and we're certainly hoping and praying that that's the case. But as you noted, this will be a larger death toll because there were just a lot of people in that building when it was bombed.
If you will, Governor, when you say hopefully it's not accurate, is there a reason not to believe this person who told you this?
Well, obviously, until the bodies are actually removed and placed in a morgue here in Oklahoma City, the official death toll will remain at 52. But in a jumbled environment like that, you have to estimate, and the firefighters there at the scene estimate was that figure. As I said, hopefully that isn't the case, but we've believed all along we probably would have a 3-figure tragedy. Unfortunately, that appears to be maturing. I hope not, but again, right now, we're still optimistic we can find victims. Chief Hansen and I were talking a minute ago, and he said, I still hope. And I talked to some Sacramento firefighters shortly ago who indicated that the structures that they had seen in the basement as they dig through would indicate pockets, perhaps there's some survivors.
And that's very encouraging, but the fact is the dogs that have been brought in and the special equipment the past couple of days haven't picked up anything, have they?
No, so far that is correct. There have been no positive developments. We haven't found a survivor for a day and a half, so that's bad news. But as long as hope is alive, we're going to still hope, and I'm not giving up yet.
Now, indeed, if these 50 bodies, if that is indeed an accurate report from this person who told you this, that's not a big surprise, is it? We knew there were 140 people or 150 people unaccounted for.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if we can keep that figure low, horrible, tragic as it is for the families involved, it's better for those families that hopefully do not have members in that building. We don't know how many visitors were in the building at the time of the tragedy. We know that there were a number of meetings going on in there. We don't know how many people were at those meetings. So everything is still very much conjecture, but we are cautiously optimistic still that we're going to find some survivors.
Is it possible, Governor, that we're talking about a death toll that could approach 200 when this is all over?
I don't know. I hope not. Obviously, we're still at 52 officially. That's going to go higher, and I would say, certainly the 3 figures is a probability.
Now, any news about the investigation? Have you heard anything more about the suspects or possible suspects?
Well, as you know, the last time we talked, I said that was the least of my worries. My sole focus was to try and find survivors. I talked to the FBI last night, as I have always felt, because I'm an ex-FBI agent. That's a great organization, and we have nationally and internationally a tremendous network of support, both federal officials, people overseas, obviously the domestic law enforcement community here in Oklahoma, and I never was concerned about identifying those people responsible. The Bureau privately is cautiously optimistic, and that's good news for us. I'm sure we'll find who's responsible.
President Clinton has indicated he might be coming to Oklahoma this weekend for a memorial service. Have you heard from the president about that?
Yes, he is coming. We have a memorial service. Actually, it's a prayer service at 3 o'clock at the Oklahoma City Fairgrounds, and the president is coming, and we're very grateful because as a community, this is a national tragedy as well as a community and state tragedy, and we are going to be together and recognize the lives of those who have been lost, and we're hoping that we can find obviously survivors and pray at that time for their care and safety as well. One of the wonderful things that has occurred is the number of people who have come together as volunteers, the Salvation Army, the private sector organizations who provided the equipment. We've had people lining up to give blood, lining up to volunteer. I've had firefighters from all over the country tell me that the people of Oklahoma City pat them on the back. They're the ones that are grief-stricken. That they say, "Thanks for being here. What can we do for you?" And we really mean that. Southwestern Bell Telephone gave $1 million yesterday, their foundation for victims assistance, and we're hoping, obviously, to raise some money to help people who are suffering.
Well, Governor Frank Keating, you should be very proud of your constituents.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you for
yes,
joining
sir.
us.
Thank
I appreciate the time.
Sure.
So the death toll is officially at 52, but as you've heard firsthand from the governor of Oklahoma, that's only a small fraction of what the final death toll will eventually be. Back to you.
Thank you, Gary. We have other news as well as more coverage of the aftermath of Oklahoma City after this.
It's about 28 minutes before the hour. It's been nearly 48 hours since a powerful bomb ripped apart the federal building in Oklahoma City. A worldwide manhunt is underway for 2 white men, and one of the suspects is left-handed and has a light brown crew cut. The other has brown hair and a tattoo on his left arm. The FBI is asking anyone with information to call 1-800-905-1514. That number again is 1-800-905-1514. Federal agents are questioning a Jordanian-American man today about the contents of his luggage. Now, he was arrested in London and brought back to the U.S. Investigators in Rome confiscated his luggage and found material they say could be useful in making a bomb. The official death toll from Wednesday's terrorist attack has risen to 52. More than 400 people are injured and 150 others are still unaccounted for. Even as the death toll continues to climb, rescue workers are digging through tons of debris for signs of life. But so far, they've only found more dead bodies in what's said to be the deadliest terrorist bombing in U.S. history.
There is other news today, including some from the business world as the week wraps up.
CNN's Bill Hartley is joining us with tales of the stock market. It's coming off a record performance. Good morning, Bill.
Good morning, Andrea. Bob, news desk in New York.
Thanks, Bill. CNN's early edition will continue after this break. When we do return, we'll have an interview with the mayor of Oklahoma City. Stay with us.
This has been an especially hard 2 days for one man in Oklahoma City. Mayor Ron Norrick, now in his 3rd term as mayor, was born and raised in Oklahoma City. He joins us now from near the location of the bombing. Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning.
Let me ask you first, before we go on to other things, if you can add anything to reports we're getting this morning from the governor that roughly an estimated 50 bodies previously undiscovered have been found at a certain locale in the building?
I've heard the same reports, and I had heard yesterday that they were having a meeting of some senior citizens in the Social Security office, and that could possibly be the location that they're talking about.
Would that, Mr. Mayor, add to the overall death toll or simply change the location where victims were hit?
It will probably have a tendency to add, too, because the original counts that we had about people in the building were occupancy somewhere over 900. And at 9 o'clock in the morning, there would probably be a number of people that were in there doing business, like with the Social Security office or the credit unions or the different federal agencies that were in there. So what we really don't know, and the officials don't know, is really how many people were in there that did not work in that building.
Are you saying that this meeting of senior citizens might have included a number of people not included in the original count?
Well, they would not have been included in the account of the occupancy of the building as far as how many people that was assumed that were working in the building at the time. That's correct.
Mayor Norrick, what is your biggest problem there right now? What is your most urgent need?
I I don't think we really have any urgent needs right now, other than we need people to, you know, to be supportive of the families that are losing family members. The country has poured out their heart. They've poured out supplies and personnel. We have a tremendous number of firefighter and rescue units, really from all over the country, that have come in. I've seen a number of different units here this morning. Anytime there's a call for any sort of supplies, whatever it might be, in the local media or in the national media, trucks have started pouring in here with supplies, and it's very heartwarming to know that there's so many people that care about a lot of people that are here in Oklahoma City.
In addition, Mayor Norrick, the people of the city itself are pulling together very much, aren't they?
Yes, very much so. This is a very tight-knit community. There's 2 churches that are set up that are handling all the families of the victims, and they are being counseled and talked with as the identification and as more victims are being brought out. I know for the last, since this accident, we've had 0 looting or any type of vandalism at all. There's been nothing of that type here. Also, the number of police calls that we would just normally have in the course of business over the last two days has decreased dramatically, which really helps, because then the police forces and the rescue forces can spend their time down here. But this community has really pulled together.
You're saying people are just very quietly going about the business of trying to help in any way they can.
That's exactly right.
Is there a central phone number there and a central meeting place for the families of victims or probable victims? I'm thinking that if there are still 150 people unaccounted for, that represents hundreds upon hundreds of family members.
Yeah, there are 2 churches here. First Christian Church, which is 36th and Walker, and the other church is St. Luke's Methodist, which is downtown. Both of those 2 churches, one of them is within about 3 miles of here, and the other one is within about a half a mile. And those are the 2 centers. I'm sorry, I don't have the phone number with me right now, but those 2 centers are 2 of the areas.
One of the most commonly asked questions in a situation like this, Mr. Mayor, is what will you do differently from now on? I suspect there's probably not a great deal that you will do any differently, that you could.
I've been asked that question a lot in the last 2 days, and basically we're not going to let this incident change our style of life and the way we live in Oklahoma City, and I hope it doesn't dramatically change the style of life the way other people live in this country. I don't think we can stand to have terrorism dictate how we want to live our lives. Obviously, it's going to make us much more attuned to what's going on, and also we'll obviously be looking at our government structures and our local and federal buildings and maybe beef up some security there. But I don't know how you stop somebody that wants to drive a truck up in front of a building and blow it up. I don't think there's any way, and I'm not going to penalize the people of our community where they can't go out and move freely in our free society.
Mayor Ron Norrick of Oklahoma City, thank you for taking time to talk with us this morning, and we wish you well on a very difficult job.
Thank you very much.
Andrea.
And this just into CNN. Earlier, CNN's Carl Rochelle reported in a report from the White House that President Clinton was giving some consideration to going to Oklahoma City on Sunday, but hesitated because he didn't want to get in the way of rescue efforts. Well, a senior Clinton administration official is now stating that the president will go. President Clinton deciding to go to Oklahoma City on Sunday. Of course, we will bring you details of the trip as soon as they become available. And just ahead on CNN's Early Edition.
Something that sounds like a large bolt of lightning hitting down.
Stories from the playground and the impact of the blast as children speak up in Oklahoma City. Stay with us. The final toll of the Oklahoma City bombing, the sense of peace and normalcy of the city has been shattered. The CNN medical correspondent Andrew Holt visited a school where the building is unaffected, yet the children may not be.
Andrea Katowski's third-grade students drew pictures.
My heart's broken that the kids died.
The children in the pictures had tears on their faces, and there were real tears as well to the victims of the explosion.
Yes, thinking what happened that day with the kids.
And there's anger. One boy drew his vision of a terrorist's violent execution.
So this is the terrorist right here, okay? And what is, okay. Read it again, sweetheart.
Rest in pain, terrorist. You are dead.
Even though these children are physically unharmed, the explosion inflicted trauma. Some of the students here at Sequoia Elementary School had gone to the Federal Building Daycare Center when they were younger, and many knew families who lost people in the explosion. The students normally feel safe at school, but the sense of security was threatened for the fourth graders who could look right out their classroom window and see smoke rising on the horizon.
The curtains blew and everything, and I thought it was gonna like rain in the sun. I heard something that sounded like a large bolt of lightning hitting down.
On any other day, social worker Frank Galt would be in his office at the Department of Human Services.
My daughter's here, and I knew that she was pretty weirded out by what happened yesterday here, and I knew there'd be a lot of kids that were processing it on a bunch of different levels, so I felt useless being at my work and felt I could do more good here.
He talked to groups of 4th and 5th grade students.
The kids needed an opportunity to talk, to know that everybody has pretty much the same feelings. Everybody's scared, everybody's angry, everybody's hurt by this, and you kind of have to let them go through that process.
Even if children don't say they're scared, experts say there may be other signs. A talkative child may become quiet, while a normally quiet child chatters on. A school district counselor talked individually with children if their parents or teachers said they were having special problems.
Members of our class, the students, the teacher, and tell me what to write.
Teachers told their students they are still safe at school and tried to carry on class as usual.
Most counselors will tell us that students need to not change their routine very much. However, we set aside time in the morning for each one of the teachers to take time with their students to answer questions, to discuss the situation, because it is a high topic of conversation.
Don't always think about it and make it your life thinking about what happened, and just try to go on with your normal life, which will be.
But of course, things are not normal.
If it happened again, it could be closer, and your family or someone you really like could be hurting it, and you don't know what to do.
Twins Josh and Megan Walker worried about a family friend missing in the Federal Building rubble.
Try to go sleep because we're worried about her.
Do you have friends who live in other cities, other states? Or?
Yeah.
What would you tell them if you were on the phone with them right now?
This is for Oklahoma.
These wounds to children's spirits are ones that no bandage nor splint can heal. Andrew Holtz, CNN, Oklahoma City.
At this point in our coverage, we would like to take time to acknowledge the extensive contribution our Oklahoma City affiliates have given us in covering the bombing. Specifically, we want to thank KFOR, KWTV, and KOCO. We have asked them for much, and they have responded graciously. Still ahead on CNN Early Edition, hundreds gathered in Oklahoma to remember the deadliest bombing in U.S. history and its victims.
Saturdays on CNN, there's a new lineup of informative and entertaining.
The nation is grieving with the families and loved ones of those killed, hurt, and unaccounted for in the tragic bombing of the Oklahoma City Federal Building.
And it is in times such as these, when the pain is too deep to be soothed by words, that many people turn to their faith. Last night in Oklahoma City, hundreds of people attended a prayer service for the victims of Wednesday's deadly bombing.
is called upon now to offer a prayer, but in my Jewish tradition, we arrive at prayer first through study. We will confront and vanquish the angel of death with the weapon that is ours to use decisively if we choose. We will confront the angel of death with life.
CNN's coverage continues throughout the day of the search for the bombers, the victims in Oklahoma City. During morning news in the next hour, a conversation with FEMA Director James Lee Witt. I'm Bob Kang.
And I'm Andrea Arsenault. We'll take a look at the Business Travelers Advisory after this local cable break. Have a good weekend. We hope to see you Monday.
Today on Talk Back Live, in the aftermath of the Oklahoma City bombing, people wonder, could it happen again? Tell us on Talk Back Live, 1 Eastern on CNN.
At your Toyota dealer, money talks. Toyota. Save $2,000 on Toyota Corolla. It's money in the money. Save $2,000 on Corolla with incentives and extra value package savings. Toyota. Save $2,000 on Corolla at Benson, Bone Brothers, Lakeside, and All-Star. Toyota. Unless you've got money to burn.